In this video, we'll be exploring the full story of Severus Snape's life and his perspective throughout the Harry Potter book series. Since we'll be focusing solely on Snape's scenes, most major events involving other characters will be left out. To provide context on the most important parts, we'll include brief summaries of key events happening elsewhere at the start of each chapter. On the right side of the screen, we'll use vertical footage to highlight scenes from the movies, while images will be used to illustrate details from the books. With that said, let's begin. A lonely childhood. Severus Snape's story begins in a dreary mill town called Spinner's End. Born to a pure-blood witch, Aline Prince, and a muggle father, Tobias Snape, young Severus grew up in an atmosphere of neglect and misery. A hooked-nosed boy is shouting at a cowering woman while a small dark-haired boy cries in a corner, a harrowing glimpse of the turmoil in Snape's home. Severus was a skinny, sallow boy with shabby clothes too large for him. He found little warmth under his parents' roof. His mother was often withdrawn, and his father, as Severus once muttered, didn't like anything very much, least of all, magic. It's no wonder that Severus eagerly looked forward to escaping his home at Hogwarts. Amid this unhappy childhood, one bright spot illuminated Severus Snape's young life: Lily Evans. Lily was a muggle-born girl from the same town, a girl with vivid green eyes and an innate talent for magic. Severus first met her around age 9 after noticing her perform a spontaneous bit of magic on a playground. Awkward but earnest, Severus revealed the existence of the wizarding world to Lily and nurtured her excitement about attending Hogwarts. From that age, there was no greater influence on Severus Snape than Lily. For a boy starved of affection, Lily's friendship was a lifeline. They would meet in secret to talk about witches and wizards, cauldrons and castles. Lily's sister, Petunia, disdainfully called Severus that Snape boy and sneered that Lily and her were freaks, but Lily brushed off the insults. She valued Severus's companionship, and he, in turn, adored her. In Lily, Severus discovered someone kind, clever, and bright. Someone who cared. Lily became everything to him in those formative years. And so, despite the tension and anger simmering at home, Severus Snape hung on, counting the days until he and Lily could depart for Hogwarts and begin a new life of magic together. Hogwarts, Lily, and the Marauders. In 1971, Severus finally arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a place he imagined would be a haven. He was sorted into Slytherin's house while Lily went to Gryffindor, a split that both friends had dreaded. Though in different houses, they initially tried to maintain their close friendship. Severus, a quiet outsider, was content just to be near Lily in classes and corridors. But life at Hogwarts introduced new challenges and rivals that would shape Snape's character for years to come. Early on, Severus crossed paths with 4 students who would become his nemesises: James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew, known later as the Marauders. James and Sirius, both in Gryffindor, were popular, bold, and sometimes cruelly mischievous. Snape's very first encounter with James and Sirius hinted at trouble. On the Hogwarts Express, James declared he'd never want to be in Slytherin, which provoked proud Severus to glare and trade insults. The animosity was immediate. Over the years, the mutual dislike festered into a fierce schoolyard rivalry. James Potter, in particular, took enjoyment in tormenting Snivellus, as they nicknamed Snape, hexing and humiliating him for fun. Sirius egged it on, and even kind-hearted Remus and timid Peter did little to curb the bullying. Severus was not entirely helpless. He was a brilliant young wizard. He excelled in potions and defense against the dark arts, surpassing many of his peers in knowledge. He even crafted his own spells and improvements to textbook potions, priding himself on his ingenuity. At Hogwarts, Severus privately adopted the Monkia, the half-blood prince, a creative fusion of his mother's maiden name and his mixed heritage. In the margins of his textbooks, he signed this alias and jotted down original hexes and jinxes. For instance, he invented the spell Levicorpus, which hoists a victim upside down in midair, Ironically, this jinx would later be used against him. Severus's magical prowess was undeniable, but it wasn't enough to shield him from the Marauders' cruelty, nor from his own poor choices in friends. Within Slytherin, Snape gravitated toward a clique of darkly inclined students, Molokabur, Avery, and others, who shared an interest in the dark arts and pure blood supremacy. Lily, loyal as she was, grew uneasy with Severus's new friends. She heard troubling rumors of hexes performed on younger students and of fascination with the rising dark wizard, Lord Voldemort. Lily begged Severus to stay away from those influences, but Severus, resentful of being judged, dismissed her concerns. He was a proud Slytherin, and the allure of the dark arts, forbidden, powerful, attracted him. To a boy who felt powerless growing up, Voldemort's pure blood ideology and promises of greatness were seductively validating, even though Severus himself was half-blood. Lily's friendship was the tether holding Severus back from truly dark paths, and that tether was fraying. The breaking point came at the end of the 5th year in June 1976 during the Marauders' infamous bullying of Snake by the Black Lake. After a difficult OWL exam, James Potter and Sirius Black ambushed Severus for sheer sport. With a lazy flick of James's wand, they hoisted Severus into the air upside down in front of a crowd of classmates, exposing and humiliating him as he flailed. Lily Evans arrived on the scene and, horrified, intervened to stop the bullying. She furiously berated James, calling him an arrogant, bullying toe rag to his face, and demanded that Snape be released. Once freed, a mortified Severus found himself in the worst position imaginable, rescued by the girl he loved and by the boy he hated. Pride and shame overwhelmed him. When James mockingly insisted Snape thank Lily for her help, Snape snapped. He snarled at Lily, "I don't need help from a filthy little mudblood like her." His slur, that hateful word for muggle-born witches, fell like a bomb. A hush of shock followed. Lily, wounded and disgusted, replied, "Fine, I won't bother in the future," and walked away. In that moment, Severus realized what he had done. The one person who cared about him, whom he cared for more than anything, he had just viciously insulted in public. It was truly his worst memory and would haunt him forever. Severus tried desperately to apologize. That evening, he camped outside Gryffindor Tower waiting for Lily. When she emerged, he pleaded for her forgiveness. He hadn't meant it. He was sorry. But Lily's face was resolute and sad. The years of excuses she had made for Severus's dark friends and prejudices had finally run out. "It's too late," she said coldly. "I've made excuses for you for years. You and your precious little Death Eater friends. You don't even deny that's what you're all aiming to be. I can't pretend anymore. You've chosen your way, I've chosen mine." With that, Lily Evans turned her back on Severus Snape, ending their friendship. Severus was left amid the ruins of his own choices, utterly alone, bitterly regretting his words even as his pride refused to let him show it. In the years that followed, Lily and James Potter began dating and eventually married. Severus could only watch from the shadows as the love of his life slipped further and further away from him, and into the arms of his most hated rival. Not long after Hogwarts, Severus did exactly what Lily had most feared. He joined the Death Eaters. The First Wizarding War was raging across the magical world, and Lord Voldemort was gladly recruiting ambitious young Slytherins. Severus, talented, angry, and now heartbroken, was a prime candidate. Embraced by Voldemort's followers, he delved deeper into the dark arts. He came to wear the infamous dark mark on his forearm as a symbol of his loyalty to the Dark Lord. In those early years out of school, Severus Snape walked a dark path, seemingly lost to the side of evil. Yet, even as he sank into darkness, a faint memory of a girl with red hair and green eyes lived on in his heart, tugging at him like an old ache. In Voldemort's service, by the late 1970s, Severus Snape was a Death Eater in Voldemort's inner circle. He had cast aside the last of his doubts in pursuit of power and belonging. But fate would soon confront Severus with a terrible choice, one that would change the course of his life. In 1980, at the Hog's Head Inn, a down-on-her-luck divination teacher named Sybil Trelawney fell into a trance and delivered a powerful prophecy to Albus Dumbledore. Snape, stationed by Voldemort to spy, was lurking outside the door and overheard parts of that prophecy. What he heard was enough to send him sprinting to his master. The prophecy spoke of a child born at the end of July with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Voldemort interpreted this to mean one of 2 infant boys, and one of them was Lily Evans's son, Harry Potter. When Severus realized that Voldemort intended to target Lily's family, he was struck with horror. He had never imagined that by carrying tales to Voldemort, he might be signing Lily's death warrant. The very thought of harm coming to Lily because of him filled Snape with panic and remorse. Indeed, delivering that prophecy became the greatest regret of his life and the reason he turned back from Voldemort's side. In desperation, Severus appealed to Voldemort himself, imploring that Lily be spared. But he knew Voldemort's mercy was tenuous and conditional. Overcome with dread for Lily's life, Severus did something truly brave. He went to Albus Dumbledore, the leader of the opposition, to beg for help. Late one night, Dumbledore found Severus Snape waiting for him on a wind-swept hill, eyes burning with anguish. Voice cracking, Severus pleaded with Dumbledore to save Lily Potter. "Hide them all then," Snape croaked. "Keep them, safe. Please." Dumbledore's own face hardened at the former Death Eater's request. He replied, "And what will you give me in return, Severus?" Snape gazed back, realizing what was being asked. His loyalty, his soul. After a long moment, he answered in a whisper, "Anything." In that exchange, Severus Snape sealed a pact. He turned his back on Voldemort and offered Dumbledore anything up to and including his life in exchange for Lily's protection. From that point on, Severus became a double agent, secretly working for Dumbledore. He fed Dumbledore information on Voldemort's plans and did all he could to help the Order of the Phoenix protect the Potters. Dumbledore, for his part, agreed to do anything possible to keep Lily and her family safe, and he accepted Snape's oath of loyalty. It was an uneasy alliance. Snape still bore resentment and prejudice, and Dumbledore made no promises except to give Lily a fighting chance. But Severus was sincere. He was terrified for Lily and racked with guilt. Delivering that prophecy to Voldemort had become Snape's great remorse, the tragedy that returned him to the light and drove him to try to save the Potters. Sadly, despite these efforts, events unfolded in the worst way possible. In October 1981, Voldemort discovered the Potters' secret hiding place through a traitorous friend. He attacked on Halloween night. Lily and James Potter were murdered, and baby Harry was left orphaned. Though Voldemort himself was vanquished by the rebounding power of Lily's sacrificial love, for Severus Snape, the news was shattering. All his sacrifices had been in vain. Lily was dead. Dumbledore found Severus devastated by grief and rage. Here was a man who had lost the only person he ever truly loved, lost her at the very hands of the master he had served. In that raw moment of despair, Dumbledore made Snape commit to a new purpose. Lily's son Harry had miraculously survived. This child would be Severus's chance to honor Lily's memory. Dumbledore urged Snape to protect Harry going forward, to ensure Lily's death would not be meaningless. Snape agreed on one condition: no one must ever know. Ashamed of his feelings and determined to keep his cover intact, Snape demanded that his love for Lily, the best of him, remain a secret between himself and Dumbledore. Dumbledore swore to never reveal it. Thus, in the aftermath of unspeakable tragedy, Severus Snape refocused his life on a singular, penitent mission: safeguarding Harry Potter, the boy who lived because Lily died. Turning to Dumbledore, with Voldemort temporarily defeated, Dumbledore arranged for Snape to remain at Hogwarts. In 1981, Severus Snape became the potions master and head of Slytherin House, a position that provided him safety from persecution and kept him under Dumbledore's watchful eye. Over the next decade, Snape lived a double life. Outwardly, he was much the same as ever, sarcastic, curt, and aloof, with a chilling demeanor that intimidated students. Inwardly, however, he was a man consumed by regret and resolve. He had promised always to protect Lily's son, and he geared his entire life toward that promise. He brewed potions for the Order of the Phoenix in secret and honed skills like occlumency to shield his mind from intrusion. The other professors knew Snape as a difficult, private man. Few, if any, understood the turbulent currents beneath his calm, cold exterior. Only Albus Dumbledore truly knew the truth of Severus's heart. By the time Harry Potter began his adventures at Hogwarts, Severus Snape had already lived a life of hardship and remorse that few could guess. Here was a man who had been an unloved child, a bullied youth, and a Death Eater, but who had also been a lonely boy yearning for love, a friend devastated by his own mistakes, and ultimately a double agent driven by unwavering love and loyalty. Snape's entire existence before Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone was defined by pivotal choices: the friends he kept, the slur he spat in a moment of fury, the master he served, and the master he betrayed for the woman he could not save. He became a man who cloaked himself in darkness to better serve the light, all while wrestling with the ghosts of his past. And through it all, at the core of Severus Snape's being was a single enduring truth: his love for Lily Evans. It was a love that caused him immense pain and profound redemption, that drove him to switch sides in a war and spend the rest of his long life atoning. Chapter 7. While Severus Snape teaches at Hogwarts, Harry Potter resides with his only remaining relatives, the Dursley family. The Dursleys treat Harry with cruelty and conceal the truth about his identity as a wizard. This secret remains hidden until Rubeus Hagrid, the Hogwarts gameskeeper, arrives and reveals the truth to Harry. They visit Diagon Alley together on Harry's birthday, where he buys his wand and other school appliances, and even meets a fellow student, Draco Malfoy, as well as Professor Quirrell. Later on the Hogwarts Express, the boy makes fast friends with Ron Weasley and gets acquainted with others such as Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and the Weasley twins. The first time Snape sees Harry is on the evening of the boys' sorting ceremony. Harry, who was starting to feel warm and sleepy, looked up at the high table again. Hagrid was drinking deeply from his goblet. Professor McGonagall was talking to Professor Dumbledore. Professor Quirrell, in his absurd turban, was talking to a teacher with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin. It happened very suddenly. The hook-nosed teacher looked past Quirrell's turban straight into Harry's eyes, and a sharp, hot pain shot across the scar on Harry's forehead. Ouch! Harry clapped a hand to his head. "What is it?" asked Percy. Nothing." The pain had gone as quickly as it had come. Harder to shake off was the feeling Harry had gotten from the teacher's look, a feeling that he didn't like Harry at all. "Who's that teacher talking to Professor Quirrell?" he asked Percy. "Oh, you know Quirrell already, do you? No wonder he's looking so nervous. That's Professor Snape. He teaches potions, but he doesn't want to. Everyone knows he's after Quirrell's job. Knows an awful lot about the dark arts, Snape." Harry watched Snape for a while, but Snape didn't look at him again. This makes an undeniable impression on Harry, who even dreams about Snape. Perhaps Harry had eaten a bit too much, because he had a very strange dream. He was wearing Professor Quirrell's turban, which kept talking to him, telling him he must transfer to Slytherin at once, because it was his destiny. Harry told the turban he didn't want to be in Slytherin. It got heavier and heavier, and he tried to pull it off, but it tightened painfully. And there was Malfoy, laughing at him as he struggled with it. Then Malfoy turned to the hook-nosed teacher, Snape, whose laugh became high and cold. There was a burst of green light, and Harry woke, sweating and shaking. Chapter 8. The next time Snape encounters Harry Potter is on the following Friday, at their first ever potions lesson. after the boy has already had most of his other lessons. The contempt between the two is evident from the first moment. At the start of term banquet, Harry had gotten the idea that Professor Snape disliked him. By the end of the first potions lesson, he knew he'd been wrong. Snape didn't dislike Harry, he hated him. Potions lesson took place in one of the dungeons. It was colder here than up in the main castle, and would have been quite creepy enough without the pickled animals floating in glass jars all around the walls. Snape, like Flitwick, started the class by taking the roll call, and like Flitwick, he paused at Harry's name. "Ah yes," he said softly. "Harry Potter, our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling the names and looked up at the class. His eyes were black like Hagrid's, but they had none of Hagrid's warmth. They were cold and empty and made you think of dark tunnels. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word. Like Professor McGonagall, Snape had the gift of keeping a class silence without effort. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop a death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." More silence followed this little speech. Harry and Ron exchanged looks with raised eyebrows. Hermione Granger was on the edge of her seat and looked desperate to start proving that she wasn't a dunderhead. "Potter," said Snape suddenly, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "Powdered root of what to an infusion of what?" Harry glanced at Ron, who looked as stumped as he was. Hermione's hand had shot into the air. "I don't know, sir," said Harry. Snape's lips curled into a sneer. "Fame clearly isn't everything." He ignored Hermione's hand. "Let's try again, Potter. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Hermione stretched her hand as high into the air as it would go without her leaving her seat. But Harry didn't have the faintest idea what a bezoar was. He tried not to look at Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who were shaking with laughter. "I don't know, sir." "Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, eh, Potter?" Harry forced himself to keep looking straight into those cold eyes. He had looked through his books at the Dursleys, but did Snape expect him to remember everything in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi? Snape was still ignoring Hermione's quivering hand. "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" At this, Hermione stood up, her hand stretching toward the dungeon ceiling. "I don't know," said Harry quietly. "I think Hermione does though. Why don't you try her?" A few people laughed. Harry caught Seamus's eye and Seamus winked. Snape, however, was not pleased. "Sit down," he snapped at Hermione. "For your information, Potter, asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the Draught of Living Death. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat, and it will save you from most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite. Well, why aren't you all copying that down?" There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Over the noise, Snape said, "And a point will be taken from Gryffindor House for your cheek, Potter." Things didn't improve for the Gryffindors as the potion lesson continued. Snape put them all into pairs and set them mixing up a simple potion to cure boils. He swept around in his long black cloak, watching them weigh dried nettles and crush snake fangs, criticizing almost everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to like. He was just telling everyone to look at the perfect way Malfoy had stewed his horned slugs when clouds of acid green smoke and a loud hissing filled the dungeon. Neville had somehow managed to melt Seamus's cauldron into a twisted blob, and their potion was sweeping across the stone floor, burning holes in people's shoes. Within seconds, the whole class was standing on their stools, while Neville, who had been drenched in the potion when the cauldron collapsed, moaned in pain as angry red boils sprang up all over his arms and legs. "Idiot boy," snarled Snape, clearing the spilled potion away with one wave of his wand. "I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire?" Neville whimpered as boils started to pop up all over his nose. "Take him to the hospital wing," Snape spat at Seamus. Then he rounded on Harry and Ron, who had been working next to Neville. "You, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? There's another point you've lost for Gryffindor." This was so unfair that Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Ron kicked him behind their cauldron. "Don't push it," he muttered. "I've heard Snape can turn very nasty." As they climbed the steps out of the dungeon an hour later, Harry's mind was racing and his spirits were low. He'd lost 2 points for Gryffindor in his very first week. Why did Snape hate him so much? "Cheer up," said Ron. "Snape's always taking points off Fred and George. Can I come and meet Hagrid with you?" Chapter 10. Harry, after a flying encounter with Malfoy, gets picked as the seeker of Gryffindor's Quidditch team. Following this, Malfoy challenges him to a duel, but it turns out to be a trap, which could have ended up in Harry getting expelled from Hogwarts. He manages to avoid that, but has a run-in with a terrifying giant three-headed dog instead in a closed section of the school. Meanwhile, Snape teaches several potion classes across the 7 years of Hogwarts, some of them rather advanced. He is also the head of Slytherin House, and a notably partial one at that, consistently favoring his own students over others. This, combined with his excessively harsh and unnecessarily strict demeanor, earns him the dislike of most students outside his house. Yet, Severus Snape still enjoys the headmaster's full endorsement and trust. Sometime before Halloween, Severus and Dumbledore discuss Harry. While Snape insists that Harry strongly resembles his father, James, being arrogant and fond of fame, Dumbledore contradicts him, stating that other teachers find Harry likable and modest, though only moderately skilled in magic. The headmaster also asks Snape to keep an eye on Professor Quirrell. The next time Snape sees Harry Potter outside the classroom is on Halloween, when the boy, alongside Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, confronts a troll let loose in the castle. Realizing the troll is merely a distraction, Snape hurries to check on the three-headed dog, which forms the first line of defense protecting the Philosopher's Stone. The creature injures Snape, after which the professor joins Quirrell and McGonagall to investigate the noise coming from a bathroom. A sudden slamming and loud footsteps made the three of them look up. They hadn't realized what a racket they had been making, but of course, someone downstairs must have heard the crashes and the troll's roars. A moment later, Professor McGonagall had come bursting into the room, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly down on a toilet, clutching his heart. Snape bent over the troll. Professor McGonagall was looking at Ron and Harry. Harry had never seen her look so angry. Her lips were white. Hopes of winning 50 points for Gryffindor faded quickly from Harry's mind. "What on earth were you thinking of?" said Professor McGonagall, with cold fury in her voice. Harry looked at Ron, who was still standing with his wand in the air. "You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" Snape gave Harry a swift, piercing look. Harry looked at the floor. He wished Ron would put his wand down. Then a small voice came out of the shadows. "Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me." "Miss Granger?" Hermione had managed to get to her feet at last. "I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own. You know, because I've read all about them." Ron dropped his wand. Hermione Granger telling a downright lie to a teacher. "If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now." Harry stuck his wand up its nose, and Ron knocked it out with its own club. "They didn't have time to come and fetch anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived." Harry and Ron tried to look as though this story wasn't new to them. "Well, in that case," said Professor McGonagall, staring at the three of them. "Miss Granger, you foolish girl. How could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" Hermione hung her head. Harry was speechless. Hermione was the last person to do anything against the rules, and here she was pretending she had, to get them out of trouble. It was as if Snape had started handing out sweets. "Miss Granger, 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for this, said Professor McGonagall. I am very disappointed in you. If you're not hurt at all, you better get off to Gryffindor Tower. Students are finishing the feast in their houses. Hermione left. Professor McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron. Well, I still say you were lucky, but not many first years could have taken on a full-ground mountain troll. You each win Gryffindor 5 points. Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this. You may go. Chapter 11. Following the encounter with the troll, Harry and Ron make friends with Hermione Granger, forming a trio now. She helps Harry out with homework as the boy is preparing for his first ever Quidditch match. Not long after Halloween, a still injured Snape finds a reason to bully Harry outside of his classroom. The day before Harry's first Quidditch match, the three of them were out in the freezing courtyard during break, and she, Hermione, had conjured them up a bright blue fire that could be carried around in a jam jar. They were standing with their backs to it, getting warm, when Snape crossed the yard. Harry noticed at once that Snape was limping. Harry, Ron, and Hermione moved closer together to block the fire from view. They were sure it wouldn't be allowed. Unfortunately, something about their guilty faces caught Snape's eye. He limped over. He hadn't seen the fire, but he seemed to be looking for a reason to tell them off anyway. What's that you've got there, Potter? It was Quidditch Through the Ages, Harry showed him. Library books are not to be taken outside the school, said Snape. Give it to me. 5 points from Gryffindor. He's just made that rule up, Harry muttered angrily as Snape limped away. Wonder what's wrong with his leg. Dunno, but I hope it's really hurting him, said Ron bitterly. The same day, Severus accidentally reveals where and how he has gotten injured to Harry. Harry felt restless. He wanted Quidditch Through the Ages back to take his mind off his nerves about tomorrow. Why should he be afraid of Snape? Getting up, he told Ron and Hermione he was going to ask Snape if he could have it back. Better you than me, they said together. But Harry had an idea that Snape wouldn't refuse if there were other teachers listening. He made his way to the staff room and knocked. There was no answer. He knocked again. Nothing. Perhaps Snape had left the book in there. It was worth a try. He pushed the door ajar and peered inside. And a horrible scene met his eyes. Snape and Filch were inside alone. Snape was holding his robes above his knees. One of his legs were bloody and mangled. Filch was handing Snape bandages. Blasted thing, Snape was saying. How are you supposed to keep your eyes on all three heads at once? Harry tried to shut the door quietly, but Potter! Snape's face was twisted with fury as he dropped his robes quickly to hide his leg. Harry gulped. I just wondered if I could have my book back. Get out! Out! Harry left before Snape could take any more points from Gryffindor. He sprinted back upstairs. Harry and his friends assume that Snape is trying to steal whatever the three-headed dog is guarding, and therefore thinks it is also Snape who curses Harry's broom at the next day's Quidditch game. At these words, Hermione seized Hagrid's binoculars, but instead of looking up at Harry, she started looking frantically at the crowd. What are you doing? Moaned Ron, grey-faced. I knew it, Hermione gasped. Snape, look! Ron grabbed the binoculars. Snape was in the middle of the stands opposite them. He had his eyes fixed on Harry and was muttering non-stop under his breath. He's doing something, jinxing the broom, said Hermione. What should we do? Leave it to me. Before Ron could say another word, Hermione had disappeared. Ron turned the binoculars back on Harry. His broom was vibrating so hard it was almost impossible for him to hang on much longer. The whole crowd was on its feet, watching, terrified, as the Weasleys flew up to try and pull Harry safely onto one of their brooms. But it was no good. Every time they got near him, the broom would jump higher still. They dropped lower and circled beneath him, obviously hoping to catch him if he fell. Marcus Flint seized the quaffle and scored 5 times without anyone noticing. Come on, Hermione, Ron muttered desperately. Hermione had fought her way across to the stand where Snape stood and was now racing along the row behind him. She didn't even stop to say sorry as she knocked Professor Quirrell headfirst into the row in front. Reaching Snape, she crouched down, pulled out her wand, and whispered a few well-chosen words. Bright blue flames shot from her wand onto the hem of Snape's robes. It took perhaps 30 seconds for Snape to realize that he was on fire. A sudden yelp told her she had done her job. Scooping the fire off him into a little jar in her pocket, she scrambled back along the row. Snape would never know what had happened. It was enough. Up in the air, Harry was suddenly able to clamber back onto his broom. Chapter 12. After this incident, Snape continues teaching as the weeks go by, not suspecting that Harry and his friends are thinking he's up to no good. No one could wait for the holidays to start. While the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall had roaring fires, the drafty corridors had become icy, and a bitter wind rattled the windows in the classrooms. Worst of all were Professor Snape's classes down in the dungeons, where their breath rose in a mist before them and they kept as close as possible to their hot cauldrons. As always, Snape is vigilant not only in his classroom, but in the corridors too. "Would you mind moving out of the way?" came Malfoy's cold drawl from behind them. "Are you trying to earn some extra money, Weasley? Hoping to be gamekeeper yourself when you leave Hogwarts, I suppose? That hut of Hagrid's must seem like a palace compared to what your family's used to." Ron dived at Malfoy just as Snape came up the stairs. "Weasley!" Ron let go of the front of Malfoy's robes. "He was provoked, Professor Snape," said Hagrid, sticking his huge hairy face out from behind the tree. "Malfoy was insulting his family." "Be that as it may, fighting is against Hogwarts rules, Hagrid," said Snape silkily. 5 points from Gryffindor, Weasley, and be grateful it isn't more. Move along, all of you." Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle pushed roughly past the three, scattering needles everywhere and smirking. As the Christmas break starts and most of the students leave for home, Severus stays at Hogwarts to make sure the rules are still followed, and that Quirrell won't try anything. He even entrusts the caretaker, Filch, to keep an eye out for troublemakers. He, Harry, came to a sudden halt in front of a tall suit of armor. He had been so busy getting away from the library, he hadn't paid any attention to where he was going. Perhaps because it was dark, he didn't recognize where he was at all. There was a suit of armor near the kitchens, he knew, but he must be 5 floors above there. "You asked me to come directly to you, Professor, if anyone was wandering around at night, and somebody's been in the library restricted section." Harry felt the blood drain out of his face. Wherever he was, Filch must know a shortcut because his soft, greasy voice was getting nearer, and to his horror, it was Snape who replied, "The restricted section? Well, they can't be far. We'll catch them." Harry stood, rooted to the spot as Filch and Snape came around the corner ahead. They couldn't see him, of course, but it was a narrow corridor, and if they come much nearer, they knock right into him. The cloak didn't stop him from being solid. He backed away as quietly as he could. A door stood ajar to his left. It was his only hope. He squeezed through it, holding his breath, trying not to move it, and to his relief, he managed to get inside the room without their noticing anything. They walked straight past, and Harry leaned against the wall, breathing deeply, listening to their footsteps dying away. That had been close, very close. It was a few seconds before he noticed anything about the room he had hidden in. While Harry does not see more of Snape during the holidays, he discovers the mirror of Erised and has a brief talk about it with Dumbledore. Chapter 13. After the winter break, lessons and extracurricular activities, including Quidditch, resume. Harry remains distracted and frequently thinks about the magical mirror, while Hermione is somewhat disappointed that the boys have still not managed to discover the identity of Nicholas Flamel, a name they previously heard mentioned by Hagrid when they asked him about the 3-headed dog and what it guards. A coincidence helps. Neville hands a chocolate frog card to Harry, and he spots Flamel's name on it. Soon, they learn that Nicholas Flamel is the only wizard who has ever been able to make the Philosopher's Stone, a magical substance that provides immortality and riches beyond imagination. "A stone that makes gold and stops you from ever dying," said Harry. "No wonder Snape's after it. Anyone would want it." Harry and his friends are still convinced that Professor Snape had tried to kill the boy at the previous Quidditch game, which is why the news of him refereeing the next match alerts Harry. "Will you stop messing around?" Oliver Wood yelled. "That's exactly the sort of thing that'll lose us the match. Snape's refereeing this time, and he'll be looking for any excuse to knock points off Gryffindor." George Weasley really did fall off his broom at these words. "Snape's refereeing?" he spluttered through a mouthful of mud. "When's he ever refereed a Quidditch match? He's not going to be fair if we might overtake Slytherin." The rest of the team landed next to George to complain too. "It's not my fault," said Wood. "We've just got to make sure we play a clean game, so Snape hasn't got an excuse to pick on us." Which was all very well, thought Harry, but he had another reason for not wanting Snape near him while he was playing Quidditch. Though his feelings didn't change about the boy, Professor Snape makes sure that Harry remains safe during the next couple of days. Harry didn't know whether he was imagining it or not, but he seemed to keep running into Snape wherever he went. At times, he even wondered whether Snape was following him, trying to catch him on his own. Potions lessons were turning into a sort of weekly torture. Snape was so horrible to Harry. Could Snape possibly know they'd found out about the Philosopher's Stone? Harry didn't see how he could, yet he sometimes had the horrible feeling that Snape could read minds. The day of the next Quidditch game arrives. "The whole school's out there," said Fred Weasley, peering out the door. "Even, blimey, Dumbledore's come to watch." Harry's heart did a somersault. "Dumbledore," he said, dashing to the door to make sure. Fred was right. There was no mistaking that silver beard. Harry could have laughed out loud with relief. He was safe. There was simply no way that Snape would dare to try to hurt him if Dumbledore was watching. Perhaps that was why Snape was looking so angry as the teams marched onto the field, something that Ron noticed too. The game goes down uneventfully compared to the previous one, even though Professor Snape indeed tries to slow Gryffindor down as much as he can. Ron didn't answer. Snape had just awarded Hufflepuff a penalty because George Weasley had hit a bludger at him. Hermione, who had all her fingers crossed in her lap, was squinting fixedly at Harry, who was circling the game like a hawk, looking for the snitch. Despite Snape's efforts, Gryffindor still wins the game. "Come on, Harry!" Hermione screamed, leaping onto her feet to watch as Harry sped straight at Snape. She didn't even notice Malfoy and Ron rolling around under her seat, or the scuffles and yelps coming from the whirl of fists that was Neville, Crabbe, and Goyle. Up in the air, Snape turned on his broomstick just in time to see something scarlet shoot past him, missing him by inches. The next second, Harry had pulled out of his dive, his arm raised in triumph, the snitch clasped in his hand. Harry jumped off his broom a foot from the ground. He couldn't believe it. He'd done it. The game was over. It had barely lasted 5 minutes. As Gryffindor came spilling onto the field, he saw Snape land nearby, white-faced and tight-lipped. Then Harry felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up into Dumbledore's smiling face. "Well done," said Dumbledore quietly, so that only Harry could hear. "Nice to see you haven't been brooding about that mirror. Been keeping busy. Excellent." Snape spat bitterly on the ground. This, however, is not the last of Severus Snape the boy sees that day. Soon after the game, the professor meets Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, where, following Dumbledore's orders, he is trying to determine how far ahead the other professor is in getting the Philosopher's Stone. And speaking of Snape, a hooded figure came swiftly down the front steps of the castle, clearly not wanting to be seen. It walked as fast as possible toward the Forbidden Forest. Harry's victory faded from his mind as he watched. He recognized the figure's prowling walk. Snape sneaking into the forest while everyone else was at dinner. What was going on? Harry jumped back on his Nimbus 2000 and took off. Gliding silently over the castle, he saw Snape enter the forest at a run. He followed. The trees were so thick he couldn't see where Snape had gone. He flew in circles, lower and lower, brushing the top branches of trees until he heard voices. He glided toward them and landed noiselessly in a towering beech tree. He climbed carefully along one of the branches, holding tight to his broomstick, trying to see through the leaves. Below, in a shadowy clearing, stood Snape, but he wasn't alone. Quirrell was there too. Harry couldn't make out the look on his face, but he was stuttering worse than ever. Harry strained to catch what they were saying. "Don't know why you wanted to meet here of all places, Severus?" "Oh, I thought we'd keep this private," said Snape, his voice icy. "Students aren't supposed to know about the Sorcerer's Stone, after all." Harry leaned forward. Quirrell was mumbling something. Snape interrupted him. "Have you found out how to get past that beast of Hagrid yet?" But Severus, "You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell," said Snape, taking a step toward him. "I don't know what you..." "You know perfectly well what I mean." An owl hooted loudly, and Harry nearly fell out of the tree. He steadied himself in time to hear Snape say, "Your little bit of hocus pocus. I'm waiting." But I don't..." "Very well," Snape cut in. We'll have another little chat soon, when you've had time to think things over and decide where your loyalties lie." He threw his cloak over his head and strode out of the clearing. It was almost dark now, but Harry could see Quirrell standing quite still, as though he was petrified. Chapter 14. While Severus continues to protect Harry and the stone from Quirrell, the boy and his friends are finding more reasons to suspect the Potion Master as the one who tries to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Snape? Yeah, you're not still on about that, are ya? Look, Snape helped protect the stone. He's not about to steal it. Harry knew Ron and Hermione were thinking the same as he was. If Snape had been in on protecting the stone, it must have been easy to find out how the other teachers had guarded it. He probably knew everything, except, it seemed, Quirrell's spell and how to get past Fluffy. Soon, however, they will have bigger problems as they discover that Hagrid is harboring a dragon egg. Chapter 15. Snape continues to lurk in the shadows, fulfilling Dumbledore's orders while also carrying out his teaching duties. Weeks go by, and though he has to agree to send his favourite student, Draco Malfoy, into detention for being out in the corridors at night, he does not take an active role in the events surrounding Norbert the Dragon. Though Harry and Hermione manage to send Norbert to a safe place, they get caught in the process, landing them in detention. Of course, Harry Potter and the others continue to suspect the Professor of wrongdoing. Then, about a week before the exams, Harry's new resolution not to interfere in anything that didn't concern him was put to an unexpected test. Walking back from the library on his own one afternoon, he heard somebody whimpering from a classroom up ahead. As he drew closer, he heard Quirrell's voice. No, not again, please." It sounded as though someone was threatening him. Harry moved closer. All right, he heard Quirrell sob. Next second, Quirrell came hurrying out of the classroom, straightening his turban. He was pale and looked as though he was about to cry. He strode out of sight. Harry didn't think Quirrell had even noticed him. He waited until Quirrell's footsteps had disappeared, then peered into the classroom. It was empty, but a door stood ajar at the other end. Harry was halfway toward it before he remembered what he'd promised himself about not meddling. All the same, he'd have gambled 12 Philosopher's Stones that Snape had just left the room, and from what Harry had just heard, Snape would be walking with a new spring in his step. Quirrell seemed to have given in at last. Chapter 16. Harry learns from Firenze, the centaur, that Lord Voldemort is alive and is hiding in the Forbidden Forest, killing unicorns and drinking their blood to survive. He now assumes that Snape works for the Dark Lord. Summer arrives, and with it, the end of the year exams. They had practical exams as well. Professor Flitwick called them one by one into the class to see if they could make a pineapple tap dance across a desk. Professor McGonagall watched them turn a mouse into a snuff box. Points were given for how pretty the snuff box was, but taken away if it had whiskers. Snape made them all nervous, breathing down their necks while they tried to remember how to make a forgetfulness potion. Not even the exams could make Harry forget about Snape, though. The boy's suspicions persisted as he interrogates Hagrid about the stranger from who the giant has gotten his dragon egg. "We've got to go to Dumbledore," said Harry. Hagrid told that stranger how to get past Fluffy, and it was either Snape or Voldemort under the cloak. It must have been easy once he'd gotten Hagrid drunk. Professor Snape, however, finally catches up on the very same afternoon. "It's tonight," said Harry, once he was sure Professor McGonagall was out of earshot. "Snape's going through the trapdoor tonight. He's found out everything he needs, and now he's got Dumbledore out of the way. He sent that note. I bet the Ministry of Magic will get a real shock when Dumbledore turns up." "But what can we—" Hermione gasped. Harry and Ron wheeled around. Snape was standing there. "Good afternoon," he said smoothly. They stared at him. "You shouldn't be inside on a day like this," he said with an odd twisted smile. Harry began without any idea what he was going to say. "You want to be more careful," said Snape. "Hanging around like this, people will think you're up to something, and Gryffindor really can't afford to lose any more points, can it?" Harry flushed. They turned to go outside, but Snape called them back. "Be warned, Potter. Any more nighttime wanderings, and I will personally make sure you are expelled. Good day to you." He strode off in the direction of the staff room. Harry, Ron, and Hermione decided to get the Philosopher's Stone before Professor Snape could. Only when Harry is face to face with the person who's trying to steal the stone does he realize that he has been wrong all along. There was already someone there, but it wasn't Snape. It wasn't even Voldemort. Chapter 17. Harry, with the help of his friends and the timely intervention from Dumbledore, saves the Philosopher's Stone from Quirrell, the real servant of Lord Voldemort. Even though Severus Snape makes a real effort to keep Harry safe in his first year, during the months spent together, the professor doesn't grow to like the boy. Losing the House Cup to Gryffindor after Dumbledore's additional house points at the end of the year feast isn't helping. Snape was shaking Professor McGonagall's hand with a horrible forced smile. He caught Harry's eye, and Harry knew at once that Snape's feelings towards him hadn't changed one jot. When the last term of the year concludes, Severus goes home to Spinner's End to spend the summer there before he returns to Hogwarts next September. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 1-4. After Professor Quirrell dies and Lord Voldemort flees Hogwarts, Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore opts to destroy the Philosopher's Stone. With the danger now gone and the boy whose protection he saw safely back at home, there is no reason for Severus Snape to stay in Hogwarts. As is his custom, Snape goes home to Spinner's End, where he spends the summer vacation alone, surrounded by books. In the meantime, Harry Potter is having a much more eventful break. First, he meets Dobby, the house elf who warns him against returning to school. Then, courtesy of him, Harry is wrongly accused of underage magic usage. The Dursleys, realizing that Harry cannot hex them, lock him up in his room until Ron, Fred, and George come to his aid in the Weasley family's old flying car. After the three bust him out, Harry spends the rest of the summer holiday at the Burrow, home of the Weasleys. He meets Ron's youngest sister, Ginny, and it is with the Weasleys with whom he visits Diagon Alley. He meets their new defense against the dark arts teacher, the famous author Gilderoy Lockhart, as well as Draco Malfoy and his father, Lucius. On the first day of the new school term, Harry and Ron failed to enter platform 9 3/4 and access Hogwarts Express. In their panic, they decide to use the old Ford Angela to fly to Hogwarts. This, however, ends in big trouble and costs Ron his wand, which snaps in half upon their crash landing. Chapter 5. Snape is well aware of Harry never arriving by the Hogwarts Express and decides into looking into his disappearance. He quickly realizes that the boy has made it to school using a flying car. He goes to confront him about it. "Hang on," Harry muttered to Ron. "There's an empty chair at the staff table. Where's Snape?" Professor Severus Snape was Harry's least favorite teacher. Harry also happened to be Snape's least favorite student. Cruel, sarcastic, and disliked by everybody except the students from his own house, Slytherin, Snape taught potions. "Maybe he's ill," said Ron hopefully. "Maybe he's left," said Harry, "because he missed out on the defense against the dark arts job again." "Or maybe he might have been sacked," said Ron enthusiastically. "I mean, everyone hates him." "Or maybe," said a very cold voice right behind them, "he's waiting to hear why you two didn't arrive on the school train." Harry spun around. There, his black robes rippling in a cold breeze, stood Severus Snape. He was a thin man with sallow skin, a hooked nose, and greasy shoulder-length black hair. And at this moment, he was smiling in a way that told Harry he and Ron were in very deep trouble. "Follow me," said Snape. The professor is eager to deal with the delinquents, though he recognizes that he has no right to give them the punishments he thinks fit for the crime. "In," he said, opening a door halfway down the cold passageway and pointing. They entered Snape's office, shivering. The shadowy walls were lined with shelves of large glass jars, in which floated all manner of revolting things Harry didn't really want to know the name of at that moment. The fireplace was dark and empty. Snape closed the door and turned to look at them. "So," he said softly, "the train isn't good enough for the famous Harry Potter and his faithful sidekick, Weasley. Wanted to arrive with a bang, did we, boys?" "No, sir. It was the barrier at King's Cross. "Silence," said Snape coldly. "What have you done with the car?" Ron gulped. This wasn't the first time Snape had given Harry the impression of being able to read minds. But a moment later, he understood, as Snape unrolled today's issue of the Evening Prophet. "You were seen," he hissed, showing them the headline, "Flying Fort Angela Mystifies Muggles." He began to read aloud. "Two Muggles in London, convinced they saw an old car flying over the post office tower at noon in Norfolk. Miss Hetley Bayliss, while hanging out her washing, Mr. Angus Fleet of Feebles reported to police. 6 or 7 Muggles in all. I believe your father works in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office," he said, looking up at Ron and smiling still more nastily. Dear, dear, his own son. Harry felt as though he'd just been walloped in the stomach by one of the mad tree's larger branches. If anyone found out Mr. Weasley had bewitched the car, he hadn't thought of that. "I noticed in my search of the park that considerable damage seems to have been done to a very valuable Whomping Willow," Snape went on. "That tree did more damage to us than we," Ron blurted out. "Silence!" snapped Snape again. "Most unfortunately, you are not in my house, and the decision to expel you does not rest with me. I shall go and fetch the people who do have that happy power. You will wait here. Soon he returns." 10 minutes later, Snape returned, and sure enough, it was Professor McGonagall who accompanied him. Harry had seen Professor McGonagall angry on several occasions, but either he had forgotten just how thin her mouth could go, or he had never seen her this angry before. She raised her wand the moment she entered. Harry and Ron both flinched, but she merely pointed it at the empty fireplace where flames suddenly erupted. "Sit," she said, and they both backed into their chairs by the fire. "Explain," she said, her glasses glinting ominously. Ron launched into the story, starting with the barrier at the station refusing to let them through. "So we had no choice, Professor. We couldn't get on the train." "Why didn't you send us a letter by owl? I believe you have an owl?" Professor McGonagall said coldly to Harry. Harry gaped at her. Now she said it, that seemed the obvious thing to have done. I didn't think." "That," said Professor McGonagall, "is obvious." There was a knock on the office door, and Snape, now looking happier than ever, opened it. There stood the headmaster, Professor Dumbledore. Harry's whole body went numb. Dumbledore was looking unusually grave. He stared down his very crooked nose at them, and Harry suddenly found himself wishing he and Ron were still being beaten up by the Whomping Willow. There was a long silence, then Dumbledore said, "Please explain why you did this." It would have been better if he had shouted. Harry hated the disappointment in his voice. For some reason, he was unable to look Dumbledore in the eyes and spoke instead to his knees. He told Dumbledore everything except that Mr. Weasley owned the bewitched car, making it sound as though he and Ron had happened to find a flying car parked outside the station. He knew Dumbledore would see through this at once, but Dumbledore asked no questions about the car. When Harry had finished, he merely continued to peer at them through his spectacles. "We'll go and get our stuff," said Ron in a hopeless sort of voice. "What are you talking about, Weasley?" barked Professor McGonagall. "Well, you're expelling us, aren't you?" said Ron. Harry looked quickly at Dumbledore. "Not today, Mr. Weasley," said Dumbledore. "But I must impress upon both of you the seriousness of what you have done. I'll be writing to both your families tonight. I must also warn you that if you do anything like this again, I will have no choice but to expel you." Snape looked as though Christmas had been cancelled. He cleared his throat and said, "Professor Dumbledore, these boys have flouted the decree for the restriction of underage wizardry, caused serious damage to an old and valuable tree. Surely acts of this nature. It will be for Professor McGonagall to decide on these boys' punishments, Severus," said Dumbledore calmly. "They are in her house and are therefore her responsibility." He turned to Professor McGonagall. "I must go back to the feast, Minerva. I've got to give out a few notices. Come, Severus, there's a delicious-looking custard tart that I want to sample." Snape shot a look of pure venom at Harry and Ron as he allowed himself to be swept out of his office, leaving them alone with Professor McGonagall, who was still eyeing them like a wrathful eagle. Chapter 6 and 7. Though Professor Snape does not make his disappointment over Harry remaining a Hogwarts student a secret, the boy finds another teacher even more troublesome. Gilderoy Lockhart, believing that as a famous wizard, he should be a mentor figure to Harry, keeps pestering the boy, who grows to dislike his new teacher quickly. As classes commence, Snape educates the students about potions. Though he already has a full-time job, the professor does not neglect his other duties, such as being the head of House for Slytherin. "But I booked the field," said Wood, positively spitting with rage. "I booked it!" "Ah," said Flint, "but I've got a specially signed note here from Professor Snape. I, Professor S. Snape, give the Slytherin team permission to practice today on the Quidditch field owing to the need to train their new Seeker." The new Seeker, to Harry's dismay, turns out to be Draco Malfoy, who appears to have bought his way into the Slytherin Quidditch team by giving all his new teammates a top-of-the-line racing broom, the recently released Nimbus 2001. On the very same day, Harry is due to detention. While helping Professor Lockhart answer fan mails, he hears an ominous whispering yearning for blood. Chapter 8-9. The next time Snape encounters Harry outside of the classroom is on Halloween. Previously, Harry had been invited to Nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party, so on the very evening of Halloween, he attends that instead of the usual feast. After leaving, he hears the scary whisper once again. Even though Ron and Hermione state that they can't hear anything, Harry follows the sound and eventually reaches the second floor. He finds water on the floor, a text on the wall saying the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, and the caretaker's petrified cat. An interrogation follows where Professor Snape is presented as well as other teachers and the caretaker, Argus Filch. The silent crowd parted to let them pass. Lockhart, looking excited and important, hurried after Dumbledore. So did Professor McGonagall and Snape. As they entered Lockhart's darkened office, there was a flurry of movement across the walls. Harry saw several of the Lockharts in the pictures dodging out of sight, their hairs in rollers. The real Lockhart lit the candles on his desk and stood back. Dumbledore lay Mrs. Norris on the polished surface and began to examine her. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged tense looks and sank into chairs outside the pool of candlelight, watching. The tip of Dumbledore's long, crooked nose was barely an inch from Mrs. Norris's fur. He was looking at her closely through his half-moon spectacles, his long fingers gently prodding and poking. Professor McGonagall was bent almost as close, her eyes narrowed. Snape loomed behind them, half in shadow, wearing a most peculiar expression. It was as though he was trying hard not to smile. Though Filch suspects Harry of petrifying his cat, Dumbledore explains that the magic used to achieve this is beyond what a second-year student is capable of. Snape agrees, but he's far from announcing Harry as innocent. "If I might speak, Headmaster," said Snape from the shadows, and Harry's sense of foreboding increased. He was sure nothing Snape had to say was going to do him any good. "Potter and his friends may have simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time," he said in a slight sneer, curling his mouth as though he doubted it. "But we do have a set of suspicious circumstances here. Why was he in the upstairs corridor at all? Why wasn't he at the Halloween feast?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione all launched into explanation about the Death Day party. "There were hundreds of ghosts. They'll tell you we were there." "But why not join the feast afterward?" said Snape, his black eyes glittering in the candlelight. "Why go up to that corridor?" Ron and Hermione looked at Harry. Because, Harry said, his heart thumping very fast. Something told him it would sound very far-fetched if he told them he had been led there by a bodiless voice no one but he could hear. "Because we were tired and wanted to go to bed," he said. "Without any supper," said Snape, a triumphant smile flickering across his gaunt face. "I didn't think ghosts provided food fit for those living at their parties." "We weren't hungry," said Ron loudly as his stomach gave a huge rumble. Snape's nasty smile widened. "I suggest, Headmaster, that Potter is not being entirely truthful," he said. "It might be a good idea if he were deprived of certain privileges until he is ready to tell us the whole story. I personally feel he should be taken off the Gryffindor Quidditch team until he is ready, to be honest." "Really, Severus," said Professor McGonagall sharply. "I see no reason to stop the boy playing Quidditch. This cat wasn't hit over the head with a broomstick. There is no evidence at all that Potter has done anything wrong." Dumbledore was giving Harry a searching look. His twinkling light blue gaze made Harry feel as though he were being X-rayed. "Innocent until proven guilty, Severus," he said firmly. Snape looked furious. Lockhart offers to brew that potion that can restore Filch's cat to full health, but the already angry Snape finds fault with this. "Excuse me," said Snape icily, "but I believe I am the potions master at this school." The events captivate many students, Harry and his friends amongst them. Hermione even asked the history of magic teacher, Professor Binns, about the Chamber of Secrets. As it turns out, the chamber is hidden in a place in the castle built by Salazar Slytherin, where a monster awaits to be unleashed so it can purge Hogwarts from Muggle-born students. Binns maintains, however, that several of the headmasters in the past tried and failed to find any proof of the existence of the place. Harry disagrees and even thinks that the heir of Slytherin mentioned in the writing on the wall must be Draco Malfoy. Hermione proposes to use Polyjuice Potion to assume the appearance of Malfoy's friends and trick the truth out of him. Chapters 10 to 11. After acquiring the book with the recipe, the friends realize that brewing the Polyjuice Potions will not be easy. Besides being incredibly complicated, the potion requires ingredients Hermione thinks they can only find in Professor Snape's private collection. The first Quidditch match of the season happens soon, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Though Harry catches the golden snitch and wins the game, he is injured by a bludger that seems to have been tampered with, so it will only attack him. Professor Lockhart attempts to heal his broken arm and manages to make all the bones in his arm disappear. Consequently, Harry ends up in the hospital wing, facing the painful process of regrowing his bones. During the night, Dobby, the house elf, visits Harry, admitting that he closed the entry to platform 9 3/4 in the hope that Harry can't get to Hogwarts, and it has also been him who hexed the bludger, thinking it will injure the boy enough so the school will send him home. Before Harry can learn anything about Dobby's reasons, the elf flees, just avoiding Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall, who are carrying yet another petrified victim. Harry, while pretending to be asleep, hears Professor Dumbledore admitting that the Chamber of Secrets is real and has been opened. Soon, the time when Harry and his friends need to raid Professor Snape's office to finish the Polyjuice Potion arrives. They still needed the bicorn horn and the boomslang skin, and the only place they were going to get them was from Snape's private stores. Harry privately felt he'd rather face Slytherin's legendary monster than let Snape catch him robbing his office. "What we need," said Hermione briskly as Thursday's afternoon double potion lesson loomed nearer, "is a diversion. Then one of us can sneak into Snape's office and take what we need." Harry and Ron looked at her nervously. "I think I'd better do the actual stealing," Hermione continued in a matter-of-fact tone. "You two will be expelled if you get into any more trouble, and I've got a clean record, so all you need to do is cause enough mayhem to keep Snape busy for 5 minutes or so." Harry smiled feebly. Deliberately causing mayhem in Snape's potion class was about as safe as poking a sleeping dragon in the eye. Potions lesson took place in one of the large dungeons. Thursday's afternoon lesson proceeded in the usual way. 20 cauldrons stood steaming between the wooden desks on which stood brass scales and jars of ingredients. Snape prowled through the fumes, making waspish remarks about the Gryffindor's work, while the Slytherins sniggered appreciatively. Draco Malfoy, who was Snape's favorite student, kept flicking pufferfish eyes at Ron and Harry, who knew that if they retaliated, they would get detention faster than you could say unfair. Harry's swelling solution was far too runny, but he had his mind on more important things. He was waiting for Hermione's signal, and he hardly listened as Snape paused to sneer at his watery potion. When Snape turned and walked off to bully Neville, Hermione caught Harry's eye and nodded. Harry ducked swiftly down behind his cauldron, pulled out one of Fred's filibuster fireworks out of his pocket, and gave it a quick prod with his wand. The firework began to fizz and sputter. Knowing he had only seconds, Harry straightened up, took aim, and lobbed it into the air. It landed right on target in Goyle's cauldron. Goyle's potion exploded, showering the whole class. People shrieked as splashes of the swelling solution hit them. Malfoy got a faceful of his nose and began to swell like a balloon. Goyle blundered around, his hands over his eyes, which had expanded to the size of a dinner plate. Snape was trying to restore calm and find out what happened. Through the confusion, Harry saw Hermione slip quietly into Snape's office. "Silence! Silence!" Snape roared. "Anyone who has been splashed, come here for a deflating draft. When I find out who did this." Harry tried not to laugh as he watched Malfoy hurry forward, his head drooping with the weight of a nose like a small melon. As half the class lumbered up to Snape's desk, some weighted down with arms like clubs, others unable to talk through gigantic puffed-up lips. Harry saw Hermione slide back into the dungeon, the front of her robes bulging. When everyone had taken a swig of antidote and the various swellings had subsided, Snape swept over to Goyle's cauldron and scooped out the twisted black remains of the firework. There was a sudden hush. "If I ever find out who threw this," Snape whispered, "I shall make sure that person is expelled." Harry arranged his face into what he hoped was a puzzled expression. Snape was looking right at him, and the bell that rang 10 minutes later could not have been more welcome. In the following weeks, Snape, though suspicious of Harry, is unable to prove the boy's involvement in the incident. He busies himself with something else, arranging dueling lessons to the students alongside Professor Lockhart. "I wonder who'll be teaching us," said Hermione as they edged into the chattering crowd. "Someone told me Flitwick was a dueling champion when he was young. Maybe it'll be him." "As long as it's not," Harry began, but he ended on a groan. Gilderoy Lockhart was walking onto the stage, resplendent in robes of deep plum and accompanied by none other than Snape, wearing his usual black. Lockhart waved an arm for silence and called, "Gather around! Gather around! Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent! Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves, as I have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape," said Lockhart, flashing a wide smile. "He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself, and he has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now, I don't want any of you youngsters to worry. You'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him. Never fear." Snape and Lockhart demonstrated the basics. Snape's upper lip was curling. Harry wondered why Lockhart was still smiling. If Snape had been looking at him like that, he'd be running as fast as he could in the opposite direction. Lockhart and Snape turned to face each other and bowed. At least, Lockhart did, with much twirling of his hands, whereas Snape jerked his head irritably. They then raised their wands like swords in front of them. "As you see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position," Lockhart told the silent crowd. "On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course." "I wouldn't bet on that," Harry muttered, watching Snape baring his teeth. 1, 2, 3. Both of them swung their wands above their heads and pointed them at their opponent. Snape cried, "Expelliarmus!" There was a dazzling flash of scarlet light, and Lockhart was blasted off his feet. He flew backward off the stage, smashing into the wall, and slid down to the sprawl on the floor. After deciding that the disarming spell would be a good place for the students to start, Snape pairs up Harry and Malfoy for practice. "Well, there you have it," he said, tottering back onto the platform. "That was a disarming charm, as you see. I've lost my wand. Thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape, but if you don't mind me saying so, it was very obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you, it would have been only too easy. However, I felt it would be instructive to let them see." Snape was looking murderous. Possibly Lockhart had noticed because he said, "Enough demonstrating. I'm going to come amongst you now and put you all into pairs. Professor Snape, if you'd like to help me." They moved through the crowd, matching up partners. Lockhart teamed Neville with Justin Filch Fletchley, but Snape reached Harry and Ron first. "Time to split up the dream team, I think," he sneered. "Weasley, you can partner with Finnegan." "Potter." Harry moved automatically toward Hermione. "I don't think so," said Snape, smiling coldly. "Mr. Malfoy, come over here. Let's see what you make of the famous Potter. And you, Miss Granger, you can partner Miss Bulstrode." This inevitably ends in a very real duel, one that Snape has to stop. "Stop! Stop!" screamed Lockhart, but Snape took charge. "Finit incantanum," he shouted. Harry's feet stopped dancing, Malfoy stopped laughing, and they were able to look up. Lockhart, somewhat disheartened by the terrible result of the first try all around, decides teaching how to block a spell might be beneficial. Snape proposes Harry and Malfoy to demonstrate. "I think I'd better teach you how to block unfriendly spells," said Lockhart, standing flustered in the midst of the hall. He glanced at Snape, whose black eyes glinted and looked quickly away. "Let's have a volunteer pair. Longbottom and Finch Fletchley, how about you?" "A bad idea, Professor Lockhart," said Snape, gliding over like a large and malevolent bat. "Longbottom causes devastation with the simplest spells. We'll be sending what's left of Finch Fletchley up to the hospital wing in a matchbox." Neville's round pink face went pinker. "How about Malfoy and Potter?" said Snape with a twisted smile. The potion master clearly has plans with this. Snape moved closer to Malfoy, bent down and whispered something in his ear. Malfoy smirked too. Harry looked up nervously at Lockhart and said, "Professor, could you show me that blocking thing again?" Following Professor Snape's instructions, Malfoy conjures a snake and it becomes obvious that Snape wanted to scare Harry. "Don't move, Potter," said Snape lazily, clearly enjoying the sight of Harry standing motionless, eye to eye with the angry snake. "I'll get rid of it." However, the snake turns to another student, Justin Finch Fletchley, and Harry tells it not to hurt the boy. The snake, to his surprise, obeys him. Finally, Professor Snape intercepts the animal. Snape stepped forward, waved his wand, and the snake vanished into a small puff of black smoke. Snape, too, was looking at Harry in an unexpected way. It was a shrewd and calculating look, and Harry didn't like it. He was also dimly aware of an ominous muttering all around the walls. Then he felt a tugging on the back of his robes. "Come on," said Ron's voice in his ear. "Move, come on." Ron makes Harry leave, and shortly the boy is informed that he has been speaking Parseltongue, the language of snakes and dark magic. Hermione adds that Salazar Slytherin had this skill too, thinking that now everyone will suspect Harry to be the heir. This quickly proves to be true, especially after he happens to be the one who finds Justin lying in the corridor petrified, just a day later with nearly headless Nick, the ghost, somehow also rendered unconscious beside him. Harry ends up in Dumbledore's office after this incident. Chapter 12 to 13. In Dumbledore's office, Harry gets acquainted with Fawkes, the Phoenix, and then finds out in a brief conversation that the headmaster does not blame him for the attacks. After this, the teachers, Snape among them, are patrolling the corridors, especially at night. However, nothing happens until Christmas. Once the school is mostly empty, with the majority of students being happy to go home for the holiday, Harry and his friends are using the Polyjuice potion to interrogate Malfoy. While the boys are assuming the appearance of Crabbe and Goyle, Hermione accidentally turns herself into a human-cat hybrid, which lands her in the hospital wing for several weeks. To their disappointment, it turns out that Malfoy is not the heir of Slytherin. Shortly after the new term begins, Harry and Ron find a diary of one Tom Riddle in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, which, according to their ghost, someone has tried to flush down the toilet. Though it appears to be empty, Harry eventually realizes that the diary is magical. Tom Riddle used it to record his memories. Riddle, living as a memory of himself in the little book, shows Harry how he confronted the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years prior, Rubeus Hagrid. Chapter 14. Ominous events follow. First, someone breaks into Harry's room and steals Riddle's diary. Then, right before the next Quidditch game, Professor McGonagall appears, telling the team that Quidditch has been cancelled indefinitely due to another double attack. The victims this time are a Ravenclaw girl and Hermione. In the light of their friend being petrified, Harry and Ron decide it is time they talk to Hagrid. They visit him at night, as at no other time can they manage to sneak out of the castle with the new security measures. Using Harry's invisibility cloak, they have to pass Professor Snape, who's guarding the corridors once again. Their invisibility cloak didn't stop them making any noise, and there was a particular tense moment when Ron stubbed his toe only yards from the spot where Snape stood standing guard. Thankfully, Snape sneezed at almost exactly the moment Ron swore. It was with relief that they reached the oak front doors and eased them open. The boys can't, however, really ask Hagrid about the monster he unleashed. The Minister of Magic arrives at his hut, accompanied by Dumbledore. Fudge, despite Dumbledore's insistence that Hagrid is innocent, arrests the man, and shortly after, Lucius Malfoy shows up at the scene too, informing Dumbledore that the governors of the school have decided to remove him from the headmaster's position, seeing how he's clearly unable to keep the students safe. Before leaving for the wizarding prison Azkaban, Hagrid tells Harry and Ron to follow the spiders. Chapter 15. Fear fills the castle after Dumbledore leaves them, but not everyone finds the new developments troubling. Malfoy sees the opportunity to promote his favorite teacher, Snape. Snape swept past Harry, making no comment about Hermione's empty seat and cauldron. "Sir," said Malfoy loudly, "so why don't you apply for the headmaster's job?" Now, Malfoy," said Snape, though he couldn't suppress a thin-lipped smile. "Professor Dumbledore has only been suspended by the governors. I dare say he'll be back with us soon enough." "Yeah, right," said Malfoy, smirking. "I expect you'd have Father's vote, sir, if you wanted to apply for the job. I'll tell Father you're the best teacher here, sir." Snape smirked as he swept off around the dungeon, fortunately not spotting Seamus Finnegan, who was pretending to vomit into his cauldron. Harry eventually convinces Ron to do what Hagrid told them to, and using the cloak once again, they follow the spiders that appear to flee the castle into the Forbidden Forest. Here, they meet Aragog, the giant talking spider, and his family. Aragog tells them that he is not Slytherin's monster, and in fact, his kind is the natural enemy of the monster, which is why spiders have all left Hogwarts. After confirming that it was not Hagrid who opened the Chamber of Secrets and telling them that one girl had died when it was last opened, Harry and Ron escape from the hungry spiders with the help of the flying forward Angela, which now lives in the forest. Harry figures out that the last real victim of the monster had been Moaning Myrtle. Chapter 16. Summer draws close. Just 1 week before the exams would start, Harry and Ron learn from a page torn from a book they find in Hermione's hand that the Slytherin's monster is a basilisk, a giant snake that can petrify people with nothing but a glance. Soon, the boys find themselves in the staff room, eavesdropping on the teachers as something worse than another petrified student happens. The news takes a heavy toll on the professors, Snape included. From between the musty folds of the cloak, they, Harry and Ron, watched the teachers filtering into the room. Some of them were looking puzzled, others downright scared. Then Professor McGonagall arrived. "It has happened," she told the silent staff room. "A student has been taken by the monster, right into the chamber itself." Professor Flitwick let out a squeal. Professor Sprout clapped her hands over her mouth. Snape gripped the back of a chair very hard and said, "How can you be sure?" To Ron's desperation, the victim turns out to be his sister, Ginny. Moments later, Lockhart arrives, providing Snape with something to channel his frustration into. "So sorry, dozed off. What have I missed?" He didn't seem to notice that the other teachers were looking at him with something remarkably like hatred. Snape stepped forward. "Just the man," he said. "The very man. A girl has been snatched by the monster, Lockhart, taken into the Chamber of Secrets itself. Your moment has come at last." Lockhart blanched. "That's right, Gilderoy," chipped in Professor Sprout. "Weren't you saying just last night that you've known all along where the entrance to this Chamber of Secrets is?" I, spluttered Lockhart. "Yes, didn't you tell me you were sure you knew what was inside it?" pipped up Professor Flitwick. "Did I? I don't recall." "I certainly remember you saying you were sorry you hadn't had a crack at that monster before Hagrid was arrested," said Snape. "Didn't you say that the whole affair had been bungled and that you should have been given a free rein from the first?" Later that night, out of the hopelessness, Harry and Ron decide to tell Lockhart what they know, which includes where to find the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. However, they find the professor packing, and soon, Lockhart reveals that he's a fraud, and the heroic acts he's contributed to himself in his many books have been done by other people. He attempts to wipe the boy's memory, but they disarm him and force him to accompany them into the Chamber of Secrets. There, he grabs hold of Ron's broken wand and finally casts the memory charm, only to hit himself instead of his targets, wiping his entire memory clean. Separated by a caved-in tunnel, Harry has to go ahead alone. Chapter 17 to 18. Harry faces the heir of Slytherin, who is the memory in the diary, Tom Riddle. He's now feeding on Ginny's life and capable of having a physical form. He tells Harry that he is the boy who later becomes Lord Voldemort, and then calls the Basilisk. Harry, with some help from Fawkes the Phoenix and the Old Sorting Hat, defeats the monster and destroys Riddle's diary, saving Ginny's life in the process. Soon, everything gets back to the usual order in Hogwarts. Dumbledore and Hagrid return, and the victims of the Basilisk are fully awakened. Dobby, who turns out to be the Malfoy family servant, is now freed thanks to Harry. Lucius Malfoy, who has given the cursed diary to Ginny back in Diagon Alley, is removed from the school governors. Teachers and students alike go home for the summer vacation, where Severus Snape prepares for yet another year of protecting the boy he dislikes so immensely. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Chapters 1 to 4. Shortly after Slytherin's monster is defeated, a new menace appears in the wizarding world, Sirius Black, a dark wizard who killed 13 people with a single curse. The news of Black's escape from Azkaban reaches Severus Snape at his home at Spinner's End. While he's dealing with the fact that his old bully, who's also the man responsible for the death of Lily Potter, is now on the run and after the very child whose protection Severus swore, the boy himself is back in the safety of Privet Drive. He's not entirely free of Snape though, not even during the vacation. The separation from his spellbooks had been a real problem for Harry because his teachers at Hogwarts had given him a lot of holiday work. One of the essays, a particularly nasty one about shrinking potions, was for Harry's least favorite teacher, Professor Snape, who would be delighted to have an excuse to give Harry detention for a month. As Snape gets ready for another year of protecting Harry, this time from a mass murderer who has been Lord Voldemort's most devoted lieutenant, the boy is having a disagreement first with his Aunt Marge, then with the law. After learning that Sirius Black has escaped Azkaban to kill him, Harry still manages to board the Hogwarts Express on the 1st of September, where he encounters their new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Lupin, as well as the dreadful guards of Azkaban, the Dementors. These creatures are having a terrible effect on Harry, who passes out the first time he meets one of them. Chapter 5. Snape and Harry see one another at the start of the year feast, where the boy and his friends spot the professor's less than enthusiastic reaction to Dumbledore's announcing Lupin as a new teacher. "Look at Snape," Ron hissed in Harry's ear. Professor Snape, the potion master, was staring along the staff table at Professor Lupin. It was common knowledge that Snape wanted the Defense Against the Dark Arts job, but even Harry, who hated Snape, was startled at the expression twisting his thin, sallow face. It was beyond anger. It was loathing. Harry knew that expression only too well. It was the look Snape wore every time he set eyes on Harry. Chapters 6 and 7. The next day brings new subjects to Harry: divination and care for magical creatures. While the divination teacher, Professor Trelawney, foresees his untimely demise, Hagrid, as freshly appointed professor, leads an eventful first class, during which he introduces his students to the magnificent hippogriffs, half-horse, half-eagle creatures. Due to his own fault, Malfoy gets attacked and injured by one of them, ruining Hagrid's first day as a teacher and jeopardizing his career as well. While Harry, who knows the school's healer's capabilities well enough, is sure that Malfoy's arm has been healed instantly, the boy acts as if his injury would be serious. Some indulge him in this, like Professor Snape. Settle down, said Professor Snape idly. Harry and Ron scowled at each other. Snape wouldn't have said settle down if they'd walked in late, but he'd have given them detention. But Malfoy had always been able to get away with anything in Snape's classes. Snape was head of Slytherin House, and generally favored his own students above all others. With Snape's help, Malfoy makes the most of the situation. "Sir," Malfoy called, "Sir, I'll need help cutting up these daisy roots because of my arm." "Weasley, cut up Malfoy's roots for him," said Snape without looking up. Ron went brick red. "There's nothing wrong with your arm," he hissed at Malfoy. Malfoy smirked across the table. "Weasley, you heard Professor Snape. Cut up these roots." Ron seized his knife, pulled Malfoy's roots toward him, and began to chop them roughly, so that all were different sizes. "Professor," drawled Malfoy, "Weasley's mutilating my roots, sir." Snape approached their table, stared down his hooked nose at the roots, then gave Ron an unpleasant smile from beneath his long, greasy black hair. "Change roots with Malfoy, Weasley." "But sir," Ron had spent the last quarter of an hour carefully shredding his own roots into exactly equal pieces. "Now," said Snape in his most dangerous voice. Ron shoved his own beautifully cut roots across the table at Malfoy, then took up the knife again. "And sir, I'll need this shrivel leg skinned," said Malfoy, his voice full of malicious laughter. "Potter, you can skin Malfoy's shivalik," said Snape, giving Harry the look of loathing he always reserved just for him. Harry Potter, however, is not the only student the Potion Master clearly loathes. A few cauldrons away, Neville was in trouble. Neville regularly went to pieces in potions lessons. It was his worst subject, and his great fear of Professor Snape made things 10 times worse. His potion, which was supposed to be a bright acid green, had turned orange, Longbottom, said Snape, ladling some up and allowing to splash back into the cauldron so that everyone could see. "Orange. Tell me, boy, does anything penetrate that thick skull of yours? Didn't you hear me say quite clearly that only 1 tat spleen was needed? Didn't I state plainly that a dash of leech juice would suffice? What do I have to do to make you understand, Longbottom?" Neville was pink and trembling. He looked as though he was on the verge of tears. "Please, sir," said Hermione. "Please, I could help Neville put it right." "I don't remember asking you to show off, Miss Granger," said Snape coldly, and Hermione went as pink as Neville. "Longbottom, at the end of this lesson, we will feed a few drops of this potion to your toad and see what happens. Perhaps that will encourage you to do it properly." Snape moved away, leaving Neville breathless with fear. While Neville is having a hard time, Harry is informed by Seamus Finnegan that Sirius Black has been spotted not far away from Hogwarts. This prompts Draco to ask Harry if he plans on going after the killer himself, much to Harry's confusion, who can't see why he would willingly seek out someone who wants to kill him. Professor Snape is not done torturing Neville. The end of the lesson in sight, Snape strode over to Nettle, who was cowering by his cauldron. "Everyone gather around," said Snape, his black eyes glittering, "and watch what happens to Longbottom's toad. If he has managed to produce a shrinking solution, it will shrink to a tadpole. If, as I don't doubt, he has done it wrong, his toad is likely to be poisoned." The Gryffindors watched fearfully. The Slytherins looked excited. Snape picked up Trevor the toad in his left hand and dipped a small spoon into Neville's potion, which was now green. He trickled a few drops down Trevor's throat. There was a moment of hushed silence in which Trevor gulped. Then there was a small pop, and Trevor the tadpole was wriggling in Snape's palm. The Gryffindors burst into applause. Snape, looking sour, pulled a small bottle from the pocket of his robe, poured a few drops on the top of Trevor, and he reappeared, suddenly fully grown. 5 points from Gryffindor, said Snape, which wiped the smiles from every face. "I told you not to help him, Miss Granger. Class dismissed." The very same day, Snape finds an opportunity to bully Neville some more when Professor Lupin leads his class to the staff room to confront a boggart. Professor Snape was sitting in a low armchair and he looked around as the class filled in. His eyes were glittering and there was a nasty sneer playing around his mouth. As Professor Lupin came in and made to close the door behind him, Snape said, "Leave it open, Lupin. I'd rather not witness this." He got to his feet and strode past the class, his black robes billowing behind him. At the doorway, he turned on his heel and said, "Possibly no one's warned you, Lupin, but this class contains Neville Longbottom. I would advise you not to entrust him with anything difficult, not unless Miss Granger is hissing instructions in his ear." Neville went scarlet. Harry glared at Snape. It was bad enough that he bullied Neville in his own classes, let alone doing it in front of other teachers. Professor Lupin had raised his eyebrows. "I was hoping that Neville would assist me with the first stage of this operation," he said, "and I am sure he will perform it admirably." Neville's face went, if possible, even redder. Snape's lip curled, but he left, shutting the door with a snap. Lupin warned his students that the Boggart will assume the shape of whatever they fear the most, and as it happens, for Neville, this is none other than Professor Snape. Lupin helps Neville overcome this as the boy faces the Boggart Snape. A jet of sparks shot from the end of Professor Lupin's wand and hit the doorknob. The wardrobe burst open. Hook-nosed and menacing, Professor Snape stepped out, his eyes flashing at Neville. Neville backed away, his wand up, mouthing wordlessly. Snape was bearing down upon him, reaching inside his robes. Ridiculous!" squealed Neville. There was a noise, like a whip crack. Snape stumbled. He was wearing a long, lace-trimmed dress and a towering hat topped with a moth-eaten vulture, and he was swinging a huge crimson handbag. There was a roar of laughter. The Boggart paused, confused, and Professor Lupin shouted, "Pavati, forward!" Although Harry does not get the chance to fight the creature, Lupin provides Neville another opportunity at the end. "Forward, Neville, and finish him off," said Lupin as the Boggart landed on the floor as a cockroach. Crack! Snape was back. This time, Neville charged forward, looking determined. "Ridiculous!" he shouted. And they had a split-second's view of Snape in his lacy dress before Neville let out a great "ha" of laughter, and the Boggart exploded, burst into 1,000 tiny wisps of smoke, and was gone. Chapter 8. News of these events spread rapidly all across the school, to Professor Snape's dismay. Snape was in a particularly vindictive mood these days, and no one was in any doubt why. The story of the Boggart assuming Snape's shape and the way that Neville had dressed it in his grandmother's clothes had traveled through the school like wildfire. Snape didn't seem to find it funny. His eyes flashed menacingly at the very mention of Professor Lupin's name, and he was bullying Neville worse than ever. Weeks go by with nothing much happening. Snape attends to his duties as professor, as well as patrolling the corridors at night, and altogether making sure the students, and especially Harry Potter, are safe. He even helps out his colleagues in need. He was interrupted by a knock on the door. "Come in," called Lupin. The door opened, and in came Snape. He was carrying a goblet, which was smoking faintly, and stopped at the sight of Harry, his black eyes narrowing. "Ah, Severus," said Lupin, smiling. "Thanks very much. Could you leave it here on the desk for me?" Snape set down the smoking goblet, his eyes wandering between Harry and Lupin. "I was just showing Harry my Grindylow," said Lupin pleasantly, pointing at the tank. "Fascinating," said Snape, without looking at it. "You should drink that directly, Lupin." Yes, I will," said Lupin. "I made an entire cauldron full," Snape continued, "if you need more." "I should probably take some again tomorrow. Thanks very much, Severus." "Not at all," said Snape. But there was a look in his eye Harry didn't like. He backed out of the room, unsmiling and watchful. "Why?" Harry began. Lupin looked at him and answered the unfinished question. "I've been feeling a bit off color," he said. "This potion is the only thing that helps. I am very lucky to be working alongside Professor Snape. There aren't many wizards who are up to making it." Professor Lupin took another sip, and Harry had a crazy urge to knock the goblet out of his hands. Soon, Harry has more to worry about than Snape's mysterious potion. That very night, while everyone is at the Halloween feast, Sirius Black manages to get into the castle and attacks the painting of the Fat Lady, the guardian of the door of the Gryffindor Tower. Chapter 9. While the students are spending the night in the Great Hall under the protection of staff and prefects, some of the teachers are searching the castle for Sirius Black. Harry heard the door of the hall creak open again, and more footsteps. "Headmaster!" It was Snape. Harry kept quite still, listening hard. "The whole of the 3rd floor has been searched. He's not there. And Filch has done the dungeons. Nothing there either." "What about the astronomy tower, Professor Trelawney's room, the owlery?" "All searched." "Very well, Severus. I didn't really expect Black to linger." "Have you any theory as to how he got in, Professor?" asked Snape. Harry raised his head very slightly off his arms to free his other ear. "Many, Severus, each of them as unlikely as the next." Harry opened his eyes a fraction and squinted up to where they stood. Dumbledore's back was to him, but he could see Percy's face, wrapped with attention, and Snape's profile, which looked angry. "You remember the conversation we had, Headmaster, just before, the start of term?" said Snape, who was barely opening his lips as though trying to block Percy out of the conversation. "I do, Severus," said Dumbledore, and there was something like warning in his voice. "It seems almost impossible that Black could have entered the school without inside help. I did express my concerns when you appointed. I do not believe a single person inside this castle would have helped Black enter it," said Dumbledore, and his tone made it so clear that the subject was closed that Snape didn't reply. "I must go down to the Dementors," said Dumbledore. "I said I would inform them when our search was complete." "Didn't they want to help, sir?" said Percy. "Oh yes," said Dumbledore coldly, "but I'm afraid no Dementor will cross the threshold of this castle while I am headmaster." Percy looked slightly abashed. Dumbledore left the hall, walking quickly and quietly. Snape stood for a moment, watching the headmaster with an expression of deep resentment on his face. Then he left too. After this night, Professor McGonagall feels that Harry needs extra protection, and Madame Hooch is assigned to look over the Gryffindor's Quidditch team's training sessions. Soon, dire news arrives. Though they have been practicing to face Slytherin, the house is backing out of the match, citing Malfoy's alleged injury. Malfoy, however, is not the only one skipping responsibilities due to illness. Harry skidded to a halt outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, pulled the door open and dashed inside. "Sorry I'm late, Professor Lupin, But it wasn't Professor Lupin who looked up at him from the teacher's desk. It was Snape. "This lesson began 10 minutes ago, Potter, so I think we'll make it 10 points from Gryffindor. Sit down." But Harry didn't move. "Where's Professor Lupin?" he said. "He says he's feeling too ill to teach today," said Snape with a twisted smile. "I believe I told you to sit down." But Harry stayed where he was. What's wrong with him? Snape's black eyes glittered. "Nothing life-threatening," he said, looking as though he wished it were. 5 more points from Gryffindor, and if I have to ask you to sit down again, it will be 50. Harry walked slowly to his seat and sat down. Snape looked around the class. "As I was saying before Potter interrupted, Professor Lupin has not left any record of the topics you have covered so far." "Please, sir, we've done Boggarts, Redcaps, Kappas, and Grindylows," said Hermione quickly, "and we're just about to start." "Be quiet," said Snape coldly. "I did not ask for information. I was merely commenting on Professor Lupin's lack of organization." "He's the best Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher we've ever had," said Dean Thomas boldly, and there was a murmur of agreement from the rest of the class. Snape looked more menacing than ever. "You are easily satisfied. Lupin is hardly overtaxing you. I would expect first years to be able to deal with Redcaps and Grindylows. Today we shall discuss." Harry watched him flick through the textbook to the very back chapter, which he must know they hadn't covered. "Werewolves," said Snape. "But sir," said Hermione, seemingly unable to restrain herself. "We're not supposed to do werewolves yet. We're due to start Hickey-Punks." "Miss Granger," said Snape in a voice of deadly calm. "I was under the impression that I am teaching this lesson, not you, and I'm telling you all to turn to page 394. He glanced around again. "All of you, now!" With many bitter sidelong looks and some sullen muttering, the class opened their books. "Which of you can tell me how we distinguish the werewolf and the true wolf?" said Snape. everyone sat in motionless silence. Everyone except Hermione, whose hand, as it so often did, had shot straight into the air. "Anyone," Snape said, ignoring Hermione. His twisted smile was back. "Are you telling me that Professor Lupin hasn't even taught you the basic distinction between—" "We told you," said Parvati suddenly. "We haven't gotten as far as werewolves yet. We're still on—" "Silence," snarled Snape. Well, I never thought I'd meet a third-year class who wouldn't even recognize a werewolf when they saw one. I shall make a point of informing Professor Dumbledore how very behind you all are." "Please, sir," said Hermione, whose hand was still in the air. "The werewolves differ from the true wolf in several small ways. The snout of the werewolf—" "That is the second time you have spoken out of turn, Miss Granger," said Snape coolly. 5 more points from Gryffindor for being an insufferable know-it-all." Hermione went very red, put down her hand, and stared at the floor with her eyes full of tears. It was a mark of how much the class loathed Snape that they were all glaring at him, because every one of them had called Hermione a know-it-all at least once, and Ron, who told Hermione she was a know-it-all at least twice a week, said loudly, "You asked us a question and she knows the answer. Why ask if you don't want to be told?" The class knew instantly he'd gone too far. Snape advanced on Ron slowly, and the room held its breath. "Detention, Weasley," Snape said silkily, his face very close to Ron's. "And if I ever hear you criticize the way I teach a class again, you will be very sorry indeed." No one made a sound throughout the rest of the lesson. They sat and made notes on werewolves from the textbook, while Snape prowled up and down the rows of desks, examining the work they had been doing with Professor Lupin. "Very poorly explained. That is incorrect. The kappa is more commonly found in Mongolia. Professor Lupin gave this 8 out of 10. I wouldn't have given it 3. When the bell rang at last, Snape held them back. "You will each write an essay to be handed in to me on the ways you recognize and kill werewolves. I want 2 rolls of parchment on the subject, and I want them by Monday morning. It is time somebody took this class in hand. Weasley, stay behind. We need to arrange your detention." Harry notes to Hermione that Snape seems to harbor especially bad feelings towards Lupin. "Snape's never been like this with any of our other defense against the dark arts teacher, even if he did want the job," Harry said to Hermione. "Why's he got it in for Lupin? Do you think this is all because of that Bogart?" Thanks to extremely bad weather and Dementors charging the stadium, Gryffindor loses the match against Hufflepuff. What's worse, Harry passes out and his treasured Nimbus 2000 gets carried away by the wind. It collides with the Whomping Willow and is broken beyond repair. Chapter 10. Soon, Harry leaves the hospital wing and rejoins his fellow students. The defense against the dark arts class held by Professor Snape seems to have made an impression on Harry's classmates. "If Snape's teaching defense against the dark arts again, I'm skivving off," said Ron as they headed towards Lupin's classroom after lunch. "Check who's in there, Hermione." Hermione peered around the classroom door. "It's okay." Professor Lupin was back at work. Professor Lupin, after having a conversation about Dementors with Harry, promises the boy that he will try and teach Harry how to repel the creatures. Before Christmas, Harry gets an artifact, the Marauder's Map, from Fred and George Weasley. With the help of the enchanted map, Harry sneaks down to Hogsmeade, despite not having the permission to do so. Here, he overhears a conversation between the Minister for Magic, a local barmaid, Madame Rosemerta, Hagrid, and Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. Harry learns that not only is Sirius Black his godfather, best friends of the late James Potter, but it was him who betrayed the Potters to Voldemort, getting Harry's parents killed. What's more, it turns out that one of the 13 people Black has killed before his arrest had been Peter Pettigrew, another friend of James who sought Black out to avenge the Potters. Chapter 11. Harry doesn't have much time to brood over these new revelations. First, it turns out Buckbeak, the hippogriff who injured Malfoy, is in danger of being eliminated. Then Christmas comes and Harry receives a mysterious present. It is the world's first and most expensive racing broom, a firebolt. As the present came without a note, Harry couldn't imagine who would have sent it to him. As Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, attacks Ron's rat once again, The mood in the Gryffindor Tower is icy when the friends go down to the Christmas feast. As it turns out, nearly everyone left the castle, except a few teachers. Professor Snape, of course, amongst them. At lunchtime, they went down to the Great Hall to find that the house tables had been moved against the walls again, and that a single table, set for 12, stood in the middle of the room. Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Sprout, and Flitwick were there, along with Filch, the caretaker, who had taken off his usual brown coat and was wearing a very old and rather mouldy-looking tailcoat. There were only 3 other students, 2 extremely nervous-looking first years and a sullen-faced Slytherin 5th year. "Merry Christmas," said Dumbledore as Harry, Ron, and Hermione approached the table. "As there are so few of us, it seems foolish to use the house tables. Sit down, sit down." Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat down side by side at the end of the table. "Crackers," said Dumbledore enthusiastically, offering the end of a large silver noisemaker to Snape, who took it reluctantly and tugged. With a bang like a gunshot, the cracker flew apart to reveal a large pointed witch's hat, topped with a stuffed vulture. Harry, remembering the Bogart, caught Ron's eye and they both grinned. Snape's mouth thinned and he pushed the hat toward Dumbledore, who swapped it for his wizard's hat at once. Professor Trelawney joins them mid-meal, and as is her custom, she paints a grim future. The subject of her dark prophecies is Professor Lupin this time, who's ill once more. Dumbledore disagrees with the divination teacher, knowing that Lupin's health is in good hands. "I doubt," said Dumbledore in a cheerful but slightly raised voice, which put an end to Professor McGonagall and Professor Trelawney's conversation, "that Professor Lupin is in any immediate danger. Severus, you've made the potion for him again?" "Yes, Headmaster," said Snape. "Good," said Dumbledore. "Then he should be up and about in no time." That evening, Professor McGonagall visits the Gryffindor Tower and confiscates the firebolt, believing that it is from Sirius Black and possibly cursed. Harry and Ron are furious with Hermione, who told the professor about the broom. Chapter 12. As the new term begins, Harry starts his anti-dementor lessons with Lupin, with various results. Meanwhile, the firebolt is being thoroughly examined by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, and eventually, after being deemed safe to use, the broom finds its way back to Harry. McGonagall is happy that she can give the world-class broom back to her seeker, especially after Professor Snape's snide comments about Gryffindor's chances for the Quidditch Cup. "I dare say you'll need to get the feel of it before Saturday's match, won't you? And Potter, do try and win, won't you? Or we'll be out of the running for the 8th year in a row, as Professor Snape was kind enough to remind me only last night." Harry convinces Ron that they should get back on speaking terms with Hermione, as she meant well, but this never happens. Just minutes later, Ron finds the blood of his rat on his bedsheets, accompanied by Crookshank's hair. Chapters 13 and 14. Despite some of the Slytherin students, Malfoy amongst them, dressing up as Dementors in hope to disturb Harry, the boy catches the snitch and wins the Quidditch match against Ravenclaw. Late that night, Harry wakes up to Ron's screams. Against all odds and the patrolling teachers like Severus Snape, Sirius Black has managed to get into their dormitory and threaten the boy with a knife. The murderer flees the tower and escapes without being caught once again, though neither Harry nor Ron can explain why they aren't dead. Not long after, Ron convinces Harry to sneak down to Hogsmeade again. The Enterprise is off to a rocky start as Harry runs into Neville, then Professor Snape, before he could even set foot into the secret tunnel leading out of the castle. It was Snape. Neville took a quick step behind Harry. "And what are you two doing here?" said Snape, coming to a halt and looking from one to the other. "An odd place to meet." To Harry's immense disquiet, Snape's black eyes flicked to the doorway on either side of them, and then to the one-eyed witch. "We're not meeting here," said Harry. "We just met here." "Indeed," said Snape. "You have a habit of turning up in unexpected places, Potter, and you are very rarely there for no good reason. I suggest the pair of you return to Gryffindor Tower, where you belong." Harry and Neville set off without another word. As they turned the corner, Harry looked back. Snape was running one of his hands over the one-eyed witch's head, examining it closely. Nevertheless, Harry does make the trip into Hogsmeade under his invisibility cloak, where he accidentally reveals himself to Draco Malfoy, who then runs to Snape. Harry hurries back to the school, leaving the cloak behind in the secret tunnel. Inevitably, the first person he runs into is Professor Snape. It was Snape. He approached Harry at a swift walk, his black robe swishing, then stopped in front of him. "So," he said. There was a look of suppressed triumph about him. Harry tried to look innocent, all too aware of his sweaty face and his muddy hands, which he quickly hid in his pockets. "Come with me, Potter," said Snape. Harry followed him downstairs, trying to wipe his hands clean on the inside of his robes without Snape noticing. They walked down the stairs to the dungeons and then into Snape's office. Harry had been in here only once before, and he had been in very serious trouble then too. Snape had acquired a few more slimy, horrible things in jars since last time, all standing on shelves behind his desk, glinting in the firelight and adding to the threatening atmosphere. "Sit," said Snape. Harry sat. Snape, however, remained standing. "Mr. Malfoy has just been to see me with a strange story, Potter," said Snape. Harry didn't say anything. "He tells me that he was up by the Shrieking Shack when he ran into Weasley, apparently alone." Still, Harry didn't speak. "Mr. Malfoy states that he was standing talking to Weasley when a large amount of mud hit him in the back of the head. How do you think that could have happened?" Harry tried to look mildly surprised. "I don't know, Professor." Snape's eyes were boring into Harry's. It was exactly like trying to stare down a hippogriff. Harry tried hard not to blink. "Mr. Malfoy then saw an extraordinary apparition. Can you imagine what it might have been, Potter?" "No," said Harry, now trying to sound innocently curious. "It was your head, Potter, floating in midair." There was a long silence. "Maybe he'd better go to Madame Pomfrey," said Harry, "if he's seeing things like—" "What would your head be doing in Hogsmeade, Potter?" said Snape softly. "Your head is not allowed in Hogsmeade. No part of your body has permission to be in Hogsmeade." "I know that," said Harry, striving to keep his face free of guilt or fear. "It sounds like Malfoy is not having hallucinations," snarled Snape, and he bent down, a hand on each arm of Harry's chair, so that their faces were a foot apart. "If your head was in Hogsmeade, so was the rest of you." "I've been up in Gryffindor Tower," said Harry. "Like you told. Can anyone confirm that?" Harry didn't say anything. Snape's thin mouth curled into a horrible smile. "So," he said, straightening up again, "everyone from the Minister of Magic downward has been trying to keep famous Harry Potter safe from Sirius Black. But famous Harry Potter is a law unto himself. Let the ordinary people worry about his safety. Famous Harry Potter goes where he wants to, with no thought for the consequences." Harry stayed silent. Snape was trying to provoke him into telling the truth. He wasn't going to do it. Snape had no proof. Yet. "How extraordinarily like your father you are, Potter," Snape said suddenly, his eyes glinting. He too was exceedingly arrogant. A small amount of talent on the Quidditch field made him think he was a cut above the rest of us too, strutting around the place with his friends and admirers. "The resemblance between you is uncanny." "My dad didn't strut," said Harry before he could stop himself. "And neither do I." "Your father didn't set much store by rules either," Snape went on, pressing his advantage, his thin face full of malice. "Rules were for lesser mortals, not Quidditch Cup winners." His head was so swollen. "Shut up!" Harry was suddenly on his feet. Rage such as he had not felt since his last night in Privet Drive was coursing through him. He didn't care that Snape's face had gone rigid, his black eyes flashing dangerously. "What did you say to me, Potter?" "I told you to shut up about my dad," Harry yelled. "I know the truth, all right? He saved your life. Dumbledore told me. You wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for my dad." Snape's sallow skin had gone to the color of sour milk. "And did the headmaster tell you the circumstances in which your father saved my life?" he whispered. Or did he consider the details too unpleasant for precious Potter's delicate ears? Harry bit his lip. He didn't know what had happened and didn't want to admit it, but Snape had guessed the truth. "I would hate for you to run away with a false idea of your father, Potter," he said, a terrible grin twisting his face. "Have you been imagining some act of glorious heroism? Then let me correct you. Your saintly father and his friends played a highly amusing joke on me that would have resulted in my death if your father hadn't got cold feet at the last moment. There was nothing brave about what he did. He was saving his own skin as much as mine. Had their joke succeeded, he would have been expelled from Hogwarts." Snape's uneven, yellowish teeth were bared. "Turn out your pockets, Potter," he spat suddenly. Harry didn't move. There was a pounding in his ears. "Turn out your pockets or we go straight to the headmaster. Pull them out, Potter." Cold with dread, Harry slowly pulled out the bag of Zonko's tricks and the Marauder's map. Snape picked up the Zonko's bag. "Ron gave them to me," said Harry, praying he'd get a chance to tip Ron off before Snape saw him. "He brought them back from Hogsmeade last time." "Indeed. And you've been carrying them around ever since? How very touching. And what is this?" Snape had picked up the map. Harry tried with all his might to keep his face impassive. "Spare bit of parchment?" he said with a shrug. Snape turned it over, his eyes on Harry. "Surely you don't need such a very old piece of parchment," he said. "Why don't I just throw this away?" His hand moved toward the fire. "No," Harry said quickly. "So," said Snape, his long nostrils quivering, "is this another treasured gift from Mr. Weasley? Or is it something else? A letter, perhaps, written in invisible ink? Or instructions to get into Hogsmeade without passing the Dementors?" Harry blinked. Snape's eyes gleamed. Let me see," he muttered, taking out his wand and smoothing the map out over his desk. "Reveal your secret," he said, touching the wand to the parchment. Nothing happened. Harry clenched his hands to stop them from shaking. "Show yourself," Snape said, tapping the map sharply. It stayed blank. Harry was taking deep, calming breaths. "Professor Severus Snape, Master of this school, commands you to yield the information you conceal," Snape said, hitting the map with his wand. As though an invisible hand were writing upon it, words appeared on the smooth surface of the map. "Mr. Mooney presents his compliments to Professor Snape and begs him to keep his abnormally large nose out of other people's business." Snape froze. Harry stared, dumbstruck, at the message. But the map didn't stop there. More writing was appearing beneath the first. "Mr. Prongs agrees with Mr. Mooney and would like to add that Professor Snape is an ugly git." It would have been very funny if the situation hadn't been so serious. And there was more. "Mr. Padfoot would like to register his astonishment that an idiot like that ever became a professor." Harry closed his eyes in horror. When he'd opened them, the map had had its last word. "Mr. Wormtail bids Professor Snape good day and advises him to wash his hair, the slime ball." Harry waited for the blow to fall. "So," said Snape softly, "we'll see about this." He strode across to his fire, seized a fistful of glittering powder from a jar on the fireplace, and threw it into the flames. "Lupin," Snape called into the fire, "I want a word." Utterly bewildered, Harry stared at the fire. A large shape had appeared in it, revolving very fast. Seconds later, Professor Lupin was clambering out of the fireplace, brushing ash off his shabby robes. "You called, Severus?" said Lupin mildly. "I certainly did," said Snape, his face contorted with fury as he strode back to his desk. "I have just asked Potter to empty his pockets. He was carrying this." Snape pointed on the parchment on which the words of Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs were still shining. An odd, closed expression appeared on Lupin's face. "Well," said Snape. Lupin continued to stare at the map. Harry had the impression that Lupin was doing some very quick thinking. "Well," said Snape again, "this parchment is plainly full of dark magic. This is supposed to be your area of expertise, Lupin. Where do you imagine Potter got such a thing?" Lupin looked up and by the merest half glance in Harry's direction warned him not to interrupt. "Full of dark magic," he repeated mildly. "Do you really think so, Severus?" It looks to me as though it's merely a piece of parchment that insults anybody who reads it. Childish, but surely not dangerous. I imagine Harry got it from a joke shop." "Indeed," said Snape. His jaw had gone rigid with anger. "You think a joke shop could supply him with such a thing? You don't think it more likely that he got it directly from the manufacturers?" Harry didn't understand what Snape was talking about, nor apparently did Lupin. "You mean by Mr. Wormtail or one of these people," he said. "Harry, do you know any of these men?" "No," said Harry quickly. "You see, Severus," said Lupin, turning back to Snape, "it looks like a Zonko product to me." Right on cue, Ron came bursting into the office. He was completely out of breath and stopped just short of Snape's desk, clutching the stitch in his chest and trying to speak. "I gave Harry that stuff," he choked. "Bought it in Zonko's ages ago." "Well," said Lupin, clapping his hands together and looking around cheerfully. "That seems to clear that up. Severus, I'll take that back, shall I?" He folded the map and tucked it inside his robes. "Harry, Ron, come with me. I need a word about my vampire essay. Excuse us, Severus." Harry didn't dare look at Snape as they left his office. Though Harry avoids punishment, Professor Lupin confiscates the Marauder's map. It is not the last piece of bad news for the day. Hermione informs Harry and Ron that the Ministry hearing ended in sentencing Buckbeak to death. Chapter 15. The last game of the Quidditch Championship arrives. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The entire school attends the match, teachers included. Behind the Slytherin goalposts, however, 200 people were wearing green. The silver serpent of Slytherin glittered on their flags, and Professor Snape sat in the very front row, wearing green like everyone else, and a very grim smile. Due to Harry's effort, Gryffindor wins the Quidditch Cup after a short but wild final game. Chapter 16. As warm weather comes, it is time for the exams. Professor Snape, as every year, oversees his students during the tests. They had potions that afternoon, which was an unqualified disaster. Try as Harry might, he couldn't get his confusing concoction to thicken, and Snape, standing watch with an air of vindictive pleasure, scribbled something that looked suspiciously like a 0 onto his notes before moving away. That same day, Harry and his friends run into Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, who has come down to witness Buckbeak's execution. Still disheartened from the meeting, Harry heads to his divination exam, where Professor Trelawney utters what appears to be an actual prediction. Apparently, before midnight, the Dark Lord's servant will be free, and soon Voldemort will return. Harry, Ron, and Hermione decide to visit Hagrid before the execution, under Harry's invisibility cloak. In the gamekeeper's hut, Hermione finds Ron's rat, Scabbers. Chapter 17. After the execution of Buckbeak, which the kids do not see but hear clearly enough, they head back to the castle. Around this time, Severus Snape heads out to deliver the potion he had been making all year long to Professor Lupin. Harry and his friends are attacked by the enormous black dog that Harry has been seeing throughout the year, the one he has mistaken for the Grim. The dog drags Ron into a tunnel under the Whomping Willow. With the help of Crookshanks, who appears to be friends with the dog, Harry and Hermione follow them, losing the invisibility cloak. The secret passageways bring them outside Hogwarts, bound to a haunted forest in the nearby village known as Shrieking Shack. As they arrive here to realize that the big dog is actually Sirius Black, who can turn himself into an animal, Snape enters Lupin's room to find it empty. With the activated Marauder's map on the desk, he sees Lupin leaving the school grounds via the same tunnel Harry and the others did. In the Shrieking Shack, Professor Lupin arrives and stops Harry from killing Sirius Black. Hermione, thinking that Lupin is on Black's side, reveals to her friends that Lupin is a werewolf, which she figured out thanks to Snape. "How long have you known?" "Ages," Hermione whispered. "Since I did Professor Snape's essay." "He'll be delighted," said Lupin coolly. "He assigned that essay hoping someone would realize what my symptoms meant. Did you check the lunar cart and realize that I was always ill at the full moon? Or did you realize that the boggart changed into the moon when it saw me?" "Both," Hermione said quietly. The truth is, however, more complicated than what Hermione thinks at first. Lupin and Black maintain that there is one more person with them in the room, someone who's actually responsible for the death of Harry's parents, Peter Pettigrew. Lupin also claims to be Moody, one of the creators of the Marauders map, adding that his old friends, Pettigrew, James, and Sirius were the others. It turns out that same as Sirius Black, Pettigrew is an animagus who can turn into a rat and has been living as Scabbers, Ron's pet, for over a decade. Chapter 18. Lupin explains to the kids that his friends all became animagi to help him through his werewolf transformations back in the day, before the potion he consumes every month, courtesy of Snape, had been invented. The potion that Professor Snape has been making for me is a very recent discovery. It makes me safe, you see, as long as I take it in the week preceding the full moon. I keep my mind when I transform. He also tells Harry and his friends why Snape hates him so much, and has the potion master himself listening to the conversation invisibly to confirm his words. Severus was very interested in where I went every month, Lupin told Harry, Ron, and Hermione. We were in the same year, you know, and we didn't like each other very much. He especially disliked James. Jealous, I think, of James's talents on the Quidditch field. Anyway, Snape had seen me crossing the grounds with Madame Pomfrey one evening as she led me toward the Whomping Willow to transform. Sirius thought it would be amusing to tell Snape all he had to do was prod the knot on the tree trunk with a long stick and he'd be able to get in after me. Well, of course, Snape tried it. If he'd got as far as this house, he'd have met a fully grown werewolf. But your father, who'd heard what Sirius had done, went after Snape and pulled him back, at great risk to his life. Snape glimpsed me, though, at the end of the tunnel. He was forbidden by Dumbledore to tell anybody, but from that time on, he knew what I was. So that's why Snape doesn't like you, said Harry slowly. Because he thought you were in on the joke? That's right, sneered a cold voice from the wall behind Lupin. Severus Snape was pulling off the invisibility cloak, his wand pointing directly at Lupin. Chapter 19. Snape finally faces the man who he thinks responsible for Lily's death, but the events unfold negatively for him. I found this at the base of the Whomping Willow, said Snape, throwing the cloak aside, careful to keep his wand pointing directly at Lupin's chest. Very useful, Potter. I thank you. Snape was slightly breathless, but his face was full of suppressed triumph. You're perhaps wondering how I knew you were here, he said, his eyes glittering. I've just been to your office, Lupin. You forgot to take your potion tonight, so I took a goblet full along. And very lucky I did. Lucky for me. I mean, lying on your desk was a certain map. One glance at it told me all I needed to know. I saw you running along this passageway, and out of sight. Severus, Lupin began, but Snape overrode him. I've told the headmaster again and again that you're helping your old friend back into the castle, Lupin, and here's the proof. Not even I dreamed you would have the nerve to use this old place as your hideout. Severus, you're making a mistake, said Lupin urgently. You haven't heard everything. I can explain. Sirius is not here to kill Harry. 2 more for Azkaban tonight, said Snape, his eyes now gleaming frantically. I shall be interested to see how Dumbledore takes this. He was quite convinced you were harmless. You know, Lupin, a tame werewolf. You fool, said Lupin softly. Is a schoolboy grudge worth putting an innocent man back into Azkaban? Bang! Thin snake-like cords burst from the end of Snape's wands and twisted themselves around Lupin's mouth, wrists, and ankles. He overbalanced and fell to the floor, unable to move. With a roar of rage, Black started towards Snape, but Snape pointed his wand straight between Black's eyes. Give me a reason, he whispered. Give me a reason to do it, and I swear I will. Black stopped dead. It would have been impossible to say which face showed more hatred. Harry stood there paralyzed, not knowing what to do or whom to believe. He glanced around at Ron and Hermione. Ron looked just as confused as he did, still fighting to keep hold of the struggling Scabbers. Hermione, however, took an uncertain step towards Snape and said in a very breathless voice, Professor Snape, it wouldn't hurt to hear what they've got to say, would it? Miss Granger, you are already facing suspension from this school, Snape spat. You, Potter, and Weasley are out of bounds, in the company of a convicted murderer and a werewolf. For once in your life, hold your tongue. But if there was a mistake, keep quiet, you stupid girl, Snape shouted, looking suddenly quite deranged. Don't talk about what you don't understand. A few sparks shot out of the end of his wand, which was still pointed at Black's face. Hermione fell silent. Vengeance is very sweet, Snape breathed at Black. How I hoped I would be the one to catch you. The joke's on you again, Severus, Black snarled. As long as the boy brings his rat up to the castle, he jerked his head at Ron. I'll come quietly. Up to the castle, said Snape silkily. I don't think we need to go that far. All I need to do is call the Dementors once we get out of the willow. They'll be very pleased to see you, Black. Pleased enough to give you a little kiss, I dare say. What little color there was in Black's face left it. You've got to hear me out, he croaked. The rat. Look at the rat. But there was a mad glint in Snape's eye that Harry had never seen before. He seemed beyond reason. Come on, all of you, he said. He clicked his fingers, and the end of the cords that bound Lupin flew to his hands. I'll drag the werewolf. Perhaps the Dementors will have a kiss for him too. Before he knew what he was doing, Harry had crossed the room in 3 strides and blocked the door. Get out of the way, Potter. You're in enough trouble already, snarled Snape. If I hadn't been here to save your skin, Professor Lupin could have killed me about 100 times this year, Harry said. I've been alone with him loads of times, having defense lessons against the Dementors. If he was helping Black, why didn't he just finish me off then? Don't ask me to fathom the way a werewolf's mind works, hissed Snape. Get out of the way, Potter. You're pathetic, Harry yelled. Just because they made a fool out of you at school, you won't even listen. Silence! I will not be spoken to like that, Snape shrieked, looking madder than ever. Like father, like son, Potter. I have just saved your neck. You should be thanking me on bended knee. You would have been well served if he killed you. You'd have died like your father, too arrogant to believe you might be mistaken in Black. Now get out of the way, or I will make you. Get out of the way, Potter. Harry made up his mind in a split second. Before Snape could take even one step toward him, he had raised his wand. Expelliarmus, he yelled, except that his wasn't the only voice that shouted. There was a blast that made the door rattle on its hinges. Snape was lifted off his feet and slammed into the wall, then slid down to the floor, a trickle of blood oozing from under his hair. He had been knocked out. Harry looked around. Both Ron and Hermione had tried to disarm Snape at exactly the same moment. Snape's wand soared in a high arc and landed on the bed next to Crookshanks. After Snape is out of the commotion, Sirius Black shows Harry a piece of the Daily Prophet, which has the Weasley family and Scabbers in it, explaining he recognized the rat and realized that Harry is in danger, which eventually helped him escape Azkaban. At last, Lupin and Black force the rat to turn back into Peter Pettigrew, and the man eventually confesses to betraying Lily and James Potter to Voldemort. Lupin and Sirius want to kill him, but Harry convinces them to hand the traitor over to the Ministry, ensuring Sirius's freedom. They don't forget the still unconscious Snape either. Lupin muttered, "Mobile corpus," as though invisible strings were tied to Snape's wrist, neck, and knees. He was pulled into a standing position, head still lolling unpleasantly, like a grotesque puppet. He hung a few inches above the ground, his limp feet dangling. Chapter 20 and 21. Snape, though present, sleeps through Lupin's transformation on the grounds, the fight Sirius is having with him, and the escape of Peter Pettigrew, Voldemort's true servant. By the time Severus awakens, he finds Harry, Hermione, and Sirius unconscious but alive and whole after a Dementor attack. Ron is also down courtesy of Pettigrew. Snape brings them all up to the castle, careful to avoid the werewolf roaming the area. Harry wakes up in the hospital wing, unaware of what has happened and how he has gotten there. Soon, voices coming from the corridor catch him up. Shocking business, shocking. Miracle none of them died. Never heard the like. By thunder, it was lucky you were there, Snape. Thank you, Minister. Order of Merlin, second class, I'd say. First class if I can wrangle it. Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Nasty cut you've got there. Black's work, I suppose. As a matter of fact, it was Potter, Weasley, and Granger, Minister. No! Black had bewitched them. I saw it immediately. A confundus charm, to judge by their behavior. They seemed to think there was a possibility he was innocent. They weren't responsible for their actions. On the other hand, their interference might have permitted Black to escape. They obviously thought they were going to catch Black single-handed. They've got away with a great deal before now. I'm afraid it's given them a rather high opinion of themselves. And, of course, Potter has always been allowed an extraordinarily amount of license by the headmaster. Oh well, Snape, Harry Potter, you know, we've all got a bit of a blind spot where he's concerned. And yet, is it good for him to be given so much special treatment? Personally, I try and treat him like any other student. And any other student would be suspended, at the very least, for leading his friends into such danger. Consider, Minister, against all school rules, after all the precautions put in place for his protection, out of bounds at night, consorting with a werewolf and a murderer, and I have reason to believe he has been visiting Hogsmeade illegally too. Well, we shall see, Snape, we shall see. The boy has undoubtedly been foolish. Harry lay listening with his eyes tight shut. He felt very groggy. The words he was hearing seemed to be traveling very slowly from his ears to his brain, so that it was difficult to understand. His limbs felt like lead, his eyelids too heavy to lift. He wanted to lie here, on this comfortable bed, forever. What amazes me most is the behavior of the Dementors. You've really no idea what made them retreat, Snape? No, Minister. By the time I came around, they were heading back to their positions at the entrances. Extraordinary! And yet Black, and Harry, and the girl, all unconscious by the time I reached them. I bound and gagged Black naturally, conjured stretchers, and brought them all straight back to the castle. Harry soon learns that Sirius is sentenced to the Dementor's kiss, which will tear his soul out of his body. His reaction makes Snape step in. Harry jumped up out of bed. Hermione had done the same, but his shout had been heard in the corridor outside. Next second, Cornelius, Fudge, and Snape had entered the ward. Harry, what's this?" said Fudge, looking agitated. "You should be in bed. Has he had any chocolate?" he asked Madame Pomfrey anxiously. Harry and Hermione tried to convince the Minister for Magic about Sirius's innocence, to no avail. Snape isn't helping, repeating his earlier assessment about their mental state. "You see, Minister," said Snape, "confounded, both of them. Black's done a very good job of them." "We're not confounded," Harry roared. "Minister, Professor," said Madame Pomfrey angrily. "I must insist that you leave. Potter is my patient and he should not be distressed." "I'm not distressed. I'm trying to tell them what happened," Harry said furiously. "If they just listen." Soon, Professor Dumbledore arrives in the hospital wing, and Harry attempts to fend for Sirius once again, to the dismay of Snape. "I suppose he's told you the same fairy tale he's planted in Potter's mind," spat Snape. "Something about a rat and Pettigrew being alive." "That indeed is Black's story," said Dumbledore, surveying Snape closely through his half-moon spectacles. "And does my evidence count for nothing?" snarled Snape. "Peter Pettigrew was not in the Shrieking Shack, nor did I see any sign of him on the grounds." "That was because you were knocked out, Professor," said Hermione earnestly. "You didn't arrive in time to hear—" "Miss Granger, hold your tongue." "Now, Snape," said Fudge, startled. "The young lady is disturbed in her mind. We must make allowances." "I would like to speak to Harry and Hermione alone," said Dumbledore abruptly. "Cornelius, Severus, Poppy, please leave us." "Headmaster," sputtered Madame Pomfrey. "They need treatment. They need rest." "This cannot wait," said Dumbledore. "I must insist." Madame Pomfrey pursed her lips and strode into her office at the end of the ward, slamming the door behind her. Fudge consulted the large gold pocket watch dangling from his waistcoat. "The Dementors should have arrived by now," he said. "I'll go and meet them. Dumbledore, I'll see you upstairs." He crossed to the door and held it open for Snape, but Snape hadn't moved. "You surely don't believe a word of Black's story," Snape whispered, his eyes fixed on Dumbledore's face. "I wish to speak to Harry and Hermione alone," Dumbledore repeated. Snape took a step toward Dumbledore. "Sirius Black showed he was capable of murder at the age of 16, he breathed. "You haven't forgotten that, headmaster. You haven't forgotten that he once tried to kill me." "My memory is as good as it ever was, Severus," said Dumbledore quietly. Snape turned on his heel and marched through the door Fudge was still holding. It closed behind them and Dumbledore turned to Harry and Hermione. It turns out Dumbledore believes them and sends them on a quest using the Time Turner, a time-traveling device Hermione has employed all year to attend all her coinciding classes. She and Harry travel back 3 hours. First, they save Buckbeak, now understanding that what they heard was never his execution. Then they wait for the opportunity to free Sirius as well. During this, they witness the events of the evening from another point of view, seeing Lupin, then Snape entering the secret tunnel under the Whomping Willow. Barely 2 minutes later, the castle doors flew open yet again, and Snape came charging out of them, running toward the willow. Harry's fists clenched as they watched Snape skid to a halt next to the tree, looking around. He grabbed the cloak and held it up. "Get your filthy hands off it," Harry snarled under his breath. "Shh!" Snape seized the branch Lupin had used to freeze the tree, prodded the knot, and vanished from view as he put on the cloak. Soon, Harry realizes that the mysterious figure who saved them from the Dementors, the one he thought to be his father, had been himself from the future all along. And armed with the knowledge that he is capable of doing so, he conjures a full Patronus that fight off the attacking Dementors, saving himself, Hermione, and Sirius. After this, they fly Buckbeak up the tower where Sirius is imprisoned, and the wizard escapes on the Hippogriff. Chapter 22. Harry and Hermione make it back to the hospital wing just in time so they can claim they never have left. They can't fool Professor Snape though. Harry was trying to hear what the voices were saying. They were drawing nearer. "He must have disapparated, Severus. We should have left somebody in the room with him. When this gets out..." "He didn't disapparate," Snape roared, now very close at hand. "You can't apparate or disapparate into this castle. This has something to do with Potter." "Severus, be reasonable. Harry has been locked up." Bam! The door of the hospital wing burst open. Fudge, Snape, and Dumbledore came striding into the ward. Dumbledore alone looked calm. Indeed, he looked as though he was quite enjoying himself. Fudge appeared angry, but Snape was beside himself. "Out with it, Potter," he bellowed. "What did you do?" "Professor Snape," shrieked Madame Pomfrey. "Control yourself." "See here, Snape, be reasonable," said Fudge. "This door's been locked. We just saw..." "They helped him escape. I know it," Snape howled, pointing at Harry and Hermione. His face was twisted. Spit was flying from his mouth. "Calm down, man," Fudge barked. "You're talking nonsense." "You don't know Potter," shrieked Snape. "He did it. I know he did it." "That will do, Severus," said Dumbledore quietly. "Think about what you are saying. This door has been locked since I left the ward 10 minutes ago. Madame Pomfrey, have these students left their beds?" "Of course not," said Madame Pomfrey, bristling. "I would have heard them." "Well, there you have it, Severus," said Dumbledore calmly. "Unless you are suggesting that Harry and Hermione are able to be in 2 places at once, I'm afraid I don't see any point in troubling them further." Snape stood there, seething, staring from Fudge, who looked thoroughly shocked at his behavior, to Dumbledore, whose eyes were twinkling behind his glasses. Snape whirled about, robes swishing behind him, and stormed out of the ward. Though defeated, Snape had his revenge the next day, however small. Lupin crossed the door and closed it behind them. "No, Professor Dumbledore managed to convince Fudge that I was trying to save your lives," he sighed. "That was the final straw for Severus. I think the loss of the Order of Merlin hit him hard. So he accidentally let slip that I am a werewolf this morning at breakfast." "You're not leaving just because of that," said Harry. Lupin smiled wryly. "This time tomorrow, the owls will start arriving from parents. They will not want a werewolf teaching their children, Harry. And after last night, I see their point. I could have bitten any of you. That must never happen again." Recent events did not improve Snape's opinion about Harry. Harry was amazed that he had got through potions. He had shrewd suspicion that Dumbledore might have stepped in to stop Snape failing him on purpose. Snape's behavior toward Harry over the past week had been quite alarming. Harry wouldn't have thought it possible that Snape's dislike for him could increase, but it certainly had. A muscle twitched unpleasantly at the corner of Snape's thin mouth every time he looked at Harry. and he was constantly flexing his fingers as though itching to place them around Harry's throat. With the school year concluded, Harry, as well as Snape, goes to their respective homes for the summer vacation, both affected, however differently, by the fact that Sirius Black is still a free man. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, Chapter 1 to 11. While Severus Snape gets ready for the new school year, which will be hosting not only his old acquaintance, the Dark Wizard and former follower of Voldemort, Igor Karkaroff, but also Alistair Moody, the ex-Auror. Snape notices the dark mark on his arm getting more and more pronounced, signaling Lord Voldemort's return. Little does he know that he's not the only one who is aware of the signs. Harry Potter dreams about the Dark Lord, witnessing as he murders a Muggle, and even having pain in his old scar, something that only ever happened in the presence of Voldemort. Despite the troubling signs, Harry leaves the safety of Privet Drive early on the summer to join the Weasley family and watch the final match of the Quidditch World Cup in the stadium. This turns out to be more eventful than a normal sporting occasion should be. First, Harry meets the house elf Winky, as well as Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch, Ministry officials. Then, following the triumph of Ireland's national team over Bulgaria, the campsite of the supporters is attacked by a group of dark wizards called Death Eaters, the most devoted followers of Lord Voldemort. The dark mark appears in the sky, a sign not seen for over a decade. Severus Snape, not present at the World Cup in any way, though he once was a member of the Death Eaters, only sees Harry Potter on the start of term banquet. Chapter 12. On Professor Sinatra's other side was the sallow-faced, hook-nosed, greasy-haired potion master, Snape, Harry's least favorite person at Hogwarts. Harry's loathing of Snape was matched only by Snape's hatred of him. A hatred which had, if possible, intensified last year when Harry had helped Sirius escape right under Snape's overlarge nose. Snape and Sirius had been enemies since their own school days. On Snape's other side was an empty seat, which Harry guessed was Professor McGonagall's. Several significant events occur during the feast. Hermione learns that Hogwarts employs house elves, which she considers slave labor. They are also introduced to the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Moody. Lastly, Dumbledore announces that this year's Quidditch Championship has been cancelled due to another sporting event, the legendary Tri-Wizard Tournament, taking place at Hogwarts. This, as Dumbledore explains, is a competition amongst 3 champions, each representing a magical school, which means that Hogwarts will be hosting a delegation from the other 2 prestigious magical establishments of Europe, the Axpitons and Durmstrang. Chapter 13. Mad-Eye Moody earns the respect of Harry, Ron, and Hermione instantly when he turns Draco Malfoy into a ferret upon seeing the boy trying to hex Harry from behind. Soon, it turns out the retired Dark Wizard catcher has a rapport not only with Malfoy's father, but Severus Snape too. "Oh yeah?" said Moody quietly, limping forward a few steps, the dull clink of his wooden leg echoing around the hole. "Well, I know your father of old, boy. You tell him Moody's keeping a close eye on his son. You tell him that from me. Now your head of house will be Snape, will it?" "Yes," said Malfoy resentfully. "Another old friend," growled Moody. "I've been looking forward to a chat with old Snape. Come on, you." And he seized Malfoy's upper arm and marched him off toward the dungeons. Chapter 14. Snape's deteriorating mood does not escape the students' attention, even though they can only guess at the reason. The next 2 days passed without great incident, unless you counted Neville melting his 6th cauldron in potions. Professor Snape, who seemed to have attained new levels of vindictiveness over the summer, gave Neville detention, and Neville returned from it in a state of nervous collapse, having been made to disembowel a barrel full of horned toads. "You know why Snape's in such a foul mood, don't you?" said Ron to Harry as they watched Hermione teaching Neville a scouring charm to remove the frog guts from under his fingernails. "Yeah," said Harry. "Moody." It was common knowledge that Snape really wanted the dark arts job, and he had now failed to get it for the 4th year running. Snape had disliked all their previous dark arts teachers and showed it, but he seemed strangely wary of displaying overt signs to Mad-Eye Moody. Indeed, whenever Harry saw the two of them together at mealtimes or when they passed in the corridors, he had the distinct impression that Snape was avoiding Moody's eye, whether magical or normal. "I reckon Snape's a bit scared of him, you know," Harry said thoughtfully. "Imagine if Moody turned Snape into a horned toad," said Ron, his eyes misting over, "and bounced him all around his dungeon." Although the presence of Moody in the school surely doesn't help the Potion Master's mental state, the real reason, of course, is the dark mark on Snape's arm, becoming clearer by the day. Meanwhile, Professor Moody teaches the students what he knows most, fighting against dark wizards. He goes as far as demonstrating the 3 unforgivable curses to the 4th year Gryffindors, the killing curse amongst them, which Harry realizes is the spell that ended his parents' life. Chapter 15 and 16. As weeks go by, Professor Snape continues teaching using unorthodox but undoubtedly effective methods. Professor Snape was forcing them to research antidotes. They took this one seriously, as he had hinted that he might be poisoning one of them before Christmas to see if their antidote worked. The other 2 schools' delegation arrives for the Tri-Wizard tournament. While Beaverton's headmistress, Madame Maxime, appears to be as large as Hagrid's, Durmstrang's headmaster is the ex-Death Eater Karkaroff, who brings his prize pupil, the seeker of the Bulgarian national Quidditch team, Victor Crumb. Even though Dumbledore makes sure that only those who are 17 or over and thus counted as adults could try and get into the Tri-Wizard tournament. On the day of choosing, the Goblet of Fire picks a 4th underage champion, Harry Potter. Chapter 17. Harry joins the other champions, Fleur Delacour from Beauxbaton, Victor Crumb from Durmstrang, and Hogwarts' own Cedric Diggory, much to their confusion. Moments later, many of the teachers follow, Snape ever in Dumbledore's good graces among them. The door behind them opened again, and a large group of people came in. Professor Dumbledore, followed closely by Mr. Crouch, Professor Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape. While others are confronting Professor Dumbledore about the fiasco, Snape has his own personal views. "It's no one's fault but Potter's, Karkaroff," said Snape softly. His black eyes were alight with malice. "Don't go blaming Dumbledore for Potter's determination to break rules. He's been here crossing lines ever since he arrived here." "Thank you, Severus," said Dumbledore firmly, and Snape went quiet, though his eyes still glinted malevolently through his curtain of greasy black hair. Dumbledore questions Harry and believes him about not having tried to enter the competition. He's almost completely alone with this opinion, but the fact remains, as Ludo Bagman explains, those who are chosen by the Goblet of Fire have to participate, otherwise they would just die. Nobody is happy about this development, least of all Snape. Dumbledore waited, but Madame Maxime did not speak. She merely glanced. She wasn't the only one either. Snape looked furious, Karkaroff livid. Only Dumbledore and Moody seemed to believe Harry, the latter suspecting, of course, that whoever managed to get the boy picked is trying to get him killed. As it turns out, not even Ron believes Harry, and the boys have a huge fallout. Chapter 18. To Harry's immense relief, he doesn't have to convince Hermione of his innocence. Unlike Ron, the girl is sure that Harry has nothing to do with being chosen as a champion. Ron, however, refuses to speak to Harry, who answers in kind. The next time Harry and Snape meet is in Potions class. Harry, having been bullied by nearly everyone in the school for days, snaps when Malfoy calls Hermione a mudblood, and the two hex each other. Professor Snape, as always, arrives at the scene of trouble. "And what is all this noise about?" said a soft, deadly voice. Snape had arrived. The Slytherins clamored to give their explanations. Snape pointed a long yellow finger at Malfoy and said, "Explain." "Potter attacked me, sir." "We attacked each other at the same time," Harry shouted. "And he hit Goyle, look." Snape examined Goyle, whose face now resembled something that would have been at home in a book on poisonous fungi. "Hospital wing, Goyle," Snape said calmly. "Malfoy got Hermione," Ron said. "Look." He forced Hermione to show Snape her teeth. She was doing her best to hide them with her hands, though this was difficult as they had now grown down past her collar. Pansy Parkinson and the other Slytherin girls were doubled up with silent giggles, pointing at Hermione from behind Snape's back. Snape looked coldly at Hermione and then said, "I see no difference." Hermione let out a whimper, her eyes filled with tears. She turned on her heel and ran all the way up the corridor and out of sight. It was lucky perhaps that both Harry and Ron started shouting at Snape at the same time. Lucky their voices echoed so much in the stone corridor, for in the confused din it was impossible for him to hear exactly what they were calling him. He got the last gist, however. "Let's see," he said in his silkiest voice. 50 points from Gryffindor and a detention each for Potter and Weasley. Now get back inside or it'll be a week's worth of detentions." Harry's ears were ringing, and the injustice of it made him want to curse Snape into 1,000 slimy pieces. He passed Snape and walked with Ron to the back of the dungeon and slammed his bag down onto the table. Ron was shaking with anger too. For a moment, it felt as though everything was back to normal between them. But then Ron turned and sat down with Dean and Seamus instead, leaving Harry alone at his table. On the other side of the dungeon, Malfoy turned his back on Snape and pressed his badge, smirking. "Potter stinks," flashed once more across the room. "The rest of the class doesn't go any better." "Antidotes," said Snape, looking around at them all, his cold black eyes glittering unpleasantly. "You should all have prepared your recipes now. I want you to brew them carefully, and then we'll be selecting someone on whom to test one." Snape's eyes met Harry's, and Harry knew what was coming. Snape was going to poison him. Harry imagined picking up his cauldron and sprinting to the front of the class and bringing it down on Snape's greasy head, and then a knock on the dungeon door burst in on Harry's thoughts. Harry, however, catches a lucky break for once. It was Colin Creevey who edged into the room, beaming at Harry, and walked up to Snape's desk at the front of the room. "Yes," said Snape curtly. "Please, sir, I'm supposed to take Harry Potter upstairs." Snape stared down at his hooked nose at Colin, whose smile faded from his eager face. "Potter has another hour of potions to complete," said Snape coldly. "He will come upstairs when this class is finished." Colin went pink. Sir, Mr. Bagman wants him," he said nervously. "All the champions have got to go. I think they want them to take photographs?" Harry would have given anything he owned to have stopped Colin saying those last few words. He chanced half a glance at Ron, but Ron was staring determinedly at the ceiling. Very well, Snape snapped. "Potter, leave your things here. I want you back down here later to test your antidote." "Please, sir, he's got to take all his things with him," squeaked Colin. "All the champions." "Very well," said Snape. "Potter, take your bag and get out of my sight." After leaving the dungeons, Harry meets Rita Skeeter, a reporter who's present to write an article about the Triwizard Champions. Chapter 19 to 22. Rita Skeeter's article is not what Harry would have expected. The reporter wrote words Harry had never said, making him look like a tragic hero, all the while ignoring the facts that he's not the only Hogwarts champion. All this, of course, becomes the base of even more bullying. Hagrid reveals to Harry, against all the Triwizard Tournament rules, that the first task will be about fighting a dragon, which scares the boy to no end. That same night, he manages to talk to his godfather, Sirius Black, through the Floo network. Sirius warns Harry to be careful around Igor Karkaroff, as the Durmstrang headmaster used to be a Death Eater. Harry, realizing that Karkaroff and Madame Maxime are also aware of the dragons and will surely tell them to their respective champions, decides to let Cedric in on the secret in the name of fairness. Professor Moody overhears him, but instead of giving him a punishment, he helps him figure out how to get past the dragon on the task. With the help of Hermione, Harry masters the summoning charm, which he then uses to call his firebolt broom and fly around his dragon, getting the large golden egg he's tasked to grab. He survives the first task, gets reasonably good points for it from the judges, and even wins over Ron, who finally realizes that Harry surely wouldn't be foolish enough to enter this nightmare willingly. Not long after that, Hermione manages to get into the kitchen and realizes that Winky, who has been forcefully freed from Mr. Crouch's servitude after the Quidditch World Cup, now works at Hogwarts. What's more, Dobby, the elf Harry freed from the Malfoy family, is also in the school's employ. All the while, Snape keeps his distance from Harry, only encountering him during classes. The Potion Master is concerned about his dark mark, and he's not the only one. as Karkaroff is seeing the change too. Christmas is coming, and it is customary during the Tri-Wizard Tournament, Hogwarts is having a Yule Ball this year. McGonagall informs Harry that he needs a date to the ball, and though he asks his crush, Cho Chang, the girl has already promised to go with Cedric. The upcoming ball keeps nearly everyone excited, but some of the teachers aren't so easy to distract. Professor McGonagall and Moody keeps them working until the very last second of their classes too, and Snape, of course, would no sooner let them play games in class than adopt Harry. Staring nastily around at them all, he informed them that he would be testing them on poison antidotes during the last lesson of the term. Chapter 23. During the Yule Ball, Harry and Ron accidentally overhears a conversation between Snape and Karkaroff. Harry and Ron set off along one of the winding paths through the rose bushes, but they had gone only a short way when they heard an unpleasant familiar voice. "Don't see what there is to fuss about, Igor. Severus, you cannot pretend this isn't happening." Karkaroff's voice sounded anxious and hushed, as though keen not to be overheard. "It's been getting clearer and clearer for months. I am becoming seriously concerned. I can't deny it." "Then flee," said Snape's voice curtly. "Flee and I will make your excuses. I, however, am remaining at Hogwarts." Snape and Karkaroff came around the corner. Snape had his wand out and was blasting rose bushes apart, his expression most ill-natured. Squeals issued from many of the bushes, and dark shapes emerged from them. 10 points from Ravenclaw, Fawcett," Snape snarled as a girl ran past him. "And 10 points from Hufflepuff too, Stebbins," as a boy went rushing after her. "And what are you two doing here?" he added, catching sight of Harry and Ron on the path ahead. Karkaroff, Harry saw, looked slightly discomposed to see them standing there. His hand went nervously to his goatee, and he began winding it around his finger. "We're walking," Ron told Snape shortly. "Not against the law, is it?" "Keep walking then," Snape snarled, and he brushed past them, his long black cloak billowing out behind him. Karkaroff hurried away after Snape. Harry and Ron continued down the path. This, however, is not the only private conversation the boys are privy to that evening. Just moments later, they witness Hagrid telling Madame Maxime that he knew right away she was a half-giant too, to the woman's immense dismay. She denies being a half-giant and storms away, leaving Hagrid behind. Harry doesn't understand the problem with being a half-giant, but Ron explains that giants are aggressive and terrible creatures, nearly hunted to extinction by wizards. Later that night, Cedric advises Harry to take a bath with his golden egg if he wants to reveal its secrets, which is how the champions are supposed to prepare for the second task. Meanwhile, Snape informs Dumbledore that Karkaroff is thinking about fleeing as the dark mark becomes more and more clear. Dumbledore asks if Snape is of the same mind, but the potion master assures him he's not a coward. Dumbledore agrees, adding that he thinks sorting into houses at Hogwarts is rather flawed, seeing that Snape is a Slytherin rather than a Gryffindor. Chapter 24 and 25. Somehow, Rita Skeeter learns about Hagrid's true nature and publishes an article about it, questioning Dumbledore's determination to keep his students safe. Rita recalls the werewolf Remus Lupin being employed last year alongside of the famously unstable Mad-Eye Moody, but the article focuses on Hagrid, stating that he's dangerous. The man falls into a deep depression from having his secret out, one which takes the combined effort of Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Professor Dumbledore to dispel. Not having a better idea, Harry takes Cedric's advice. With the help of Moaning Myrtle, he figures out that the second task will have him go into the lake and retrieve something from the Merpeople. On his way back to Gryffindor Tower, he notices something odd on the Marauders map concerning Professor Snape. Peeves was not the only thing that was moving. A single dot was flitting around a room in the bottom hand corner, Snape's office, but the dot wasn't labeled Severus Snape. It was Bartimus Crouch. Since Mr. Crouch is supposed to be home with illness, having skipped even the Yule Ball, Harry decides to investigate. However, he gets stuck in a trap step halfway up a staircase and drops his golden egg, causing a terrible noise. Since it's the middle of the night and Harry isn't supposed to be in the corridors, he fears retribution, even if he's still covered in his invisibility cloak. Soon, people arrive. "Filch, what's going on?" Filch stopped a few steps below Harry and turned. At the foot of the stairs stood the only person who could make Harry's situation worse, Snape. He was wearing a long grey nightshirt and he looked livid. "It's Peeves, Professor," Filch whispered malevolently. "He threw this egg down the stairs." Snape climbed up the stairs quickly and stopped beside Filch. Harry gritted his teeth, convinced his loud thumping heart would give him away at any second. "Peeves," said Snape softly, staring at the egg in Filch's hand. "But Peeves couldn't get into my office." "This egg was in your office, Professor?" "Of course not," Snape snapped. "I heard banging and wailing." "Yes, Professor, that was the egg. I was coming to investigate." "Peeves threw it, Professor. And when I passed my office, I saw that the torches were lit and a cupboard door was ajar. Somebody has been searching it." "But Peeves couldn't." "I know he couldn't, Filch," Snape snapped again. "I seal my office with a spell none but a wizard could break." Snape looked up the stairs, straight through Harry, and then down into the corridor below. "I want you to come and help me search for the intruder, Filch." Yes, Professor, but..." Filch looked yearningly up the stairs, right through Harry, who could see that he was very reluctant to forgo the chance of cornering Peeves. "Go," Harry pleaded with him silently. "Go with Snape. Go." Mrs. Norris was peering around Filch's legs. Harry had the distinct impression that she could smell him. Why had he filled that bath with so much perfumed foam? "The thing is, Professor," said Filch plaintively, "the headmaster will have to listen to me this time. Peeves has been stealing from a student. It might be my chance to get him thrown out of the castle once and for all." "Filch, I don't give a damn about the wretched poltergeist. It's my office that's..." Clunk, clunk, clunk. Snape stopped talking very abruptly. He and Filch both looked down at the foot of the stairs. Harry saw Mad-Eye Moody limp into sight through the narrow gap between their heads. Moody was wearing his old traveling cloak over his nightshirt and leaning on his staff as usual. "Pajama party, is it?" he growled up the stairs. "Professor Snape and I heard noises, Professor," said Filch at once. "Peeves the poltergeist throwing things around as usual. And then Professor Snape discovered that someone had broken into his off—" "Shut up," Snape hissed to Filch. Moody took a step closer to the foot of the stairs. Harry saw Moody's magical eye travel over Snape and then, unmistakably, onto himself. Harry's heart gave a horrible jolt. Moody could see through invisibility cloaks. He alone could see the full strangeness of the scene. Snape in his nightshirt, Filch clutching the egg, and he, Harry, trapped in the stairs behind them. Moody's lopsided gash of a mouth opened in surprise. For a few seconds, he and Harry stared straight into each other's eyes. Then Moody closed his mouth and turned his blue eye upon Snape again. "Did I hear that correctly, Snape?" he asked slowly. "Someone broke into your office?" "It is unimportant," said Snape coldly. "On the contrary," growled Moody, "it is very important. Who'd want to break into your office?" "A student, I dare say," said Snape. Harry could see a vein flickering horribly on Snape's greasy temple. "It has happened before. Potion ingredients have gone missing from my private store cupboard. Students attempting illicit mixtures, no doubt." "Reckon they were after potion ingredients, eh?" said Moody. "Not hiding anything else in your office, are you?" Harry saw the edge of Snape's sallow face turn a nasty brick color, the vein in his temple pulsing more rapidly. "You know I'm hiding nothing, Moody," he said in a soft and dangerous voice, "as you've searched my office pretty thoroughly yourself." Moody's face twisted into a smile. "Or as privileged, Snape. Dumbledore told me to keep an eye." "Dumbledore happens to trust me," said Snape, through clenched teeth. "I refuse to believe that he gave you orders to search my office." "Course Dumbledore trusts you," growled Moody. "He's a trusting man, isn't he? Believes in second chances. But me, I say there are spots that don't come off, Snape. Spots that never come off. Do you know what I mean?" Snape suddenly did something very strange. He seized his left forearm convulsively with his right hand, as though something on it had hurt him. Moody laughed. "Get back to bed, Snape. You don't have the authority to send me anywhere," Snape hissed, letting go of his arm as though angry with himself. "I have as much right to prowl this school after dark as you do." "Prowl away," said Moody, but his voice was full of menace. "I look forward to meeting you in a dark corridor sometime. You've dropped something, by the way." With a stab of horror, Harry saw Moody point at the Marauder's map, still lying on the staircase 6 steps below him. As Snape and Filch both turned to look at it, Harry threw caution to the wind. He raised his arms under the cloak and waved furiously at Moody to attract his attention, mouthing, "It's mine! Mine!" Snape had reached out for it, a horrible expression of dawning comprehension on his face. Accio parchment! The map flew up into the air, slipped through Snape's outstretched fingers, and soared down the stairs into Moody's hand. My mistake, Moody said calmly. It's mine. Must have dropped it earlier. But Snape's black eyes were darting from the egg in Filch's arm to the map in Moody's hand, and Harry could tell he was putting two and two together as only Snape could. Potter, he said quietly. What's that? Said Moody calmly, folding up the mat and pocketing it. Potter, Snape snarled, and he actually turned his head and stared right at the place where Harry was, as though he could suddenly see him. That egg is Potter's egg. That piece of parchment belongs to Potter. I have seen it before. I recognize it. Potter is here. Potter in his invisibility cloak. Snape stretched out his hands like a blind man and began to move up the stairs. Harry could have sworn his overlarge nostrils were dilating, trying to sniff Harry out. Trapped. Harry leaned backward, trying to avoid Snape's fingertips. But any movement now... There's nothing there, Snape, barked Moody, but I'll be happy to tell the headmaster how quickly your mind jumped to Harry Potter. Meaning what? Snape turned back to look at Moody, his hands still outstretched, inches from Harry's chest. Meaning that Dumbledore's very interested to know who's got it in for that boy, said Moody, limping nearer still to the foot of the stairs. And so am I, Snape. Very interested. The torchlight flicked across his mangled face so that the scars and the chunk missing from his nose looked deeper and darker than ever. Snape was looking down at Moody, and Harry couldn't see the expression on his face. For a moment, nobody moved or said anything. Then Snape slowly lowered his hands. I merely thought, said Snape, in a voice of forced calm, that if Potter was wandering around after hours again, it's an unfortunate habit of his. He should be stopped, for his own safety. Ah, I see, said Moody softly. Got Potter's best interest at heart, have you? There was a pause. Snape and Moody were still staring at each other. Mrs. Norris gave a loud meow, still peering around Filch's leg, looking for the source of Harry's bubble bath smell. I think I will go back to bed, Snape said curtly. Best idea you've had all night, said Moody. Now, Filch, if you'll just give me that egg. No, said Filch, clutching the egg as though it were his firstborn son. Professor Moody, this is evidence of Peter's treachery. It's the property of the champion he stole it from, said Moody. Hand it over, now. Snape swept downstairs and past Moody without another word. After helping Harry out of his trouble, Moody asked to borrow the Marauder's map, saying it is the perfect tool to keep his eye on everything that's happening in Hogwarts. Harry asks why Mr. Crouch would be searching Snape's office, and Moody tells him that Barty Crouch has always been obsessed with catching dark wizards. Chapter 26. Ron finds it very suspicious that Moody, as well as Crouch, wants to search Snape's office, but Hermione points out that Professor Dumbledore trusts the man, and so should they. Even with the help of Ron, Hermione, and the Hogwarts library, Harry just doesn't seem to find a solution as to how to breathe underwater for an extended period of time. On the morning of the second task, he's ready to admit defeat and give up when Dobby informs him that the thing he needs to retrieve from the lake is none other than Ron, who has been kidnapped. The elf also gives him a plant called gillyweed, stating that eating it will provide Harry with the ability to breathe in the water. The gillyweed, of course, is stolen from Snape's office, though Dobby doesn't tell Harry about that. Professor Snape naturally realizes that the only place Harry could get such a thing is in his private stash, as he sees the boy using it. Harry ends up rescuing not only Ron, but Fleur's sister as well, earning him some extra points for morals. Life returns to normal after the second task for the most part. Rita Skeeter, however, strikes again, this time aiming for Hermione, who angered her earlier. Rita's article now is about the girl breaking Harry's heart and playing with him, as well as Victor Crumb, with whom she attended the Yule Ball. Professor Snape gets his hand on the article and spares no effort to use it to humiliate Harry and Hermione. You might find something to interest you in there, Granger, Pansy said loudly, and she threw the magazine at Hermione, who caught at it looking startled. At the moment the dungeon door opened and Snape beckoned them all inside, Hermione, Harry, and Ron headed for a table at the back of the dungeon as usual. Once Snape had turned his back on them to write up the ingredients of today's potion on the blackboard, Hermione hastily riffled through the magazine under the desk. At last, in the center pages, Hermione found what they were looking for. Harry and Ron leaned in closer. A color photograph of Harry headed a short piece entitled, Harry Potter's secret heartache. Fascinating though your social life undoubtedly is, Miss Granger, said an icy voice right behind them, and all three of them jumped. I must ask you not to discuss it in my class. 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape had glided over to their desk while they were talking. The whole class was now looking around at them. Malfoy took the opportunity to flash Potter stinks across the dungeon at Harry. Reading magazines under the table as well, Snape added, snatching up the copy of Witch Weekly. A further 10 points from Gryffindor. Oh, but of course. Snape's black eyes glittered as they fell on Rita Skeeter's article. Potter has to keep up with his press cuttings. The dungeon rang with the Slytherin's laughter, and an unpleasant smile curled Snape's thin mouth. To Harry's fury, he began to read the article aloud. Harry Potter's secret heartache. Dear, dear Potter, what's ailing you now? A boy like no other, perhaps. Harry could feel his face burning. Snape was pausing at the end of every sentence to allow the Slytherins a hearty laugh. The article sounded 10 times worse when read by Snape. Even Hermione was blushing scarlet now. Harry Potter's well-wishers must hope that next time he bestows his heart upon a worthier candidate. How very touching, sneered Snape, rolling up the magazine to continue gales of laughter from the Slytherins. Well, I think I had better separate the three of you, so you can keep your minds on your potions rather than your tangled love lives. Weasley, you stay there. Miss Granger, over there, besides Miss Parkinson. Potter, that table in front of my desk. Move, now. Furious, Harry threw his ingredients and his bag into his cauldron and dragged it up to the front of the dungeon to the empty table. Snape followed, sat down at his desk and watched Harry unload his cauldron. Determined not to look at Snape, Harry resumed the mashing of his scarab beetles, imagining each one to have Snape's face. All this press attention seems to have inflated your already over-large head, Potter, said Snape quietly once the rest of the class had settled down again. Harry didn't answer. He knew Snape was trying to provoke him. He had done this before. No doubt he was hoping for an excuse to take around 50 points from Gryffindor before the end of the class. You might be laboring under the delusion that the entire wizarding world is impressed with you, Snape went on, so quietly that no one else could hear him. Harry continued to pound his scarlet beetles, even though he had already reduced them to a very fine powder. But I don't care how many times your picture appears in the papers. To me, Potter, you are nothing but a nasty little boy who considers rules to be beneath him. Harry tipped the powdered beetles into his cauldron and started cutting up his ginger roots. His hands were shaking slightly out of anger, but he kept his eyes down, as though he couldn't hear what Snape was saying to him. So I give you fair warning, Potter, Snape continued in a softer and more dangerous voice. Pint-sized celebrity or not, if I catch you breaking into my office one more time, I haven't been anywhere near your office, said Harry angrily, forgetting his feigned deafness. Don't lie to me, Snape hissed, his fathomless black eyes boring into Harry's. Boomslang skin, gillyweed, both come from my private stores, and I know who stole them. Harry stared back at Snape, determined not to blink or to look guilty. In truth, he hadn't stolen either of these things from Snape. Hermione had taken the Boomslang skin back in their second year, and they had needed it for the Polyjuice potion. And while Snape had suspected Harry at the time, he had never been able to prove it. Dobby, of course, had stolen the gillyweed. I don't know what you're talking about, Harry lied coldly. You were out of bed on the night my office was broken into, Snape hissed. I know it, Potter. Now Mad-Eye Moody might have joined your fan club, but I will not tolerate your behavior. One more nighttime stroll into my office, Potter, and you will pay. Right, said Harry coolly, turning back to his ginger roots. I'll bear that in mind if I ever get the urge to go in there. Snape's eyes flashed. He plunged a hand into inside of his black robes. For one wild moment, Harry thought Snape was about to pull out his wand and curse him. Then he saw that Snape had drawn out a small crystal bottle of completely clear potion. Harry stared at it. Do you know what this is, Potter? Snape said, his eyes glittering dangerously again. No, said Harry with complete honesty this time. It is Vira Serum, a truth potion so powerful that 3 drops would have you spilling your innermost secrets for the entire class to hear, said Snape viciously. Now, the use of this potion is controlled by very strict ministry guidelines, but unless you watch your step, you might just find that my hand slips. He shook the crystal bottle slightly. Right over your evening pumpkin juice. And then, Potter, then we'll find out whether you've been in my office or not. Harry said nothing. He turned back to his ginger roots once more, picked up his knife and started slicing them again. He didn't like the sound of that truth potion at all, nor would he put it past Snape to slip him some. He repressed a shudder at the thought of what might come spilling out of his mouth if Snape did it, quite apart from landing a whole lot of people in trouble. Hermione and Dobby for a start. There were all the other things he was concealing, like the fact that he was in contact with Sirius, and his insides squirmed at the thought how he felt about Cho. He tipped his ginger roots into the cauldron too, and wondered whether he ought to take a leaf out of Moody's book and start drinking only from a private hip flask. There was a knock on the dungeon door. Once again, Karkaroff is feeling panicky about the imminent return of Lord Voldemort, and seeks out Snape. "Enter," said Snape in his usual voice. The class looked around as the door opened. Professor Karkaroff came in. Everyone watched him as he walked up towards Snape's desk. He was twisting his finger around his goatee and looking agitated. "We need to talk," said Karkaroff abruptly when he reached Snape. He seemed so determined that nobody should hear what he was saying that he was barely opening his lips. It was as though he were a rather poor ventriloquist. Harry kept his eyes on his finger roots, listening hard. "I'll talk to you after my lesson, Karkaroff," Snape muttered, but Karkaroff interrupted him. "I want to talk now, while you can't slip off, Severus. You've been avoiding me." "After the lesson," Snape snapped. Under the pretext of holding up a measured cup to see if he poured out enough armadillo bile, Harry sneaked a sidelong glance at the pair of them. Karkaroff looked extremely worried, and Snape looked angry. Karkaroff hovered behind Snape's desk for the rest of the double period. He seemed intent on preventing Snape from slipping away at the end of class. Keen to hear what Karkaroff wanted to say, Harry deliberately knocked over his bottle of armadillo bile with 2 minutes to go to the bell, which gave him an excuse to duck down behind his cauldron and mop up while the rest of the class moved noisily toward the door. "What's so urgent?" he heard Snape hiss at Karkaroff. "This," said Karkaroff, and Harry peered around the edge of his cauldron, saw Karkaroff pull up the left-hand sleeve of his robe and show Snape something on his inner forearm. "Well," said Karkaroff, still making effort not to move his lips, "do you see? It's never been this clear. Never since—" "Put it away," snarled Snape, his black eyes sweeping the classroom. "But you must have noticed," Karkaroff began in an agitated voice. "We can talk later, Karkaroff," spat Snape. "Potter, what are you doing?" "Clearing up my armadillo bile, Professor," said Harry innocently, straightening up and showing Snape the sodden rag he was holding. Karkaroff turned on his heel and strode out of the dungeon. He looked both worried and angry. Not wanting to remain alone with an exceptionally angry Snape, Harry threw his books and ingredients back into his bag and left at top speed to tell Ron and Hermione what he had just witnessed. The next day, Harry, Ron, and Hermione meet Sirius Black in Hogsmeade. Sirius tells them about Mr. Crouch's dark past, including how he sent his own son to Azkaban for allegedly being Voldemort's servant. They talk about Snape as well, although his having been a Death Eater is not common knowledge. But as far as I know, Snape was never even accused of being a Death Eater. Not that that means much. Plenty of them were never caught, and Snape's certainly clever and cunning enough to keep himself out of trouble. "Snape knows Karkaroff pretty well, but he wants to keep that quiet," said Ron. "Yeah, you should have seen Snape's face when Karkaroff turned up in potions yesterday," said Harry quickly. "Karkaroff wanted to talk to Snape. He said Snape's been avoiding him." Karkaroff looked really worried. He showed Snape something on his arm, but I couldn't see what it was. Chapter 28. Sometime later, after Bagman shows the champions the labyrinth they will have to navigate on the third and final task, Mr. Crouch shows up on Hogwarts grounds once again. He looks utterly distressed and positively insane. But in his clearer moments, he insists he needs to talk to Dumbledore. Harry goes to fetch the headmaster, leaving Victor Crumb to keep an eye on Crouch. But Snape thinks that whatever he might have to say to Dumbledore can wait. Harry skidded to a halt and looked around. Snape had just emerged from the hidden staircase behind the stone gargoyle. The wall was sliding shut behind him even as he beckoned Harry back toward him. "What are you doing here, Potter?" "I need to see Professor Dumbledore," said Harry, running back up the corridor and skidding to a standstill in front of Snape instead. "It's Mr. Crouch. He's just turned up. He's in the forest. He's asking—" "What is this rubbish?" said Snape, his black eyes glittering. "What are you talking about?" "Mr. Crouch!" Harry shouted. "From the Ministry! He's ill or something! He's in the forest! He wants to see Dumbledore! Just give me the password up to—" "The headmaster is busy, Potter," said Snape, his thin mouth curling into an unpleasant smile. "I've got to tell Dumbledore!" Harry yelled. Didn't you hear me, Potter? Harry could tell Snape was thoroughly enjoying himself, denying Harry the thing he wanted when he was so panicky. Look, said Harry angrily, Crouch isn't right. He's out of his mind. He says he wants to warn. The stone wall behind Snape slid open. Dumbledore was standing there, wearing long green robes and a mildly curious expression. Is there a problem? He said, looking between Harry and Snape. Professor, Harry said, sidestepping Snape before Snape could speak. Mr. Crouch is here. He's down in the forest. He wants to speak to you. Harry expected Dumbledore to ask questions, but to his relief, Dumbledore did nothing of the sort. Lead the way, he said promptly, and he swept off along the corridor behind Harry, leaving Snape standing next to the gargoyle and looking twice as ugly. By the time they reached the spot next to the Forbidden Forest, where Harry has left Crouch and Victor Crumb, Crouch is gone, and Crumb is unconscious. They can't find the Ministry official again, despite the combined efforts of Dumbledore, Hagrid, and Mad-Eye Moody. Chapter 29. The next day, Harry and his friends are trying to make sense of the events. Professor Snape's name comes up, not in a good light. If Snape hadn't held me up, Harry said bitterly, we might have got there in time. The headmaster is busy, Potter. What's this rubbish, Potter? Why couldn't he have just got out of the way? Maybe he didn't want you to get there, said Ron quickly. Maybe. Hang on. How fast do you reckon he could have gotten down to the forest? Do you reckon he could have beaten you and Dumbledore there? Not unless he can turn himself into a bat or something, said Harry. Wouldn't put it past him, Ron muttered. The kids aren't the only ones discussing this. When Harry, after a bad dream not unlike the one he has during the summer, decides to talk to Dumbledore about it, he overhears the headmaster trying to convince the Minister for Magic that something sinister is going on. Chapter 30. While waiting for Dumbledore's return in his office after the headmaster accompanies Fudge to see where Mr. Crouch has disappeared, the boy notes a stone basin in one of the cabinets. Accidentally diving into it, he finds himself inside Professor Dumbledore's memories. He witnesses a series of trials, all administered by a younger Mr. Crouch. One of them is the sentencing of Karkaroff, who tries to buy his freedom by cutting a deal revealing other Death Eaters. To Harry's surprise, he mentions Severus Snape. Not yet, cried Karkaroff, looking quite desperate. Wait, I have more. Harry could see him sweating in the torchlight, his white skin contrasting strongly with the black of his hair and beard. Snape, he shouted. Severus Snape. Snape has been cleared by this council, said Crouch disdainfully. He has been vouched for by Albus Dumbledore. No, shouted Karkaroff, straining at the chains that bound him to the chair. I assure you, Severus Snape is a Death Eater. Dumbledore had gotten to his feet. I have given evidence already on this matter, he said calmly. Severus Snape was indeed a Death Eater. However, he rejoined our side before Lord Voldemort's downfall and turned spy for us at great personal risk. He is now no more a Death Eater than I am. Harry also watches Crouch sending his own son to Azkaban for torturing Alice and Frank Longbottom, Neville's parents, before the real Dumbledore pulls him out of the memory. He explains to the boy what he has exactly seen, even showing him additional ones, also featuring Snape telling Dumbledore about his dark mark. Dumbledore placed his long hands on either side of the pensive and swirled it, rather as a gold prospector would pan for fragments of gold, and Harry saw his own face change smoothly into Snape's, who opened his mouth and spoke to the ceiling, his voice echoing slightly. It's coming back. Karkaroff's too, stronger and clearer than ever. A connection I could have made without assistance, Dumbledore sighed, but never mind. He peered over the top of his half-moon spectacles at Harry, who was gaping at Snape's face, which was continuing to swirl around the bowl. With Dumbledore encouraging him to ask questions, Harry wants to know if the suspected Death Eaters whose trial he just saw have ever been accused again. Of course, his main concern is Professor Snape once again. He said, Mr. Bagman has never been accused of any dark activity since, said Dumbledore calmly. Right, said Harry hastily, staring at the contents of the pensive again, which were swirling more slowly now that Dumbledore had stopped adding thoughts. But the pensive seemed to be asking his questions for him. Snape's face was swimming on the surface again. Dumbledore glanced down into it and then up at Harry. No more has Professor Snape, he said. Harry looked into Dumbledore's light blue eyes, and the thing he really wanted to know spilled out of his mouth before he could stop it. What made you think he'd really stop supporting Voldemort, Professor? Dumbledore held Harry's gaze for a few seconds and then said, "That, Harry, is a matter between Professor Snape and myself." Chapter 31 to 34. The day of the third and final task arrives. Harry navigates the labyrinth more or less successfully, and though he gets injured, he reaches the middle and with that, the Tri-Wizard Cup. Since he and Fedric fought the last obstacle together, Harry proposes they should grab the cup at the same time, both winning the tournament. They do just that, realizing a second later that the Tri-Wizard Cup is a portkey. They end up in a cemetery, far from Hogwarts. Soon, a hooded figure shows up, and following the order of something he holds in his arms, the man kills Cedric. Harry is captured and tied to a gravestone. Peter Pettigrew, Voldemort's servant, performs a ritual, which ends up with the Dark Lord emerging with his body and power intact once more. Voldemort, using the dark mark on Pettigrew's arm, summons his Death Eaters. Many return in a moment's notice, although Severus Snape does not appear to be amongst them, nor does Karkaroff. Draco Malfoy's father, Lucius, however, is there to pledge his allegiance to the Dark Lord. Voldemort, after explaining that the capture of Harry was possible with the help of one of his faithful servants currently at Hogwarts, challenges the boy to a duel. His plan is to prove in front of his supporters once and for all that he is superior to Harry in every way, and the night the infant defeated him was nothing but bad luck. However, when the twin wands, both having one of Fawkes's feathers in them, are forced to fight, they form a connection, which eventually makes Voldemort's wand regurgitate some of its latest spells. This leads to the momentary return of Cedric as well as Harry's parents and others. Though these aren't actually resurrected people and will soon fade away, they are capable of holding up the Dark Lord until Harry reaches the portkey and escapes back to Hogwarts. Chapter 35. Harry tells Dumbledore that Lord Voldemort is back. Though the headmaster instructs him to stay where he is, when Dumbledore has to go to deal with Cedric's parents, Mad-Eye Moody approaches Harry and leads him back to the castle. He interrogates the boy all the way to his office, where he eventually reveals to Harry that he is the Death Eater at Hogwarts. He explains how he helped Harry from the background all year long, after putting his name into the Goblet of Fire. He told Cedric how to decipher the egg, which he then forwarded to Harry. He made sure Dobby knew about the Gillyweed too. In the end, Moody attempts to kill Harry, but he is interrupted by Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape. There was a blinding flash of red light, and with a great splintering and crashing, the door of Moody's office was blasted apart. Moody was thrown backward onto the office floor. Harry, still standing at the place where Moody's face had been, saw Albus Dumbledore, Professor Snape, and Professor McGonagall looking back at him out of the faux glass. He looked around and saw the three of them standing in the doorway, Dumbledore in front, his wand outstretched. Dumbledore states that the man they have just knocked down is not Alistair Moody, then gives orders to his teachers. "Severus, please fetch me the strongest truth potion you possess, and then go down to the kitchens and bring up the house elf called Winky. Minerva, kindly go down to Hagrid's house, where you'll find a large black dog sitting in the pumpkin patch. Take the dog up to my office, tell him I'll be with him shortly, then come back here." If either Snape or McGonagall found these instructions peculiar, they both hid their confusion. Both turned at once and left the office. While they wait, in the imposter's magical trunk, Dumbledore finds the real Moody, unconscious but alive. He tells Harry that whoever is on the floor in front of them has been using the Polyjuice potion. In just minutes, the potion's effect wears off, and they learn the identity of the Death Eater, Barty Crouch Jr., Mr. Crouch's son, presumed dead by everyone. Snape and McGonagall return. There were hurried footsteps outside in the corridor. Snape had returned with Winky at his heels. Professor McGonagall was right behind them. "Crouch," Snape said, stopping dead in the doorway. "Barty Crouch." "Good heavens," said Professor McGonagall, stopping dead and staring down at the man on the floor. Filthy, disheveled Winky peered around Snape's legs. Her mouth opened wide and she let out a piercing shriek. "Master Barty! Master Barty! What is you doing here?" She slung herself forward onto the young man's chest. "You has killed him! You has killed him!" You has killed Master's son." "He is simply stunned, Winky," said Dumbledore. "Step aside, please. Severus, you have the potion?" Snape handed Dumbledore a small glass bottle of the completely clear liquid, the Veritaserum which he had threatened Harry with in class. Dumbledore got up, bent over the man on the floor, and pulled him into a sitting position against the wall beneath the faux glass, in which the reflections of Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall were still glaring down upon them all. Under the influence of the Veritaserum, Crouch confesses everything. How his father switched him to his dying mother in Azkaban under the nose of the Dementors using Polyjuice Potion. How he had been held a captive for years with no other companion but Winky. How he escaped and rejoined to Voldemort, who tasked him with kidnapping and impersonating Mad-Eye Moody. He says he almost had been caught when Harry saw him raiding Snape's office for ingredients for the Polyjuice Potion on the Marauders map. Then says he killed his father on the evening Mr. Crouch showed up in Hogwarts before the third task. He finishes his confession by admitting to turning the Triwizard Cup into a portkey. Chapter 36. Dumbledore gives additional orders, realizing that they have to react to the crisis at hand swiftly. "Severus," Dumbledore turned to Snape, "please tell Madame Pomfrey to come down here. We need to get Alistair Moody into the hospital wing. Then go down to the grounds, find Cornelius Fudge and bring him up to this office. He will undoubtedly want to question Crouch himself. Tell him I will be in the hospital wing in half an hour's time if he needs me." Snape nodded silently and swept out of the room. Up in Dumbledore's office, Harry tells the headmaster and Sirius what has happened after he touched the portkey in detail. After that, they go down to the hospital wing, Sirius in his dog form. Harry falls asleep with the help of a potion, but is awakened soon enough by the arguing Professor McGonagall, Fudge, and Snape. Fudge came striding up the ward. Professors McGonagall and Snape were at his heels. "Where's Dumbledore?" Fudge demanded of Mrs. Weasley. "He's not here," said Mrs. Weasley angrily. "This is a hospital wing, Minister. Don't you think you'd do better to—" But the door opened, and Dumbledore came sweeping up the ward. "What has happened?" said Dumbledore sharply, looking from Fudge to Professor McGonagall. "Why are you disturbing these people? Minerva, I'm surprised at you. I asked you to stand guard over Barty Crouch." "There is no need to stand guard over him anymore, Dumbledore," she shrieked. "The Minister has seen to that." Harry had never seen Professor McGonagall lose control like this. There were angry blotches of color in her cheeks, and her hands were balled into fist. She was trembling with fury. "When we told Mr. Fudge that we had caught the Death Eater responsible for tonight's events," said Snape in a low voice, "he seemed to feel his personal safety was in question. He insisted on summoning a Dementor to accompany him into the castle. He brought it up to the office where Barty Crouch." Harry and the others learned that the Dementors kissed Barty Crouch Jr., taking his soul and essentially rendering him catatonic forever. Dumbledore informs him about the return of Lord Voldemort and gives advice about the steps that must be taken now, but Fudge refuses to believe them. Not even Snape, a former Death Eater, can convince him however he tries. Snape strode forward, past Dumbledore, pulling up the left sleeve of his robes as he went. He stuck out his forearm and showed it to Fudge, who recoiled. "There," said Snape harshly. "There, the dark mark. It is not as clear as it was an hour or so ago, when it turned black, but you can still see it. Every Death Eater had the sign burned into him by the Dark Lord. It was a means of distinguishing one another, and his means of summoning us to him. When he touched the mark of any Death Eater, we were to disapparate and apparate instantly at his side. The mark has been growing clearer all year. Karkaroff's too. Why do you think Karkaroff fled tonight? We both felt the mark burn. We both knew he had returned. Karkaroff fears the Dark Lord's vengeance. He betrayed too many of his fellow Death Eaters to be sure of a welcome back into the fold." Fudge stepped back from Snape too. He was shaking his head. He did not seem to have taken in a word Snape had said. He stared, apparently repelled by the ugly mark on Snape's arm, then looked up at Dumbledore and whispered, "I don't know what you and your staff are playing at, Dumbledore, but I have heard enough. I have no more to add. I will be in touch with you tomorrow, Dumbledore, to discuss the running of this school. I must return to the Ministry." Despite Fudge's insistence that Voldemort can't be back, Dumbledore immediately starts to organize his resistance against the Dark Lord. Part of this means Sirius and Snape must work together. "And now," he said, "it is time for two of our number to recognize each other for what they are. Sirius, if you could resume your usual form." The great black dog looked up at Dumbledore, then in an instant turned back into a man. Mrs. Weasley screamed and leapt back from the bed. "Sirius Black!" she shrieked, pointing at him. "Mom, shut up," Ron yelled. "It's okay." Snape had not yelled or jumped backward, but the look on his face was one of mingled fury and horror. "Him," he snarled, staring at Sirius, whose face showed equal dislike. "What is he doing here?" "He is here at my invitation," said Dumbledore, looking between them. "As are you, Severus. I trust you both. It is time for you to lay aside your old differences and trust each other." Harry thought Dumbledore was asking for a near miracle. Sirius and Snape were eyeing each other with the utmost loathing. "I will settle in the short term," said Dumbledore with a bite of impatience in his voice, "for a lack of open hostility. You will shake hands. You are on the same side now. Time is short, and unless the few of us who know the truth do not stand united, there is no hope for any of us." Very slowly, but still glaring at each other as though each wished the other nothing but ill, Sirius and Snape moved toward each other and shook hands. They let go extremely quickly. "That will do to be going on with," said Dumbledore, stepping between them once more. "Now I have work for each of you." Fudge's attitude, though not unexpected, changes everything. "Sirius, I need you to set off at once. You are to alert Remus Lupin, Arbella Fig, Mundungus Fletcher, the old crowd. Lie low at Lupin's for a while. I will contact you there." "But," said Harry. He wanted Sirius to stay. He did not want to have to say goodbye again so quickly. "You'll see me very soon, Harry," said Sirius, turning to him. "I promise you, but I must do what I can. You understand, don't you?" "Yeah," said Harry. "Yeah, of course I do." Sirius took his hand briefly, nodded to Dumbledore, transformed again into the black dog, and ran the length of the room to the door, whose handle he turned with a paw. Then he was gone. "Severus," said Dumbledore, turning to Snape, "you know what I must ask you to do. If you are ready, if you are prepared." "I am," said Snape. He looked slightly paler than usual, and his cold black eyes glittered strangely. "Then good luck," said Dumbledore, and he watched with a trace of apprehension on his face as Snape swept wordlessly after Sirius. Only 2 hours after Lord Voldemort's return, Severus Snape goes to his old master and convinces him that, despite all appearances, he's still a faithful servant and devoted Death Eater. From that point on, Snape is a double agent. Chapter 37. The next time Snape and Harry see one another at the very somber end of the year feast, Harry wonders what Snape might have done for Dumbledore the other night. Further along the table, sitting next to Professor McGonagall, was Snape. His eyes lingered on Harry for a moment as Harry looked at him. His expression was difficult to read. He looked as sour and unpleasant as ever. Harry continued to watch him long after Snape had looked away. What was it that Snape had done on Dumbledore's orders the night that Voldemort had returned? And why? Why was Dumbledore so convinced that Snape was truly on their side? He had been their spy, Dumbledore had said so in the Pensive. Snape had turned spy against Voldemort, at great personal risk. Was that the job he had taken up again? Has he made contact with the Death Eaters perhaps? Pretended that he had never really gone over to Dumbledore? That he had been like Voldemort himself, biding his time? Once again, Harry returns to Privet Drive, after donating his Triwizard winnings to Fred and George, investing in their future joke shop. Hermione figures out how Rita Skeeter has been eavesdropping on private conversations, such as Hagrid's with Madame Maxine. She's an illegal animagus. Hermione blackmails the reporter into a year-long silence. Ludo Bagman, apparently owing a significant amount of money to goblins, flees the country after failing to secure the funds by betting on the Triwizard Tournament. Snape's vacation will not be nearly as peaceful as it had been the previous year. With Lord Voldemort back and with him assuming his role as a spy once more, grave danger awaits the Potion Master even before he could return to Hogwarts next September for yet another year of teaching. Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Chapters 1 to 3. This summer is not one for relaxing and recharging for Severus Snape. His old master, the most powerful dark wizard who ever lived, is back, and Snape works as a spy now. Both Lord Voldemort and the leader of the opposition, Albus Dumbledore, are sure that Snape works for them. While the wizarding world knows nothing, rejecting Dumbledore's and Harry Potter's claims that the Dark Lord has returned, Snape risked his life regularly, having to convince Voldemort of his loyalty. Meanwhile, Harry is spending the vacation at Privet Drive. He's furious because after all he has done and endured, he is just shipped off to the Dursleys. At the same time, his friends are part of the anti-Voldemort movement. Stranded and without any news about what's happening in the wizarding world, Harry grows restless. While arguing with his cousin, Dudley, Harry is attacked by Dementors. He performs the Patronus charm to drive them away. Still, as a reaction, the Ministry of Magic informs him that he is expelled from Hogwarts for underage magic use. Soon, however, this decision is overturned due to Dumbledore's interference. Though Harry now demands answers from his friends and his godfather, none arrives. What shows up is an advanced guard, a group of witches and wizards to deliver him to the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. This group consists of Harry's old teacher, Professor Lupin, as well as legendary ex-Auror Mad-Eye Moody, and Dumbledore's newest recruits, Aurors Kingsley, Shacklebolt, and Nymphadora Tonks. They safely arrive at 12 Grimmauld Place in London, where the headquarters are. Chapter 4. Here, after a month-long hiatus, Harry finally reunites with his best friends, Hermione and Ron. Ron's whole family seems to be present, his parents as well as most of his siblings. The twins, Fred and George, tell Harry that the Order of the Phoenix, which is a secret society Dumbledore founded to oppose Voldemort and his Death Eaters, is now having a meeting. As it is an important one, Snape the spy is there. They would have loved to listen in, but couldn't due to Mrs. Weasley's having enchanted the door against it. Harry is also told that Ron's eldest brother, Bill, has started to date the Beaubetrox Triwizard champion Fleur Delacour, as well as that Percy, another of his brothers, is now not to be mentioned around the Weasley parents. Percy sided with the Ministry against his own family and believes now that Dumbledore is a senile old man and Harry is a liar. Though Severus might not be aware, that evening Harry sees him, even if just for a brief moment. The three of them looked cautiously over the banisters. The gloomy hallway below was packed with witches and wizards, including all of Harry's guard. They were whispering excitedly together. In the very center of the group, Harry saw the dark, greasy-haired head and prominent nose of his least favorite teacher at Hogwarts, Professor Snape. Harry leant further over the banisters. He was very interested in what Snape was doing for the Order of the Phoenix. A thin piece of flesh-covered string descended in front of Harry's eyes. Looking up, he saw Fred and George on the landing above, cautiously lowering the extendable ear towards the dark knot of people below. A moment later, however, they all began to move toward the front of the door and out of sight. "Damn it," Harry heard Fred whisper, as he hoisted the extendable ear back up again. They heard the front door open, then close. "Snape never eats here," Ron told Harry quietly. "Thank God. Come on." Chapter 5 to 11. After dinner, the present member of the Order, Sirius Black amongst them, gives Harry a brief outline of what's happening and what they are working for, including keeping Voldemort from getting a mysterious weapon, though only the actual members are allowed to know what that is. In the following days, Harry gets acquainted with the house, which turns out to be the Black family's ancestral home. As all the Blacks, apart from Sirius, had been Slytherins, dark wizards and supporters of Voldemort, the house is full of ominous objects and dark magic, not to mention the half-crazy, racist old house elf Kreacher, which the kids, with the help of Mrs. Weasley and Sirius, are trying to clean up. Sirius is restless, still a wanted criminal in the eye of the public, and his secret, being able to turn into a dog, is now known by the Death Eaters. He's commanded to stay at Grimmauld Place. In the meantime, Snape continues his mission as a spy. At one point, Voldemort sends Peter Pettigrew to his house officially to help Snape with his endeavors. But as the two had been enemies since a very early age, it is more of a punishment for both. Though Harry is not expelled from Hogwarts yet, he still has to attend a disciplinary hearing. This takes place in the Ministry of Magic, where the boy travels with Mr. Weasley, who works there. During the hearing, it becomes clear that the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, wants nothing more than to have Harry out of the wizarding world and possibly arrested. But thanks to Professor Dumbledore's expert defense, Harry is found innocent and can start his next term in Hogwarts. Before the new school year starts, Ron and Hermione are informed that they have both been chosen to be Gryffindor's prefects. Harry feels overlooked, and his resentment towards Dumbledore, who refused to look at him at all during the hearing, grows. September arrives, and with that, the start of the term. Harry and his friends walk to King's Cross, where they board the Hogwarts Express. During the journey, Harry meets Luna Lovegood, a Ravenclaw girl from Ginny's year, who's widely considered to be an odd person. Odd she might be, but she comforts Harry as much as she can. When arriving at Hogwarts, Harry spots skeletal, winged horses drawing the carts that have always moved on their own before. The problem is that nobody else can see these creatures, only Harry and Luna. What's worse than that, Hagrid seems to be missing, with his duties being carried out by the substitute teacher, Professor Grubbly Plank. During the feast, Dumbledore introduces the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Dolores Umbridge, whom Harry recognizes from his hearing as a witch vocally supporting Fudge in trying to get rid of Harry. Chapter 12. Classes start the next day. One of the first ones Harry and his classmates are having is potions with Snape, who, of course, has returned to Hogwarts after a summer of risking his life. His feelings towards the boy, despite everything, have not changed. "Settle down," said Snape coldly, shutting the door behind him. There was no real need for the call to order. The moment the class had heard the door close, quiet had fallen and all fidgeting stopped. Snape's mere presence was usually enough to ensure a class's silence. "Before we begin today's lesson," said Snape, sweeping over to his desk and staring around at them all, "I think it appropriate to remind you that next June you will be sitting an important examination, during which you will prove how much you have learnt about the composition and use of magical potions. Moronic though some of this class undoubtedly are, I expect you all to scrape an acceptable in your OWL or suffer my displeasure." His gaze lingered this time on Neville, who gulped. "After this year, of course, many of you will cease studying with me," Snape went on. "I take only the very best into my NEWT potions class, which means that some of us will certainly be saying goodbye." His eyes rested on Harry and his lip curled. Harry glared back, feeling a grim pleasure at the idea that he would be able to give up potions after 5th year. "But we have another year to go before that happy moment of farewell," said Snape softly. "So, whether or not you are intending to attempt NEWT, I advise all of you to concentrate your efforts upon maintaining the high pass level I have come to expect from my OWL students. Today, we'll be mixing a potion that often comes up at ordinary wizarding level, the Draught of Peace, a potion to calm anxiety and soothe agitation. Be warned, if you are too heavy-handed with the ingredients, you will put the drinker into a heavy and sometimes irreversible sleep, so you will need to pay close attention to what you are doing." On Harry's left, Hermione sat up a little straighter, her expression one of utmost attention. "The ingredients and method," Snape flicked his wand, "are on the blackboard." They appeared there. "You will find everything you need," he flicked his wand again, "in the store cupboard." The door of the said cupboard sprang open. "You have an hour and a half. Start." Just as Harry, Ron, and Hermione had predicted, Snape could hardly have set them a more difficult fiddly potion. The ingredients had to be added to the cauldron in precisely the right order and quantities. The mixture had to be stirred exactly the right number of times, firstly in clockwise, then in anti-clockwise directions. The heat of the flames on which it was simmering had to be lowered to exactly the right level for a specific number of minutes before the final ingredient was added. "A light silver vapor should now be rising from your potion," called Snape, with 10 minutes to go. Harry, who was sweating profusely, looked desperately around the dungeon. His own cauldron was issuing copious amounts of dark grey steam. Ron's was spitting green sparks. Seamus was feverishly prodding the flames at the base of his cauldron with the tip of his wand as they seemed to be going out. The surface of Hermione's potion, however, was a shimmering mist of silver vapor, and as Snape swept by, he looked down his hooked nose at it without comment, which meant he could find nothing to criticize. At Harry's cauldron, however, Snape stopped and looked down at it with a horrible smirk on his face. "Potter, what is this supposed to be?" The Slytherins at the front of the class all looked up eagerly. They loved hearing Snape taunt Harry. "The Draught of Peace," said Harry tensely. "Tell me, Potter," said Snape softly. "Can you read?" Draco Malfoy laughed. "Yes, I can," said Harry, his fingers clenched tightly around his wand. "Read the third line of the instructions for me, Potter." Harry squinted at the blackboard. It was not easy to make out the instructions through the haze of multicolored steam now filling the dungeon. Add powdered moonstone, stir 3 times counterclockwise, allow to simmer for 7 minutes, then add 2 drops of syrup of hellebore. His heart sank. He had not added syrup of hellebore, but had proceeded straight to the 4th line of the instructions after allowing his potion to simmer for 7 minutes. "Did you do everything on the 3rd line, Potter?" "No," said Harry very quietly. "I beg your pardon?" "No," said Harry more loudly. "I forgot the hellebore." "I know you did, Potter, which means that this mess is utterly worthless." Evanescence. The contents of Harry's potion vanished. He was left standing foolishly beside an empty cauldron. "Those of you who have managed to read the instructions, fill 1 flagon with a sample of your potion. Label it clearly with your name and bring it up to my desk for testing," said Snape. "Homework: 12 inches of parchment on the properties of moonstone and its uses in potion making to be handed in on Thursday." While everyone around him filled their flagons, Harry cleared away his things, seething. His potion had been no worse than Ron's, which was now giving off a foul odor of bad eggs, or Neville's, which had achieved the consistency of just mixed cement and which Neville was now having to gouge out of his cauldron. Yet it was he, Harry, who would be receiving 0 marks for the day's work. He stuffed his wand back into his bag and slumped down to his seat, watching everyone else march up to Snape's desk with filled and corked flagons. When at long last the bell rang, Harry was first out of the dungeon and had already started his lunch by the time Ron and Hermione joined him in the Great Hall. The day doesn't get better for Harry. He manages to argue with Professor Umbridge, who, besides maintaining that Voldemort is dead, and whoever says otherwise is lying, is also refusing to teach them any actual magic. Besides getting detention for insistence, Harry is also sent to Professor McGonagall, who warns him against arguing further with Umbridge, seeing that the woman represents the Ministry and can get Harry in real trouble. Chapter 13 to 15. The detention turns out to be writing lines with a cursed pen that uses Harry's blood as ink, carving the written words in his hand in the process. Shortly, Harry learns that Ron, now that his parents gifted him a decent racing broom for becoming a prefect, plans to try out for the keeper position in the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Though Harry can't be present because of his week-long detention, Ron secures his place on the team alongside his twin brothers and Harry. Meanwhile, Professor Snape is true to his word and tasks his students with a lot of homework and increasingly hard potions during classes, preparing them for the OWL exams, held at the end of the 5th year. Ron's first attempt at the Quidditch training sessions are less than ideal, but Harry trusts that his friend only needs to overcome his nerves to be great. Hagrid is still missing, and though Harry manages to get in touch with Sirius despite the Ministry watching their correspondence, he can't get a reassuring answer about where the Gatekeeper is. Apparently, Hagrid should have been back from his secret mission by the start of the new year, and nobody, not even Dumbledore, knows why he is late. Sirius also tells Harry and his friends that the Ministry fears Dumbledore is recruiting an army of students to lead it against Fudge, which is why Umbridge won't let them learn proper defense against the dark arts. The next day, the Daily Prophet announces that Dolores Umbridge had been appointed Hogwarts High Inquisitor, answering the declining quality of the school. She will evaluate each and every teacher as well as make decisions to ensure Hogwarts' proper running. Professor Snape continues to demand OWL level casework from his students at every potion lesson. But Professor Umbridge was not inspecting their History of Magic lesson, which was just as dull as the previous Monday. Nor was she in Snape's dungeon when they arrived for double potions, where Harry's Moonstone essay was handed back to him with a large, spiky black D scrawled in an upper corner. "I have awarded you the grades you would have received if you presented this work in your OWL," said Snape with a smirk as he swept among them, passing back their homework. "This should give you a realistic idea of what to expect in the examination." Snape reached the front of the class and turned on his heel to face them. The general standard of this homework was abysmal. Most of you would have failed had this been your examination. I expect to see a great deal more effort for this week's essay on the various varieties of venom antidotes, or I shall have to start handing out detentions to those dunces who get a D. He smirked as Malfoy sniggered and said in a carrying whisper, "Some people got a D?" Ha! Harry realized that Hermione was looking sideways to see what grade he had received. He slid his Moonstone essay back into his bag as quickly as possible, feeling that he would rather keep that information private. Determined not to give Snape an excuse to fail him this lesson, Harry read and reread every line of instructions on the blackboard at least 3 times before acting on them. His strengthening solution was not precisely the clear turquoise shade of Hermione's, but it was at least blue rather than pink, like Neville's, and he delivered a flask of it to Snape's desk at the end of the lesson with a feeling of mingled defiance and relief. The same day, Harry manages to get another week of detention from Umbridge. A few days later, Hermione, realizing that they won't be able to pass their OWL exams in defense against the dark arts with the lessons Umbridge provides, proposes the idea of a study group that would focus on defensive magic. To Harry's immense surprise, she thinks he should teach them, as Harry has the most experience in this, having fought Dementors, various dark and dangerous creatures, and Lord Voldemort himself. Harry is unsure of this, but finds himself to be open to the idea after some consideration. Chapters 16 and 17. During the year's first Hogsmeade visit, Hermione organizes a meeting for those who are interested in learning defense from Harry. To the boy's surprise, many people show up, including his Hufflepuff friends like Ernie Macmillan or Hannah Abbott, or Ginny, and many others from her year, Luna Lovegood included, as well as Harry's crush, Cho Chang. Despite the meeting being held outside the school, they still get overheard, and soon the new Hogwarts High Inquisitor makes her first decree, saying that any group of students can only assemble to do any activity with the High Inquisitor's permission. Though sure that their study group could not count on that, Harry decides to go ahead with the plan. Professor Snape, as on so many occasions before, now arrives again just in time to de-escalate a bad situation when Malfoy goes a step too far in mocking Neville before their next potions lesson. Something collided hard with Harry's shoulder, knocking him sideways. A split second later, he realized that Neville had just charged past him, heading straight for Malfoy. "Neville, no!" Harry leapt forward and seized the back of Neville's robes. Neville struggled frantically, his fists flailing, trying desperately to get at Malfoy, who looked for a moment extremely shocked. "Help me!" Harry flung at Ron, managing to get an arm around Neville's neck and dragging him backwards, away from the Slytherins. Crabbe and Goyle were flexing their arms as they stepped in front of Malfoy, ready for the fight. Ron seized Neville's arms, and together, he and Harry succeeded in dragging Neville back into the Gryffindor line. Neville's face was scarlet. The pressure Harry was exerting on his throat rendered him quite incomprehensible, but odd words sputtered from his mouth. "Not funny. Don't. Mungos. Show him." The dungeon door opened. Snape appeared there. His black eye swept up the Gryffindor line to point where Harry and Ron were wrestling with Neville. "Fighting Potter, Weasley, Longbottom," Snape said in his cold, sneering voice. 10 points from Gryffindor. Release Longbottom, Potter, or it'll be detention. Inside, all of you. The class that follows turns to be an entertaining one, as Umbridge is there to evaluate Snape. With all the dismay the professor shows towards Umbridge, however, Snape still manages to save some for Harry. The class around them was whispering about what Neville had just done, but when Snape closed the dungeon door with an echoing bang, everybody immediately fell silent. "You will notice," said Snape in his low, sneering voice, "that we have a guest with us today." He gestured toward the dim corner of the dungeon, and Harry saw Professor Umbridge sitting there, clipboard on her knee. He glanced sideways at Ron and Hermione, his eyebrows raised. Snape and Umbridge, the two teachers he hated most. It was hard to decide which one he wanted to triumph over the other. "We are continuing with our strengthening solution today. You will find your mixtures as you left them last lesson. If correctly made, they should have matured well over the weekend. Instructions," he waved his wand again, "on the board. Carry on." Professor Umbridge spent the first half hour of the lesson making notes in her corner. Harry was very interested in hearing her question Snape, so interested that he was becoming careless with his potion again. "Salamander blood, Harry," Hermione moaned, grabbing his wrist to prevent him adding the wrong ingredient for the third time. "Not pomegranate juice?" "Right," said Harry vaguely, putting down the bottle and continuing to watch the corner. Umbridge had just got to her feet. "Huh," he said softly as she strode between two lines of desks towards Snape, who was bending over Dean Thomas's cauldron. "Well, the class seemed fairly advanced for their level," she said briskly to Snape's back, "though I would question whether it is advisable to teach them a potion like the strengthening solution. I think the Ministry would prefer it if that was removed from the syllabus." Snape straightened up slowly and turned to look at her. "Now, how long have you been teaching at Hogwarts?" she asked, her quill poised over her clipboard. 14 years, Snape replied. His expression was unfathomable. Harry watched him closely, adding a few drops to his potion. It hissed menacingly and turned from turquoise to orange. "You applied first for the Defense Against the Dark Arts post, I believe," Professor Umbridge asked Snape. "Yes," said Snape quietly. "But you were unsuccessful?" Snape's lip curled. "Obviously." Professor Umbridge scribbled on her clipboard. "And you have applied regularly for the Defense Against the Dark Arts post since you first joined the school, I believe." "Yes," said Snape quietly, barely moving his lips. He looked very angry. "Do you have any idea why Dumbledore has constantly refused to appoint you?" asked Umbridge. "I suggest you ask him," said Snape jerkily. "Oh, I shall," said Professor Umbridge with a sweet smile. "I suppose this is relevant?" Snape asked, his black eyes narrowed. "Oh yes," said Professor Umbridge. "Yes, the Ministry wants a thorough understanding of teachers' backgrounds." She turned away, walked over to Pansy Parkinson and began questioning her about the lessons. Snape looked around at Harry and their eyes met for a second. Harry hastily dropped his gaze to his potion, which was now congealing foully and giving off a strong smell of burnt rubber. "No marks again then, Potter," said Snape maliciously, emptying Harry's cauldron with a wave of his wand. "You will write me an essay on the correct composition of this potion, indicating how and why you went wrong, to be handed in next lesson. Do you understand?" "Yes," said Harry furiously. Snape had already given them homework, and he had Quidditch practice this evening. This would mean another couple of sleepless nights. It did not seem possible that he had awoken this morning feeling very happy. All he felt now was a fevered desire for this day to end. Chapters 18 and 19. Harry holds his first lesson, which they name DA, for Dumbledore's Army. They use the Room of Requirement, a place Dobby tells Harry about. The lesson is a big success for the students as well as for their new teacher. As the first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor versus Slytherin comes closer. The usual intimidation campaign towards the players begins. Professor Snape, head of Slytherin, takes place in this. Snape was no less obliviously partisan. He had booked the Quidditch pitch for Slytherin's practice so often that the Gryffindors had difficulty getting on to play. He was also turning a deaf ear to the many reports of Slytherin's attempts to hex Gryffindor's players in the corridors. When Alicia Spinnet turned up in a hospital wing with her eyebrows growing so thick and fast they obscured her vision and obstructed her mouth, Snape insisted that she must have attempted a hair-thickening charm on herself and refused to listen to the 14 eyewitnesses who insisted they had seen the Slytherin keeper, Miles Bletchley, hit her from behind with a jinx while she worked in the library. In the game, Ron performs abysmally. Though Harry catches the golden snitch and manages to win the match, it's a close thing. Afterwards, Malfoy taunts him and the twins. The Slytherin boy goes too far, and though the three chasers hold back, Fred, George, and Harry beat up Malfoy badly. Professor McGonagall is furious with them, but the real punishment comes from Umbridge, who bans Harry, George, and even Fred from ever playing Quidditch again. Chapters 20 to 23. Hagrid returns that very evening. Harry and his friends go down to see him, despite school rules, using the invisibility cloak. Hagrid is in bad shape, bruised and injured, but happy to see the kids. After the three reveal that it had not been particularly hard to figure out that Hagrid and Madame Maxime had been sent to the Giants as ambassadors, the man tells them how it went down. As it turns out, despite all their efforts, the Giants would most likely side with Voldemort. Hagrid refuses to tell them why he was late and how he got injured. The conversation is cut short by a visit from Professor Umbridge, who is no less curious about Hagrid's injuries and all but tells him that he will shortly be fired. This threat becomes much more ominous when Umbridge shows up at Hagrid's first Care for Magical Creatures lesson in her High Inquisitor quality, and makes it no secret that she thinks Hagrid is unfit to teach. Finally, Harry learns the secret of the winged skeletal horses. They are called Thestrals, and only those who witness death can see them, which is why Harry only started to notice them now. As December approaches, Angelina Johnson, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, informs Harry that his replacement is Ginny Weasley, who's apparently a very talented player. After the very last DA lesson before Christmas, Harry finally kisses his longtime crush, Cho Chang. He has clashing feelings about this. He thinks Cho likes him, but she had been Cedric's girlfriend when the Hufflepuff boy had been murdered in front of Harry. That night, Harry dreams that he is a snake, and at the place he has been dreaming about since the summer. He attacks and gravely injures Mr. Weasley. Waking up, he knows that this is not a regular dream, but one of those that show real events and insist they have to tell somebody before Arthur Weasley bleeds out. Shortly, Professor McGonagall shows up, and after hearing Harry out, she takes the boy to Dumbledore. The headmaster, after a brief questioning, acts quickly, and it is soon confirmed that Harry is telling the truth, and Mr. Weasley is in fact in danger. Dumbledore sends word to the rest of the Weasley children, as well as Mrs. Weasley and Sirius Black, whose house the Weasleys and Harry will arrive at. A long sleepless night follows. They know that Mr. Weasley is in St. Mungo Hospital now, but until dawn, there is no news about him. Then, Mrs. Weasley arrives at 12 Grimmauld Place, telling them that Mr. Weasley is in stable condition and is going to survive the attack. Later that day, they all go to visit the wizard. Harry is already thinking that Voldemort somehow transported him from Hogwarts to London, changed him into a snake, and made him attack Mr. Weasley. And an overheard conversation about the Dark Lord having a connection to his mind does not help with this. Harry decides to distance himself from the others, which lasts until Hermione arrives and drags him out of his solitude. The girl, with the help of Ron and Ginny, who in fact had been possessed by Voldemort in the past, proves to Harry that he is innocent and only a mere witness to the attack. With his worries eased, Harry is finally able to enjoy the holiday. They all go back to the hospital to visit, during which they run into Neville and his grandmother, who are visiting Neville's parents. Though Harry knew about how they had been tortured to insanity by Death Eaters, this is new information to the others. Chapter 24. Meanwhile, Snape spends Christmas at Hogwarts as always. At some point during the holidays, Dumbledore tasks him with teaching Harry occlumency, the art of defending one's mind from intrusion. Snape travels to London to break the news to Harry. "Harry, dear," said Mrs. Weasley, poking her head into Ron's bedroom where the pair of them were playing wizard chess watched by Hermione, Ginny, and Crookshanks. "Could you come down to the kitchen? Professor Snape would like a word with you." Harry did not immediately register what she had said. One of his castles was engaged in a violent tussle with a pawn of Ron's, and he was egging it on enthusiastically. Squash him! He's only a pawn, you idiot!" "Sorry, Mrs. Weasley, what did you say?" "Professor Snape, dear, in the kitchen. He'd like a word." Harry's mouth fell open in horror. He looked around at Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, all of whom were gaping back at him. Crookshanks, whom Hermione had been restraining with difficulty for the past quarter of an hour, leapt gleefully onto the board and set the pieces running for cover, squealing at the top of their voices. "Snape?" said Harry blankly. "Professor Snape, dear," said Mrs. Weasley reprovingly. "Now come on quickly, he says he can't stay long." "What's he want with you?" said Ron, looking unnerved as Mrs. Weasley withdrew from the room. "You haven't done anything, have you?" No, said Harry indigently, racking his brains to think what he could have done that would make Snape pursue him to Grimmauld Place. Had his last piece of homework perhaps earned him a D? Sirius insisted on being present for this conversation. A minute or two later, he pushed open the kitchen door to find Sirius and Snape both seated at the long kitchen table, glaring in opposite directions. The silence between them was heavy with mutual dislike. A letter lay open on the table in front of Sirius. Said Harry to announce his presence. Snape looked around at him, his face framed between curtains of greasy black hair. Sit down, Potter. You know, said Sirius loudly, leaning back on his rear chair legs and speaking to the ceiling. I think I prefer it if you didn't give orders here, Snape. It's my house, you see. An ugly flush suffused Snape's pallid face. Harry sat down in a chair beside Sirius, facing Snape across the table. I was supposed to see you alone, Potter, said Snape, the familiar sneer curling his mouth. But Black, I'm his godfather, said Sirius, louder than ever. I am here on Dumbledore's orders, said Snape, whose voice by contrast was becoming more and more quietly waspish. But by all means, stay, Black. I know how you like to feel involved. What's that supposed to mean? Said Sirius, letting his chair fall back onto all four legs with a loud bang. Merely that I am sure you must feel, frustrated by the fact that you can do nothing useful, Snape said, a delicate stress on the word. For the Order. It was Sirius's turn to flush. Snape's lip curled in triumph as he turned to Harry. The headmaster has sent me to tell you, Potter, that it is his wish for you to study occlumency this term. Study what? Said Harry blankly. Snape's sneer became more pronounced. Occlumency, Potter, the magical defense of the mind against external penetration. An obscure branch of magic, but a highly useful one. Harry's heart began to pump very fast indeed. Defense against external penetration? But he was not being possessed. They had all agreed on that. Why do I have to study thing? He blurted out. Because the headmaster thinks it's a good idea, said Snape smoothly. You will receive private lessons once a week, but you will not tell anybody what you are doing. Least of all, Dolores Umbridge, you understand? Yes, said Harry. Who's going to be teaching me? Snape raised an eyebrow. I am, he said. Harry had this horrible sensation that his insides were melting. Extra lessons with Snape. What on earth had he done to deserve this? He looked around quickly at Sirius for support. Why can't Dumbledore teach Harry? Asked Sirius aggressively. Why you? I suppose because it is a headmaster's privilege to delegate less enjoyable tasks, said Snape silkily. I assure you, I did not beg for the job. He got to his feet. I will expect you at 6 o'clock on Monday evening, Potter. My office. If anybody asks, you are taking remedial potions. Nobody who has seen you in my classes could deny you need them. He turned to leave, his black traveling cloak billowing behind him. Wait a moment, said Sirius, sitting up straighter in his chair. Snape turned back to face them, sneering. I am rather in a hurry, Black. Unlike you, I do not have unlimited leisure time. I'll get to the point then, said Sirius, standing up. He was rather taller than Snape, who, Harry noticed, balled his fist in the pocket of his cloak over what Harry was sure was the handle of his wand. If I hear you're using these occlumency lessons to give Harry a hard time, you'll have me to answer to. How touching, Snape sneered. But surely you have noticed that Potter is very like his father. Yes, I have, said Sirius proudly. Well then, you'll know he's so arrogant that criticism simply bounces off him, Snape said sleekly. Sirius pushed his chair roughly aside and strode around the table towards Snape, pulling out his wand as he went. Snape whipped out his own. They were squaring up to each other. Sirius looked livid, Snape calculating, his eyes darting from Sirius's wand tip to his face. Sirius, said Harry loudly, but Sirius appeared not to have heard him. I've warned you, Snivellus, said Sirius, his face barely a foot from Snape's. I don't care if Dumbledore thinks you've reformed. I know better. Oh, but why don't you tell him so, whispered Snape. Or are you afraid he might not take very seriously the advice of a man who has been hiding inside his mother's house for 6 months? Tell me, how is Lucius Malfoy these days? I expect he's delighted his lapdog's working at Hogwarts, isn't he? Speaking of dogs, said Snape softly, Did you know that Lucius Malfoy recognized you last time you risked a little gaunt outside? Clever idea, Black. Getting yourself seen on a safe station platform gave you a cast-iron excuse not to leave your hidey hole in the future, didn't it? Sirius raised his wand. No, Harry yelled, vaulting over the table and trying to get in between them. Sirius, don't! Are you calling me a coward? Roared Sirius, trying to push Harry out of the way, but Harry would not budge. Why, yes, I suppose I am, said Snape. Harry, get out of it! Snarled Sirius, pushing him aside with his free hand. The kitchen door opened and the entire Weasley family plus Hermione came inside, all looking very happy, with Mr. Weasley walking proudly in their midst, dressed in a pair of striped pajamas, covered by a mackintosh. Cured, he announced brightly to the kitchen at large. Completely cured. He and all the other Weasleys froze on the threshold, gazing at the scene in front of them, which was also suspended in mid-action. Both Sirius and Snape looking towards the door with their wands pointing into each other's faces, and Harry immobile between them, a hand stretched out to each, trying to force them apart. Merlin's beard, said Mr. Weasley, the smile sliding off his face. What's going on here? Both Sirius and Snape lowered their wands. Harry looked from one to the other. Each wore an expression of utmost content, yet the unexpected entrance of so many witnesses seemed to have brought them back to their senses. Snape pocketed his wand, turned on his heel, and swept back across the kitchen, passing the Weasleys without comment. At the door, he looked back. 6 o'clock Monday evening, Potter. And he was gone. Sirius glared after him, his wand at his side. What's been going on? Asked Mr. Weasley again. After the holidays, the kids returned to Hogwarts using the magical triple-decker bus, the Night Bus. Before Harry attends his first occlumency lesson, he asks Cho out on a date. This puts him in a good mood, which quickly evaporates. By 6 o'clock that evening, however, even the glow of having successfully asked out Cho Chang could not lighten the ominous feelings that intensified with every step Harry took towards Snape's office. He paused outside the door when he reached it, wishing he were almost anywhere else, then, taking a deep breath, he knocked and entered. The shadowy room was lined with shelves bearing hundreds of glass jars in which slimy bits of animals and plants were suspended in various colored potions. In one corner stood the cupboard full of ingredients that Snape had once accused Harry, not without reason, of robbing. Harry's attention was drawn towards the desk, however, where a shallow stone basin engraved with runes and symbols lay in a pool of candlelight. Harry recognized it at once. It was Dumbledore's pensive. Wondering what on earth it was doing there, he jumped when Snape's cold voice came out of the shadows. "Shut the door behind you, Potter." Harry did as he was told, with the horrible feeling that he was imprisoning himself. When he turned back into the room, Snape had moved into the light and was pointing silently at the chair opposite his desk. Harry sat down and so did Snape, his cold black eyes fixed unblinkingly upon Harry, dislike etched in every line of his face. "Well, Potter, you know why you are here," he said. "The headmaster has asked me to teach you occlumency. I can only hope that you prove more adept at it than at potions." "Right," said Harry tersely. "This may not be an ordinary class, Potter," said Snape, his eyes narrowed malevolently, "but I am still your teacher, and you will therefore call me Sir or Professor at all times." "Yes, sir," said Harry. Snape continued to survey him through narrowed eyes for a moment, then said, "Now, occlumency. As I told you back in your dear godfather's kitchen, this branch of magic seals the mind against magical intrusion and influence." "And why does Professor Dumbledore think I need it, sir?" said Harry, looking directly into Snape's eyes and wondering whether Snape would answer. Snape looked back at him for a moment, and then said contemptuously, "Surely even you could have worked that out by now, Potter. The Dark Lord is highly skilled at leglomancy." "What's that, sir?" "It is the ability to extract feelings and memories from another person's mind." "He can read minds?" said Harry quickly, his worst fears confirmed. "You have no subtlety, Potter," said Snape, his dark eyes glittering. "You do not understand fine distinctions. It is one of the shortcomings that makes you such a lamentable potion maker." Snape paused for a moment, apparently to savor the pleasure of insulting Harry before continuing. "Only muggles talk of mind reading. The mind is not a book, to be opened at will and examined at leisure. Thoughts are not etched on the inside of skulls, to be pursued by any invaders. The mind is a complex and many-layered thing, Potter, or at least most minds are," he smirked. It is true, though, that those who have mastered leglomancy are able to, under certain conditions, to delve into the minds of their victims and to interpret their findings correctly. The Dark Lord, for instance, almost always knows when somebody is lying to him. Only those skilled at occlumency are able to shut down those feelings and memories that contradict the lie, and so can utter falsehoods in his presence without detection. Whatever Snape said, leglomancy sounded like mind reading to Harry, and he didn't like the sound of it at all. So he could know what we're thinking right now, sir. The Dark Lord is at a considerable distance, and the walls and grounds of Hogwarts are guarded by many ancient spells and charms to ensure the bodily and mental safety of those who dwell within them, said Snape. Time and space matter in magic, Potter. Eye contact is often essential in leglomancy. Well then, why do I have to learn occlumency? Snape eyed Harry, tracing his mouth with one long, thin finger as he did so. The usual rules do not seem to apply with you, Potter. The curse that failed to kill you seems to afford some kind of connection between you and the Dark Lord. The evidence suggests that at times, when your mind is most relaxed and vulnerable, when you are asleep for instance, you are sharing the Dark Lord's thoughts and emotions. The headmaster thinks it is inadvisable for this to continue. He wishes me to teach you how to close your mind to the Dark Lord. Harry's heart was pumping fast again. None of this added up. But why does Professor Dumbledore want to stop it? He asked abruptly. I don't like it much, but it's been useful, hasn't it? I mean, I saw that snake attack Mr. Weasley, and if I hadn't, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't have been able to save him, would he, sir? Snape stared at Harry for a few moments, still tracing his mouth with his finger. When he spoke again, it was slowly and deliberately, as though he weighed every word. It appears that the Dark Lord has been unaware of the connection between you and himself until very recently. Up till now, it seems that you have been experiencing his emotions and sharing his thoughts without his being any the wiser. However, the vision you had shortly before Christmas, the one with the snake and Mr. Weasley— Do not interrupt me, Potter, said Snape in a dangerous voice. As I was saying, the vision you had shortly before Christmas represented such a powerful incursion upon the Dark Lord's thoughts. I saw inside the snake's head, not his. I thought I just told you not to interrupt me, Potter. But Harry did not care if Snape was angry. At least, he seemed to be getting to the bottom of this business. He had moved forward in his chair so that without realizing it, he was perched on the very edge, tense as though posed for flight. How come I saw through the snake's eyes if it's Voldemort's thoughts I'm sharing? Do not say the Dark Lord's name, spat Snape. There was a nasty silence. They glared at each other across the Pensive. Professor Dumbledore says his name, said Harry quietly. Dumbledore is an extremely powerful wizard, Snape muttered. While he may feel secure enough to use the name, the rest of us— He rubbed his left forearm, apparently unconsciously, on the spot where Harry knew the dark mark was burned into his skin. I just wanted to know, Harry began again, forcing his voice back to politeness. Why, you seem to have visited the snake's mind because that was where the Dark Lord was at that particular moment, snarled Snape. He was possessing the snake at the time, so you dreamed you were inside it too. And he realized I was there. It seems so, said Snape coolly. How do you know? Said Harry urgently. Is this just Professor Dumbledore guessing, or— I told you, said Snape, rigid in his chair, his eyes slits, to call me sir. Yes, sir, said Harry impatiently. But how did you know? It is enough that we know, said Snape repressively. The important point is that the Dark Lord is now aware that you are gaining access to his thoughts and feelings. He has also deduced that the process is likely to work in reverse. That is to say, he has realized that he might be able to access your thoughts and feelings in return. And he might try and make me do things? Asked Harry. Sir? He added hurriedly. He might, said Snape, sounding cold and unconcerned. Which brings us back to occlumency. Snape pulled out his wand from an inside pocket of his robes, and Harry tensed in his chair. But Snape merely raised the wand to his temple and placed its tip into the greasy roots of his hair. When he withdrew it, some silvery substance came away, stretching from temple to wand like a thick gossamer strand, which broke as he pulled the wand away from it and fell gracefully into the Pensive, where it swirled silvery white, neither gas nor liquid. Twice more, Snape raised the wand to his temple and deposited the silvery substance into the stone basin. Then, without offering any explanation of his behavior, He picked up the pensive carefully, removed it to a shelf out of their way, and returned to face Harry with his wand held at the ready. "Stand up and take out your wand, Potter." Harry got to his feet, feeling nervous. They faced each other with the desk between them. "You may use your wand to attempt to disarm me, or defend yourself in any other way you can think of," said Snape. "And what are you going to do?" Harry asked, eyeing Snape's wand apprehensively. "I'm about to attempt to break into your mind," said Snape softly. "We are going to see how well you resist. I have been told that you have already shown aptitude of resisting the Imperious Curse. You will find that similar powers are needed for this. Brace yourself, now. Leglaments." Snape had struck before Harry was ready, before he had even begun to summon any force of resistance. The office swam in front of his eyes and vanished. Image after image was racing through his mind like a flickering film, so vivid it blinded him to his surroundings. He was 5, watching Dudley riding a new red bicycle, and his heart was bursting with jealousy. He was 9, and Ripper the Bulldog was chasing him up a tree, and the Dursleys were laughing below on the lawn. He was sitting under the sorting hat, and it was telling him he would do well in Slytherin. Hermione was lying in the hospital wing, her face covered with thick black hair. 100 Dementors were closing in on him beside the dark lake. Cho Chang was drawing nearer to him, under the mistletoe. "No," said a voice inside Harry's head, as the memory of Cho drew nearer. "You're not watching that. You're not watching it. It's private." He felt a sharp pain in his knee. Snape's office had come back into view, and he realized that he had fallen to the floor. One of his knees had collided painfully with the leg of Snape's desk. He looked up at Snape, who had lowered his wand and was rubbing his wrist. There was an angry wheal there, like a scorch mark. "Did you mean to produce a stinging hex?" asked Snape coolly. "No," said Harry bitterly, getting up from the floor. "I thought not," said Snape, watching him closely. "You let me get in too far. You lost control." "Did you see everything I saw?" Harry asked, unsure whether he wanted to hear the answer. "Flashes of it," said Snape, his lip curling. "To whom did the dog belong?" "My Aunt Marge," Harry muttered, hating Snape. "Well, for a first attempt, that was not as poor as it might have been," said Snape, raising his wand once more. "You managed to stop me eventually, though you wasted time and energy shouting. You must remain focused. Repel me with your brain, and you will not need to resort to your wand." "I'm trying," said Harry angrily, "but you're not telling me how." "Manners, Potter," said Snape dangerously. "Now, I want you to close your eyes." Harry threw him a filthy look before doing as he was told. He did not like the idea of standing there with his eyes shut while Snape faced him, carrying a wand. "Clear your mind, Potter," said Snape's cold voice. "Let go of all emotion." But Harry's anger at Snape continued to pound through his veins like venom. Let go of his anger? He could as easily detach his legs. "You're not doing it, Potter. You will need more discipline than this. Focus, now." Harry tried to empty his mind, tried not to think or remember or feel. "Let's go again. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Legolamens." A great black dragon was rearing in front of him. His father and mother were waving at him out of an enchanted mirror. Cedric Diggory was lying on the ground with blank eyes staring at him. "No!" Harry was on his knees again, his face buried in his hands, his brain aching as though someone had been trying to pull it from his skull. "Get up," said Snape sharply. "Get up. You are not trying. You are making no effort. You are allowing me access to memories you fear, handing me weapons." Harry stood up again, his heart thumping wildly as though he had really just seen Cedric dead in the graveyard. Snape looked paler than usual and angrier, though not nearly as angry as Harry was. "I am making an effort," he said through clenched teeth. "I told you to empty yourself of emotion." "Yeah? Well, I'm finding that hard at the moment," Harry snarled. "Then you will find yourself easy prey for the Dark Lord," said Snape savagely. "Fools who wear their hearts proudly on their sleeves, who cannot control their emotions, who wallow in sad memories and allow themselves to be provoked so easily. Weak people, in other words. They stand no chance against his powers. He will penetrate your mind with absurd ease, Potter." "I am not weak," said Harry in a low voice, fury now pumping through him so that he thought he might attack Snape in a moment. "Then prove it. Master yourself," spat Snape. "Control your anger. Discipline your mind. We shall try again. Get ready. Now. Leglamens." He was watching Uncle Vernon hamstring the letterbox shut. 100 Dementors were drifting across the lake in the grounds towards him. He was running along a windowless passage with Mr. Weasley. They were drawing nearer to the plain black door at the end of the corridor. Harry expected to go through it, but Mr. Weasley led him off to the left, down a flight of stone steps. I know! He was on all fours again, on Snape's office floor. His scar was prickling unpleasantly, but the voice that had just issued from his mouth was triumphant. He pushed himself up again to find Snape staring at him, his wand raised. It looked as though this time Snape had lifted the spell before Harry had even tried to fight back. What happened then, Potter? He asked, eyeing Harry intently. I remembered, Harry panted. I've just realized. Realized what? Asked Snape sharply. Harry did not answer at once. He was still savoring the moment of blinding realization as he rubbed his forehead. He had been dreaming about a windowless corridor ending in a locked door for months without once realizing that it was a real place. Now, seeing the memory again, he knew that all along he had been dreaming about the corridor down which he had run with Mr. Weasley on the 12th of August as they hurried to the courtrooms in the Ministry. It was the corridor leading to the Department of Mysteries, and Mr. Weasley had been there the night that he had been attacked by Voldemort's snake. He looked up at Snape. What's in the Department of Mysteries? What did you say? Snape asked quietly, and Harry saw with deep satisfaction that Snape was unnerved. I said, what's in the Department of Mysteries, sir? Harry said. And why, said Snape slowly, would you ask such a thing? Because, said Harry, watching Snape's face closely, that corridor I've just seen, I've been dreaming about it for months. I've just recognized it. It leads to the Department of Mysteries, and I think Voldemort wants something from... I have told you not to say the Dark Lord's name. They glared at each other. Harry's scar seared again, but he did not care. Snape looked agitated, but when he spoke again, he sounded as though he was trying to appear cool and unconcerned. There are many things in the Department of Mysteries, Potter, a few of which you would understand and none of which concern you. Do I make myself plain? Yes, Harry said, still rubbing his prickling scar, which was becoming more painful. I want you back here, same time on Wednesday. We will continue work then. Fine, said Harry. He was desperate to get out of Snape's office and find Ron and Hermione. You are to rid your mind of all emotion every night before sleep. Empty it. Make it blank and calm. You understand? Yes, said Harry, who was barely listening. And be warned, Potter. I shall know if you have not practiced. Right, Harry mumbled. He picked up his school bag, swung it over his shoulder, and hurried toward the office door. As he opened it, he glanced back at Snape, who had his back to Harry and was scooping his own thoughts out of the pensip with the tip of his wand and replacing them carefully inside his own head. Harry left without another word, closing the door carefully behind him, his scar still throbbing painfully. Harry finally knows what the place he has been dreaming about for months is. This information helps him and his friends to put certain things into a new context. Now, for example, they are sure that the mysterious weapon Sirius has mentioned is kept safe at the Ministry. Chapter 25. The next day, Diane News reaches Hogwarts. 12 of the most dangerous Death Eaters held captive have escaped the wizarding prison, Azkaban. Bellatrix Lestrange, the witch who tortured Neville's parents, is one of them. The Ministry, of course, maintains its statement about Voldemort being dead and credits the mass breakout to Sirius, who, as far as the public knows, is a Death Eater himself. The bad news for the day doesn't end there. Harry and his friends are informed that Umbridge has put Hagrid on probation. Harry's occlumency lessons with Professor Snape aren't making things better in the next few weeks. Harry would have given a great deal to be making as much progress at occlumency as Neville was making during the DA meetings. Harry's sessions with Snape, which had started badly enough, were not improving. On the contrary, Harry felt he was getting worse with every lesson. Before he had started studying occlumency, his scar had prickled occasionally, usually during the night, or else following one of those strange flashes of Voldemort's thoughts or mood that he had experienced every now and then. Nowadays, however, his scar hardly ever stopped prickling, and he often felt lurches of annoyance or cheerfulness that were unrelated to what was happening to him at the time, which were always accompanied by a particular painful twinge from his scar. He had the horrible impression that he was slowly turning into a kind of Ariel that was tuned into the tiny fluctuations in Voldemort's mood. And he was sure he could date this increased sensitivity firmly from the first occlumency lesson with Snape. What was more, he was now dreaming about walking down the corridor toward the entrance of the Department of Mysteries almost every night. Dreams which always culminated in him standing longingly in front of the plain black door. Ron, forever suspicious of Snape, has his own theory about this. "Maybe it's not Harry's fault he can't close his mind," said Ron darkly. "What do you mean?" said Hermione. "Well, maybe Snape isn't really trying to help Harry." Harry and Hermione stared at him. Ron looked darkly and meaningfully from one to the other. "Maybe," he said again in a lower voice, "he's actually trying to open Harry's mind a bit wider, make it easier for February arrives, and with it, Valentine's Day. Harry's date with Cho goes abysmally, in which Harry's insistence to meet up with Hermione in the middle of the date plays a significant role. It is for a good cause though. Hermione blackmailed the reporter Rita Skeeter into an honest interview with Harry, where the boy could tell the truth to the wizarding world. Though Rita warns them that nobody is interested in that, especially not coming from the Quibbler, the magazine Luna Lovegood's father edits, they go through with it nevertheless. Chapter 26. The first Quidditch game without Harry and the Weasley twins in the team goes terribly. The new beaters are useless, and Ron doesn't play any better than he did on the previous occasion. Even though Ginny catches the snitch, Gryffindor still loses the match. One morning, Harry receives a huge amount of owl post, as it turns out his interview has finally been published. What's more, a significant number of these letters tell him that he convinced them that Lord Voldemort is back, and they don't believe in Ministry propaganda any longer. Umbridge, of course, is furious and makes a new educational decree, forbidding any Hogwarts students to own the Quibbler. This naturally only makes sure that the few who haven't read the interview yet will do so out of curiosity, as Hermione points out to Harry and Ron. Many of the teachers show their support to Harry in one way or another, and even Cho seeks him out to make up and tell him how brave he is. Snape, however, is not one of Harry's new supporters. The week did not improve as it progressed. Harry received 2 more Ds in potions, and he was still on tenterhooks that Hagrid might get the sack. And he couldn't stop himself dwelling on the dream in which he had been Voldemort, though he didn't bring it up with Ron and Hermione again. He didn't want another telling off from Hermione. He wished very much that he could have talked to Sirius about it, but that was out of the question, so he tried to push the matter to the back of his mind. Unfortunately, the back of his mind was no longer the secure place it had once been. Get up, Potter. A couple of weeks after his dream of Rookwood, Harry was to be found yet again, kneeling on the floor of Snape's office, trying to clear his head. He had just been forced yet again to relive a stream of very early memories he had not even realized he still had, most of them concerning humiliations Dudley and his gang had inflicted upon him in primary school. "That last memory," said Snape. "What was it?" "I don't know," said Harry, getting warily to his feet. He was finding it increasingly difficult to disentangle separate memories from the rush of images and sound that Snape kept calling forth. "You mean the one where my cousin tried to make me stand in the toilet?" "No," said Snape softly. "I mean the one with a man kneeling in the middle of a darkened room." "It's nothing," said Harry. Snape's dark eyes bored into Harry's, remembering what Snape had said about eye contact being crucial to legilimency. Harry blinked and looked away. "How do that man and that room come to be inside your head, Potter?" said Snape. Said Harry, looking everywhere else but at Snape. "It was just a dream I had." "A dream," repeated Snape. There was a pause, during which Harry stared fixedly at a large dead frog suspended in a jar of purple liquid. "You do know why we are here, don't you, Potter?" said Snape in a dangerous voice. "You do know why I'm giving my evenings to do this tedious job." "Yes," said Harry stiffly. "Remind me why we are here, Potter?" "So I can learn occlumency," said Harry, now glaring at a dead eel. "Correct, Potter. And dim though you may be," Harry looks back at Snape, hating him, "I would have thought that after 2 months of lessons, you might have made some progress. How many other dreams about the Dark Lord have you had?" "Just that one," lied Harry. "Perhaps," said Snape, his dark, cold eyes narrowing slightly, "perhaps you actually enjoy having these visions and dreams, Potter. Maybe they make you feel special, important." "No, they don't," said Harry, his jaw set and his fingers clenched tightly around the handle of his wand. "That is just as well, Potter," said Snape coldly, "because you are neither special nor important, and it is not up to you to find out what the Dark Lord is saying to his Death Eaters. No, that's your job, isn't it?" Harry shot at him. He had not meant to say it, it had just burst out of him in temper. For a long moment they stared at each other, Harry convinced he had gone too far. But there was a curious, almost satisfied expression on Snape's face when he answered. "Yes, Potter," he said, his eyes glinting. "That is my job. Now, if you are ready, we will start again." He raised his wand. 1, 2, 3, Leglamens. 100 Dementors were swooping toward Harry across the lake and the grounds. He screwed up his face in concentration. They were coming closer. He could see the dark holes beneath their hoods. Yet he could also see Snape standing in front of him, his eyes fixed on Harry's face, muttering under his breath. And somehow, Snape was growing clearer, and the Dementors were growing fainter. Harry raised his own wand. "Protego!" Snape staggered. His wand flew upwards, away from Harry, and suddenly Harry's mind was teeming with memories that were not his. A hooked-nosed man was shouting at a cowering woman, while a small dark-haired boy cried in a corner. A greasy-haired teenager sat alone in a dark bedroom, pointing his wand at the ceiling, shooting down flies. A girl was laughing as a scrawny boy tried to mount a bucking broomstick. "Enough!" Harry felt as though he had been pushed hard in the chest. He staggered several steps backwards, hit some of the shelves covering Snape's walls, and heard something crack. Snape was shaking slightly and was very white in the face. The back of Harry's robes was damp. One of the jars behind him had broken when he fell against it. The pickled slimy thing within was swirling in its draining potion. "Reparo," hissed Snape, and the jar sealed itself at once. "Well, Potter, that was certainly an improvement." Panting slightly, Snape straightened the pensive in which he had again stored some of the thoughts before starting the lesson, almost as though he was checking they were still there. "I don't remember telling you to use a shield charm, but there is no doubt that it was effective." Harry did not speak. He felt that to say anything might be dangerous. He was sure he had just broken into Snape's memories, that he had just seen scenes from Snape's childhood. It was unnerving to think that the little boy who had been crying as he watched his parents shouting was actually standing in front of him with such loathing in his eyes. "Let's try again, shall we?" said Snape. Harry felt a thrill of dread. He was about to pay for what had just happened. He was sure of it. They moved back into position with the desk between them, Harry feeling he was going to find it much harder to empty his mind this time. "On the count of 3, then," said Snape, raising his wand one more. 1, 2. Harry did not have time to gather himself together and attempt to clear his mind before Snape cried, "Leglamens!" He was hurtling along the corridor towards the Department of Mysteries, past the blank stone walls, past the torches. The plain black door was growing even larger. He was moving so fast he was going to collide with it. He was feet from it, and again he could see the clink of faint blue light. The door had flown open. He was through it at last. Inside, a black-walled, black-floored circular room lit with blue-flamed candles, and there were more doors all around him. He needed to go on, but which door ought he take? "Potter!" Harry opened his eyes. He was flat on his back again, with no memory of having got there. He was also panting as though he really had just ran the length of the Department of Mysteries corridor, really had sprinted through the black door and found the circular room. "Explain yourself," said Snape, who was standing over him, looking furious. "I don't know what happened," said Harry truthfully, standing up. There was a lump on the back of his head from where he had hit the ground, and he felt feverish. "I've never seen that before. I mean, I told you I've dreamed about the door, but it's never opened before." "You are not working hard enough." For some reason, Snape seemed even angrier than he had 2 minutes before when Harry had seen into his teacher's memories. "You are lazy and sloppy, Potter. It is a small wonder that the Dark Lord—" "Can you tell me something, sir?" said Harry, firing up again. "Why do you call Voldemort the Dark Lord? I've only ever heard Death Eaters call him that." Snape opened his mouth in a snarl, and a woman screamed from somewhere outside the room. Snape's head jerked upward. He was gazing at the ceiling. "What the?" he muttered. Harry could hear a muffled commotion coming from what he thought might be the entrance hall. Snape looked around at him, frowning. "Did you see anything unusual on your way down here, Potter?" Harry shook his head. somewhere above them, the woman screamed again. Snape strode to his office door, his wand still held at the ready, and swept out of sight. Harry hesitated for a moment, then followed. The noise, it turns out, comes from Umbridge trying to fire Professor Trelawney in front of the entire school. Dumbledore steps in and points out to Umbridge that while she has the right to fire his teachers, she cannot make them leave the castle, and therefore Professor Trelawney, who has been living at Hogwarts for well over a decade, will remain. The headmaster also introduces Trelawney's replacement as divination teacher, Fernends the Centaur. Chapter 27 and 28. Fernends, who's an old acquaintance of Harry's, warns the boy that Hagrid is up to something in the Forbidden Forest, a pursuit that cannot succeed. He doesn't tell the boy what it is, and neither does Hagrid when Harry questions him. Soon, Harry is having bigger problems. Cho's friend, Marietta, betrays the DA, and Umbridge catches Harry red-handed while giving an illegal defense against the dark arts lesson. The High Inquisitor is anticipating that Harry's career at Hogwarts is at an end. Even the Ministry for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, comes to see him off, but Dumbledore, seeing that the study group has been named Dumbledore's Army, convinces everyone that it was his idea, and Harry bears no responsibility. Fudge, Percy Weasley, Umbridge, and an aura called Dawlish try to arrest Dumbledore, but the headmaster easily overcomes them and leaves Hogwarts a free, though wanted man. While the DA is over, Harry remains in Hogwarts and sees no retribution. Serious changes befall the school, though Professor Umbridge is now headmistress and she appoints her very own Inquisitor squad armed with the power of giving and taking house points. Malfoy quickly demonstrates this when he docks several points from Gryffindor. Fred and George tell Harry and his friends that the Slytherin Quidditch captain, Montague, has tried to do the same, but the twins made him jump headfirst into the vanishing cabinet before he could have finished. Umbridge calls Harry into her office, offering him tea, with which she has obviously tampered. Harry, knowing very well about truth serums, avoids drinking them and manages to keep Sirius's whereabouts a secret despite being asked. The interrogation is cut short when someone lets loose a huge amount of enchanted fireworks, disturbing lessons and driving Umbridge nearly insane for the rest of the day. The perpetrators, of course, are the twins. The next day, Harry and Cho are fighting about Marietta. Already in a terrible mood, he's heading down to the dungeons to have occlumency with Professor Snape. "You're late, Potter," said Snape coldly, as Harry closed the door behind him. Snape was standing with his back to Harry, removing, as usual, certain of his thoughts and replacing them carefully in Dumbledore's pensive. He dropped the last silvery strand into the stone basin and turned to face Harry. "So," he said, "have you been practicing?" "Yes," Harry lied, looking carefully at one of the legs of Snape's desk. "Well, we'll soon find out, won't we?" said Snape smoothly. "Wand out, Potter." Harry moved into his usual position, facing Snape with the desk between them. His heart was pumping fast with anger at Cho and anxiety about how much Snape was going to extract from his mind. "On the count of 3 then," said Snape lazily. 1, 2... Snape's office door banged open and Draco Malfoy sped in. "Professor Snape, sir! Oh, sorry." Malfoy was looking at Snape and Harry in some surprise. "It's all right, Draco," said Snape, lowering his wand. "Potter is here for a little remedial potions." Harry had not seen Malfoy look so gleeful since Umbridge had turned up to inspect Hagrid. "I didn't know," he said, leering at Harry, who knew his face was burning. He would have given a great deal to be able to shout the truth at Malfoy, or even better, to hit him with a good curse. "Well, Draco, what is it?" asked Snape. "It's Professor Umbridge, sir. She needs your help," said Malfoy. "They found Montague, sir. He's turned up jammed inside a toilet on the 4th floor." "How did he get in there?" demanded Snape. "I don't know, sir. He's a bit confused." Very well, Potter," said Snape. "We shall resume this lesson tomorrow evening." He turned and swept from his office. Harry spots the pensive, and being overcome by curiosity, he decides to take a look at the memories Professor Snape is trying to hide from him. Though it is a memory of Snape he ends up in, Harry is much more interested in others he notices right away. His father, James Potter, and his friends Sirius, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. And there he was, at a table right behind Harry. Harry stared. Snape, the teenager, had a stingy, pallid look about him, like a plant kept in the dark. His hair was lank and greasy, and was flopping on the table. his hooked nose barely half an inch from the surface of the parchment as he scribbled. Harry moved around behind Snape and read the heading of the examination paper, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Ordinary Wizarding Level. So Snape had to be 15 or 16, around Harry's own age. His hand was flying across the parchment. He had written at least a foot more than his closest neighbors, and yet his writing was minuscule and cramped. 5 more minutes! The voice made Harry jump. Turning, he saw the top of Professor Flitwick's head moving between the desks a short distance away. Professor Flitwick was walking past a boy with untidy black hair. Very untidy black hair. Harry moved so close that, had he been solid, he would have knocked desk flying. Instead, he seemed to slide, dreamlike, across 2 aisles and up a third. The back of the black-haired boy's head drew nearer, and he was straightening up now, putting down his quill, pulling his roll of parchment towards him so as to read what he had written. Harry stepped in front of the desk and gazed down at his 15-year-old father. After the exam, Harry follows James and the others, allowed by Snape's proximity. Harry looked anxiously behind him. Snape remained close by, still buried in his exam questions. But this was Snape's memory, and Harry was sure that if Snape chose to wander off in a different direction, once outside in the grounds, he, Harry, would not be able to follow James any further. To his intense relief, however, when James and his 3 friends strode off down the lawn towards the lake, Snape followed, still poring over the exam paper and apparently with no fixed idea of where he was going. By keeping a little ahead of him, Harry managed to maintain a close watch on James and the others. Soon, things go south as James, out of boredom, decides to bully Snape. "This'll liven you up, Padfoot," said James quietly. "Look who it is." Sirius's head turned. He became very still, like a dog that has scented a rabbit. "Excellent," he said softly. "Snibbolus." Harry turned to look at what Sirius was looking at. Snape was on his feet again and was stowing the OWL paper in his bag. As he left the shadows of the bushes and set up across the grass, Sirius and James stood up. Lupin and Wormtail remained sitting. Lupin was still staring down at his book, though his eyes were not moving and a faint frown line had appeared between his eyebrows. Wormtail was looking from Sirius and James to Snape with a look of avid anticipation on his face. "All right, Snivellus," said James loudly. Snape reacted so fast it was as though he had been expecting the attack. Dropping his bag, he plunged his hand inside his robes and his wand was halfway into the air when James shouted, "Expelliarmus!" Snape's wand flew 12 feet into the air and fell with a little thud in the grass behind them. Sirius let out a bark of laughter. "Impedimenta," he said, pointing his wand at Snape, who was knocked off his feet halfway through a dive towards his own fallen wand. Students all around had turned to watch. Some of them had got to their feet and were edging nearer. Some looked apprehensive, others entertained. Snape lay panting on the ground. James and Sirius advanced on him, wands raised. James glancing over his shoulder at the girls at the water's edge as he went. Wormtail was on his feet now, watching hungrily, edging around Lupin to get a clearer view. "How'd the exam go, Snivelly?" said James. "I was watching him. His nose was touching the parchment," said Sirius viciously. "There'll be great grease marks all over it. They won't be able to read a word." Several people watching laughed. Snape was clearly unpopular. Wormtail sniggered shrilly. Snape was trying to get up, but the jinx was still operating on him. He was struggling as though bound by invisible ropes. "You wait," he panted, staring up at James with an expression of purest loathing. "You wait." "Wait for what?" said Sirius coolly. "What are you going to do, Snively? Wipe your nose on us?" Snape let out a stream of mixed swear words and hexes, but with his wand 10 feet away, nothing happened. "Wash out your mouth," said James coldly. "Scorgify!" Pink soap bubbles streamed from Snape's mouth at once. The froth was covering his lips, making him gag, choking him. "Leave him alone!" James and Sirius looked around. James's free hand immediately jumped to his hair. It was one of the girls from the lake edge. She had thick, dark red hair that fell to her shoulders, and starkingly green, almond-shaped eyes. Harry's eyes. Harry's mother. "All right, Evans," said James, and the tone of his voice was suddenly pleasant, deeper, more mature. "Leave him alone," Lily repeated. She was looking at James with every sign of great dislike. "What's he done to you?" "Well," said James, appearing to deliberate the point. "It's more the fact that he exists, if you know what I mean." Many of the surrounding students laughed, Sirius and Wormtail included, but Lupin, still apparently intent on his book, didn't, and nor did Lily. "You think you're funny," she said coldly, "but you're just an arrogant, bullying toe rag, Potter. Leave him alone." "I will if you go out with me, Evans," said James quickly. "Go on, go out with me, and I'll never lay a wand on old Snibbly again." Behind him, the impediment jinx was wearing off. Snape was beginning to inch towards his fallen wand, spitting out soap buds as he crawled. "I wouldn't go out with you if it was a choice between you and the giant squid," said Lily. "Bad luck, Prongs," said Sirius briskly, and turned back to Snape. "Oi!" But too late. Snape had directed his wand straight at James. There was a flash of light, and a gash appeared on the side of James's face, battering his robes with blood. James whirled around. A second flash of light later, Snape was hanging upside down in the air, his robes falling over his head to reveal skinny, pallid legs and a pair of graying underpants. Many people in the small crowd cheered. Sirius, James, and Wormtail roared with laughter. Lily, whose furious expression had twitched for an instant as though she was going to smile, said, "Let him down." "Certainly," said James, as he jerked his wand upwards. Snape fell into a crumpled heap on the ground, distangling himself from his robes as he got quickly up to his feet, wand up, but Sirius said, "Petrificus Totalis," and Snape kneeled over again, rigid as a board. "Leave him alone," Lily shouted. She had her own wand out now. James and Sirius eyed it warily. Evans, don't make me hex you," said James earnestly. "Take the curse off him then." James sighed deeply, then turned to Snape and muttered the counter-curse. "There you go," he said, as Snape struggled to his feet. "You're lucky Evans was here, Snivellus. I don't need help from filthy little mudbloods like her." Lily blinked. "Fine," she said coolly. "I won't bother in the future, and I'd wash your pants if I were you, Snivellus." "Apologize to Evans," James roared at Snape, his wand pointing threateningly at him. "I don't want you to make him apologize," Lily shouted, rounding on James. "You're as bad as he is." "What?" yelped James. "I'd never call you you-know-what. Messing up your hair because you think it looks cool to look like you just got off your broomstick, showing off that stupid snitch, walking down corridors and hexing anyone who annoys you just because you can. I'm surprised your broomstick can get off the ground with that fat head on it. You make me sick." She turned on her heel and hurried away. "Evans!" James shouted after her. "Hey, Evans!" But she didn't look back. "What is it with her?" said James, trying and failing to look as though this was a throwaway question of no real importance to him. "Reading between the lines, I'd say she thinks you're a bit conceited, mate," said Sirius. "Right," said James, who looked furious now. "Right." There was another flash of light, and Snape was once again hanging upside down in the air. "Who wants to see me take off Snivelly's pants?" But whether James really did take off Snape's pants, Harry never found out. A hand had closed tight over his upper arm, closed with a pincer-like grip. Wincing, Harry looked around to see who had hold of him, and saw, with a thrill of horror, a fully grown, adult-sized Snape standing right beside him, white with rage. Having fun? Harry felt himself rising into the air. The summer's day evaporated around him. He was floating upwards through icy blackness, Snape's hand still tight upon his upper arm. Then, with a swooping feeling as though he had turned heads over heels in midair, his feet hit the stone floor of Snape's dungeon, and he was standing again beside the pensive on Snape's desk in the shadowy present-day Potion Master's study. "So," said Snape, gripping Harry's arm so tightly Harry's hand was starting to feel numb. "So, been enjoying yourself, Potter?" No," said Harry, trying to free his arm. It was scary. Snape's lips were shaking, his face white, his teeth were bared. "Amusing man, your father, wasn't he?" said Snape, shaking Harry so hard his glasses slipped down his nose. "I didn't." Snape threw Harry from him with all his might. Harry fell hard on the dungeon floor. "You will not repeat what you saw to anybody," Snape bellowed. "No," said Harry, getting to his feet as far from Snape as he could. "No, of course, I was—" Get out, get out. I don't want to see you in this office ever again." And as Harry hurtled toward the door, a jar of dead cockroaches exploded over his head. He wrenched the door open and flew along the corridor, stopping only when he had put 3 floors between himself and Snape. There, he leaned against the wall, panting, and rubbing his bruised arm. Chapter 29. Harry does not tell his friends what he has seen, and instead lies, saying Snape deemed him prepared enough to continue practicing occlumency on his own. The memory he witnessed, however, disturbed him immensely, to the extent when he mentions to Ginny that he wants to talk to Sirius. This is now impossible due to Umbridge's extensive spy system, keeping an eye on our post as well as the Floo network. The next time Harry meets Snape, the professor makes extra effort to keep Harry miserable. Snape, meanwhile, seemed to have decided to act as though Harry were invisible. Harry was, of course, well used to this tactic, as it was one of Uncle Vernon's favorites, and on the whole was grateful he had to suffer nothing worse. In fact, compared to what he usually had to endure from Snape in the way of taunts and snide remarks, he found the new approach something of an improvement, and was pleased to find that when he was left alone, he was able to conduct an invigoration draught quite easily. At the end of the lesson, he scooped some of the potion into a flask, corked it up, took it to Snape's desk for marking, feeling that he might have at least scraped an E. He had just turned away when he heard a smashing noise. Malfoy gave a gleeful yell of laughter. Harry whirled around, his potion sample lay in pieces on the floor, and Snape was surveying him with a look of gloating pleasure. "Whoops," he said softly. "Another 0 then, Potter." Harry was too incensed to speak. He strode back to his cauldron, intending to fill another flask and force Snape to mark it, but saw to his horror that the rest of the contents had vanished. "I'm sorry," said Hermione with her hands over her mouth. "I'm really sorry, Harry. I thought you'd finished, so I cleared up." Harry could not bring himself to answer. When the bell rang, he hurried out of the dungeon without a backwards glance. Using the distraction Fred and George provided by unleashing an actual swamp inside the castle, Harry sneaks into Umbridge's office to use her fire, the only one in the Floo network not being monitored. He calls on Sirius at Grimmauld Place, and then the man tries to put what Harry has seen into perspective. James and Snape hated each other from the moment they set eyes on each other. It was just one of those things. You can understand that, can't you? I think James was everything Snape wanted to be. He was popular, he was good at Quidditch, good at pretty much everything. And Snape was just this little oddball who was just up to his eyes in the dark arts. And James, whatever else he might have appeared to you, Harry, always hated the dark arts. Not even Sirius knows the real reason though. What Snape had been in love with was Lily all his life, long before she even met James Potter. Harry, feeling somewhat calmed, having been assured by Sirius and Lupin that James, though flawed, was a good man, leaves Umbridge's office. He witnesses Fred and George being caught. Though the headmistress's visions, various punishments to the twins, torture amongst them, the Weasleys decide that their education is concluded and leave Hogwarts in a rather spectacular way, but not before announcing their new joke shop opening soon on Diagon Alley. Chapter 30 and 31. Despite Sirius's and Remus's wishes and Hermione's badgering, Harry refuses to ask Snape for additional occlumency lessons. The Quidditch final approaches. Though Gryffindor has worse than slim chances to win the cup after the performance in the previous game, Harry is still reluctant to leave the stadium when Hagrid appears and asks him and Hermione to skip the game and follow him. In the end, they do, and Hagrid leads them deep into the Forbidden Forest where he introduces them to an actual giant, Gwomp. As it turns out, Gwomp is Hagrid's half-brother, and rather mild-mannered and small compared to other giants. Hagrid, fearing that losing his job is imminent, asks Harry and Hermione to keep Gwomp company once he's gone. The two are still under the shock of this revelation when another falls upon them. Returning to the grounds, they learn that Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup, thanks to Ron's incredible goalkeeping. Soon, both teachers and students are getting extremely busy. The ordinary wizarding level exams are approaching for the 5th year pupils. This takes out a lot of everyone, even Snape, who appears to have put a stop to his campaign against Harry for the time being. The purposeful, feverish atmosphere drove nearly everything but the OWLs from Harry's mind, though he did wonder occasionally during potions lessons whether Lupin had ever told Snape that he must continue giving Harry occlumency tuition. If he had, that Snape had ignored Lupin as thoroughly as he was ignoring Harry. This suited Harry very well. He was quite busy and tense enough without extra classes with Snape. The exams start. To Harry's relief, he finds many of them relatively easy, and is even sure that he managed to get the highest mark at Defense Against the Dark Arts. What's more, he thinks he might have passed potions. With Snape absent from the proceedings, Harry found that he was much more relaxed than he usually was while making potions. During their astronomy exam, held late at night, the class witnesses an attempt to arrest Hagrid. The gamekeeper fights off Umbridge and the Aurors she brings along to subdue him, and flees Hogwarts. During the flight, Professor McGonagall tries to intervene and is attacked viciously by Umbridge and the others, ending in St. Mungo's as a result. During the next day's History of Magic exam, Harry nods off, and in his dreams he visits the Department of Mysteries once more. Only this time he's not alone. He sees Voldemort torturing Sirius to get him the mysterious weapon. Chapter 32. Harry wants to alert the Order of the Phoenix immediately, but finds that with Dumbledore and Hagrid gone and McGonagall in the hospital, no members are remaining in the castle. He decides to take matters into his own hands and rush to the Ministry facing Voldemort himself. But Hermione is more cautious and points out that they don't know what Harry has seen is real, a dream, or maybe worse, a trap. Harry agrees to contact Sirius the same way he had last time, through Umbridge's fireplace. But their luck runs out and they are caught during the act, just after Harry confirms that Sirius has left Grimmauld Place. Umbridge, determined to get the truth out of Harry this time, summons Snape and demands his help. Harry looked back at Umbridge, who was watching him closely. He kept his face deliberately smooth and blank as footsteps were heard in the corridor outside and Draco Malfoy entered the room, closely followed by Snape. "You wanted to see me, headmistress?" said Snape, looking around at all the pairs of struggling students with an expression of complete indifference. "Ah, Professor Snape," said Umbridge, smiling wildly and standing again. "Yes, I would like another bottle of Veritaserum, as quick as you can, please." "You took my last bottle to interrogate Potter," he said, surveying her coolly through his greasy curtains of black hair. "Surely you did not use it all. I told you that 3 drops would be sufficient." Umbridge flushed. "You can make some more, can't you?" she said, her voice becoming more sweetly girlish as it always did when she was furious. "Certainly," said Snape, his lip curling. "It takes a full moon cycle to mature, so I should have it ready for you in around a month." "A month?" squawked Umbridge, swelling toadishly. "A month? But I need it this evening, Snape. I have just found Potter using my fire to communicate with a person or persons unknown." "Really?" said Snape, showing his first faint sign of interest as he looked round at Harry. "Well, it doesn't surprise me. Potter has never shown much inclination to follow school rules." His cold, dark eyes were boring into Harry's, who met his gaze unflinchingly, concentrating hard on what he had seen in the dream, willing Snape to read it in his mind, to understand. "I wish to interrogate him," repeated Umbridge angrily, and Snape looked away from Harry, back into her furious, quivering face. "I wish you to provide me with a potion that will force him to tell me the truth." "I have already told you," said Snape smoothly, "that I have no further stocks of Veritaserum. Unless you wish to poison Potter, and I assure you, I would have the greatest sympathy with you if you did, I cannot help you. The only trouble is that most venoms act too fast to give the victim much time for truth-telling." Snape looked back at Harry, who stared at him, frantic to communicate without words. "Voldemort's got Sirius in the Department of Mysteries," he thought desperately. "Voldemort's got Sirius." "You are on probation," shrieked Professor Umbridge, and Snape looked back at her, his eyebrows slightly raised. "You are being deliberately unhelpful. I expected better. Lucius Malfoy always speaks most highly of you. Now get out of my office." Snape gave her an ironic bow and turned to leave. Harry knew his last chance of letting the Order know what was going on was walking out of the door. "He's got Padfoot," he shouted. "He's got Padfoot at the place where it's hidden." Snape had stopped with his hand on Umbridge's door handle. "Padfoot?" cried Professor Umbridge, looking eagerly from Harry to Snape. "What is Padfoot? Where what is hidden? What does he mean, Snape?" Snape looked round at Harry. His face was inscrutable. Harry could not tell whether he had understood or not, but he did not dare speak more plainly in front of Umbridge. "I have no idea," said Snape coldly. "Potter, when I want nonsense shouted at me, I will give you a babbling beverage. And Crabbe, loosen your hold a little. If Longbottom suffocates, it will be a lot of tedious paperwork, and I'm afraid I shall have to mention it on your reference if you ever apply for a job." He closed the door behind him with a snap, leaving Harry in a state of worse turmoil than before. Snape had been his very last hope. After this, Hermione lures Umbridge into the Forbidden Forest, saying that Dumbledore's secret weapon is hidden there. Chapter 33 to 36. They get attacked by centaurs and escape when Grawp shows up looking for Hagrid. Umbridge is dragged away. Unknown to Harry, Snape contacts Grimmauld Place and learns that Kreacher has lied to the boy, as Sirius is safe and sound at home. The Potion Master, noting that Harry and Hermione entered the forest but never left, goes to look for them. Meanwhile, Ron, Ginny, Neville, and Luna, all have been kept by the Inquisitorial squad, escapes and catches up with Harry and Hermione in the Forbidden Forest. Using Thestrals, they all leave Hogwarts grounds to fly to London, where they still think Sirius is in grave danger. They find the Ministry empty, Soon they are down at the Department of Mysteries, where Harry finds a little glass orb labeled with his own name. Just as he takes it down from the shelf, Death Eaters show up, telling him that Lord Voldemort lured him there with a fake vision, and demanding the orb, which they call a prophecy. A fight erupts. Harry leads his friends into a heroic, though ultimately failing battle against Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, and several other dark wizards. When everything seems lost, members of the Order of the Phoenix show up, Sirius amongst them. The fight is renewed, but ends quickly when Albus Dumbledore arrives. By then, the glass orb is destroyed, and Harry believes the prophecy explaining why Lord Voldemort tried to kill him is lost. Bellatrix Lestrange defeats and kills Sirius, then flees, and Harry after her. Before he could take his revenge, Voldemort steps in, ready to kill the boy. Dumbledore catches up with them just in time to intervene, and the two powerful wizards clash. Though barely, Dumbledore comes up winning, forcing Voldemort to run. Before he does so, however, several of the arriving Ministry officials, including Fudge, see him, finally proving once and for all that the Dark Lord is back. Chapter 37. Harry is back at Hogwarts, sent there by Dumbledore. The headmaster returns shortly, determined to explain many things that the boy should have already known. Amongst these, the fact that he tasked Snape to teach Harry occlumency because he was afraid to open the boy's mind while he, Dumbledore, is present, given the intense hatred Lord Voldemort is harboring towards him. This is also the reason why the old wizard has been avoiding Harry all year long. Harry, in his pain and confusion, blames Professor Snape for what occurred that night, but Dumbledore gently explains why he is wrong. "What about Snape?" Harry spat. "You're not talking about him, are you? When I told him Voldemort had Sirius, he just sneered at me as usual." "Harry, you know Professor Snape had no choice but to pretend not to take you seriously in front of Dolores Umbridge," said Dumbledore steadily. "But as I have explained, he informed the Order as soon as possible about what you had said. It was he who deduced where you had gone and why you did not return from the forest. It was he too who gave Professor Umbridge fake Veritaserum when she was attempting to force you to tell her Sirius's whereabouts." Harry disregarded this. He felt a savage pleasure in blaming Snape. It seemed to be easing his own sense of dreadful guilt, and he wanted to hear Dumbledore agree with him. "Snape goaded Sirius about staying in the house. He made out Sirius was a coward. Sirius was much too old and clever to have allowed such feeble taunts to hurt him," said Dumbledore. "Snape stopped giving me occlumency lessons," Harry snarled. "He threw me out of his office." "I am aware of it," said Dumbledore heavily. "I have already said that it was a mistake for me not to teach you myself, though I was sure at the time that nothing could have been more dangerous than to open your mind even further to Voldemort while in my presence. Snape made it worse. My scar always hurt worse after lessons with him." Harry remembered Ron's thoughts on the subject and plunged on. "How do you know he wasn't trying to soften me up for Voldemort? Make it easy for him to get inside my—" "I trust Severus Snape," said Dumbledore simply. "But I forgot another old man's mistake, that some wounds run too deep for the healing. I thought Professor Snape could overcome his feelings about your father. I was wrong." "But that's okay, is it?" yelled Harry, ignoring the scandalized faces and disapproving mutterings of the portraits on the walls. "It's okay for Snape to hate my dad, but it's not okay for Sirius to hate Kreacher." At last, Dumbledore reveals that the prophecy destroyed in the Ministry had only been a copy of what Dumbledore already owns. Harry listens to it and learns that he's destined to defeat the Dark Lord or die trying. Chapter 38. The whole wizarding world is finally informed about the return of Voldemort, and Dumbledore is reinstated as headmaster. While his friends are recovering from the various injuries they have gotten during the fight, Harry tries to deal with the loss of Sirius. Caught alone in the entrance hall by Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, all furious that their fathers are now in Azkaban after failing to get the prophecy, Harry is ready to take on them all. Professor Snape, however, shows up just in time as always. "Potter." The voice rang across the entrance hall. Snape had emerged from the staircase leading down to his office, and at the sight of him, Harry felt a great rush of hatred beyond anything he felt towards Malfoy. Whatever Dumbledore said, he would never forgive Snape. Never. "What are you doing, Potter?" said Snape, as coldly as ever, as he strode over to the four of them. "I am trying to decide what curse to use on Malfoy, sir," said Harry fiercely. Snape stared at him. "Put that wand away at once," he said curtly. 10 points from Griff. Snape looked towards the giant hourglass on the walls and gave a sneering smile. Ah, I see there are no longer any points left in Gryffindor's hourglass to take away. In that case, Potter, we will simply have to add some more. Professor McGonagall had just stumped up the stone steps into the castle. She was carrying a tartan carpet bag in one hand and leaning heavily on a walking stick with her other, but otherwise looked quite well. Professor McGonagall, said Snape, striding forward. Out of St. Mungo's, I see. Yes, Professor Snape, said Professor McGonagall, shrugging off her travelling cloak. I'm quite as good as new. You two, Crabbe, Goyle. She beckoned them forwards imperiously, and they came, shuffling their large feet and looking awkward. Here, said Professor McGonagall, thrusting her carpet bag into Crabbe's chest and her cloak into Goyle's. Take these up to my office for me. They turned and stumped away up the marble staircase. Right then, said Professor McGonagall, looking up at the hourglass on the wall. Well, I think Potter and his friends ought to have 50 points apiece for alerting the world to the return of you-know-who. What do you say, Professor Snape? What? Snapped Snape, though Harry knew he had heard perfectly well. Oh, well, I suppose. So that's 50 points each for Potter, the two Weasleys, Longbottom and Miss Granger, said Professor McGonagall, and a shower of rubies fell down into the bottom bulb of Gryffindor's hourglass as she spoke. Oh, and 50 for Miss Lovegood, I suppose, she added, and a number of sapphires fell into Ravenclaw's glass. Now, you wanted to take 10 from Mr. Potter, I think, Professor Snape, so there we are. A few rubies retreated into the upper bulb, leaving a respectful amount below nevertheless. Well, Potter, Malfoy, I think you ought to be outside on a glorious day like this, Professor McGonagall continued briskly. Harry did not need telling twice. He thrust his wand back inside his robes and headed straight for the front doors without another glance at Snape and Malfoy. After this, Snape does not see Harry Potter in the classroom or the corridors before the time to go home comes. Harry returns to Privet Drive while Snape goes home to Spinner's End, awaiting orders from the Dark Lord, playing the role of the spy once more. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Chapter 1-2. Lord Voldemort's influence grows day by day. The Dementors long since left Azkaban and the employ of the Ministry of Magic, and the new minister, Rufus Scrimgeour, focuses his efforts on keeping the public from panicking rather than working on an action plan against the Dark Lord. Death Eaters infiltrate the Muggle government, reaching highly ranked officials before Kingsley Shacklebolt, now an undercover government employee, unravels the conspiracy, saving the Muggles from having a prime minister under the Imperious Curse. The crisis is so vast that Scrimgeour even visits the Muggle minister, informing him about recent events. Meanwhile, Harry Potter is at Privet Drive, still dealing with the death of his godfather, Sirius Black, who is now posthumously freed from all charges. The boy's most devout protector, Severus Snape, spends his days in his childhood home accompanied by Peter Pettigrew. One day, two witches visit Snape, the sisters Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Malfoy. Narcissa comes to plead for Snape's help, while Bellatrix doesn't hide her suspicions towards the wizard. After a few seconds, they heard movement behind the door and it opened a crack. A slither of a man could be seen looking out at them. A man with long black hair parted in curtains around a sallow face and black eyes. Narcissa threw back her hood. She was so pale that she seemed to shine in the darkness. The long blonde hair streaming down her back gave her the look of a drowned person. Narcissa, said the man, opening the door a little wider, so that the light fell upon her and her sister too. What a pleasant surprise. Severus, she said in a strained whisper, may I speak to you? It's urgent. But of course. He stood back to allow her to pass him into the house. Her still hooded sister followed without invitation. Snape, she said curtly as she passed him. Bellatrix, he replied, his thin mouth curling into a slightly mocking smile as he closed the door with a snap behind them. They had stepped directly into a tiny sitting room, which had the feeling of a dark padded cell. The walls were completely covered in books, most of them bound in old black or brown leather. A threadbare sofa, an old armchair, and a rickety table stood grouped together in a pool of dim light cast by a candle-filled lamp hung from the ceiling. The place had an air of neglect, as though it was not usually inhabited. Snape gestured Narcissa to the sofa. She threw off her cloak, cast it aside, and sat down, staring at her white and trembling hands clasped in her lap. Bellatrix lowered her hood more slowly. Dark as her sister was, with heavily lidded eyes and a strong jaw, She did not take her gaze from Snape as she moved to stand behind Narcissa. "So what can I do for you?" Snape asked, settling himself in the armchair opposite the two sisters. "We are alone, aren't we?" Narcissa asked quietly. "Yes, of course. Well, Wormtail's here, but we're not counting the vermin, are we?" He pointed his wand at the wall of books behind him, and with a bang, a hidden door flew open, revealing a narrow staircase upon which a small man stood frozen. "As you have clearly realized, Wormtail, we have guests," said Snape lazily. The man crept hunchbacked down the last few steps and moved into the room. He had small, watery eyes, a pointed nose, and wore an unpleasant simper. His left hand was caressing his right, which looked as though it was encased in a bright silver glove. "Narcissa," he said in a squeaky voice, "and Bellatrix, how charming." "Wormtail will get us drinks, if you'd like them," said Snape, "and then he will return to his bedroom." Wormtail winced as though Snape had thrown something at him. "I am not your servant," he squeaked, avoiding Snape's eye. "Really? I was under the impression that the Dark Lord placed you here to assist me." "To assist you, yes, but not to make drinks and clean your house." "I had no idea, Wormtail, that you were craving more dangerous assignments," said Snape silkily. "This can be easily arranged. I shall speak to the Dark Lord. I can speak to him myself if I want to." "Of course you can," said Snape, sneering. "But in the meantime, bring us drinks. Some of the elf-made wine will do." Wormtail hesitated for a moment, looking as though he might argue, but then turned and headed through a second hidden door. They heard banging and a clinking of glasses. Within seconds, he was back, bearing a dusty bottle and 3 glasses upon a tray. He dropped these on the rickety table and scurried from their presence, slamming the book-covered door behind him. Snape poured out 3 glasses of blood-red wine and handed 2 of them to the sisters. Narcissa murmured a word of thanks, while Bellatrix said nothing, but continued to glower at Snape. This did not seem to discompose him. On the contrary, he looked rather amused. "The Dark Lord," he said, raising his glass and draining it. The sisters copied him. Snape refilled their glasses. As Narcissa took her second drink, she said in a rush, "Severus, I'm sorry to come here like this, but I have to see you. I think you're the only one who can help me." Snape held up a hand to stop her, then pointed his wand again at the concealed staircase door. There was a loud bang and a squeal, followed by the sound of Wormtail scurrying back up the stairs. "My apologies," said Snape. "He has lately taken to listening at doors. I don't know what he means by it. You were saying, Narcissa?" She took a great shuddering breath and started again. "Severus, I know I ought not to be here. I have been told to say nothing to anyone, but—" "Then you ought to hold your tongue," snarled Bellatrix, "particularly in present company." "Present company," repeated Snape sardonically. "And what am I to understand by that, Bellatrix?" "That I don't trust you, Snape, as you very well know." Narcissa let out a noise that might have been a dry sob and covered her face with her hands. Snape set his glass down upon the table and sat back again, his hands upon the arms of his chair, smiling into Bellatrix's glowering face. "Narcissa, I think we ought to hear what Bellatrix is bursting to say. It will save tedious interruptions." "Well, continue, Bellatrix," said Snape. "Why is it that you do not trust me?" "100 reasons," she said loudly, striding out from behind the sofa to slam her glass upon the table. "Where to start? Where were you when the Dark Lord fell? Why did you never make any attempt to find him when he vanished? What have you been doing all these years that you've lived in Dumbledore's pocket? Why did you stop the Dark Lord procuring the Sorcerer's Stone? Why did you not return at once when the Dark Lord was reborn? Where were you a few weeks ago when we battled to retrieve the prophecy for the Dark Lord? And why, Snape, is Harry Potter still alive when you have had him at your mercy for 5 years?" She paused, her chest rising and falling rapidly, the color high in her cheeks. Behind her, Narcissa sat motionless, her face still hidden in her hands. Snape smiled. "Before I answer you, oh yes, Bellatrix, I am going to answer. You can carry my words back to the others who whisper behind my back and carry false tales of my treachery to the Dark Lord. Before I answer you, I say, let me ask you a question in turn. Do you really think that the Dark Lord has not asked me each and every one of those questions? And do you really think, had I not been able to give satisfactory answers, I would be sitting here talking to you." She hesitated. "I know he believes you, but you think he is mistaken, or that I have somehow hoodwinked him, fooled the Dark Lord, the greatest wizard, the most accomplished legerdemain the world has ever seen." Bellatrix said nothing, but looked for the first time a little discomfited. Snape did not press the point. He picked up his drink again, sipped it, and continued. "You asked me where I was when the Dark Lord fell. I was where he had ordered me to be, at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, because he wished me to spy upon Albus Dumbledore. You know, I presume, that it was on the Dark Lord's orders that I took up the post." She nodded and then opened her mouth, but Snape forestalled her. "You ask why I did not attempt to find him when he vanished. For the same reason that Avery, Yaxley, the Carrows, Greyback, Lucius," he inclined his head slightly to Narcissa, "and many others did not attempt to find him. I believed him finished. I am not proud of it. I was wrong, but there it is. If he had not forgiven we who had lost faith at that time, he would have very few followers left." "He'd have me," said Bellatrix passionately. "I who spent many years in Azkaban for him." "Yes, indeed. Most admirable," said Snape in a bored voice. "Of course, you weren't a lot of use to him in prison, but the gesture was undoubtedly fine." "Gesture!" she shrieked. In her fury, she looked slightly mad. "While I endure the Dementors, you remained at Hogwarts, comfortably playing Dumbledore's pet." "Not quite," said Snape calmly. "He wouldn't give me the defense against the dark arts job, you know. Seemed to think it might, bring about a relapse, tempt me into my old ways." "This was your sacrifice for the Dark Lord? Not to teach your favorite subject?" she jeered. "Why did you stay there all that time, Snape, still spying on Dumbledore for a master you believed dead?" "Hardly," said Snape. "Although the Dark Lord is pleased that I never deserted my post, I had 16 years of information of Dumbledore to give him when he returned. A rather more useful welcome back present than endless reminiscences of how unpleasant Azkaban is. But you stayed." "Yes, Bellatrix, I stayed," said Snape, betraying a hint of impatience for the first time. "I had a comfortable job that I preferred to a stint in Azkaban. They were rounding up the Death Eaters, you know. Dumbledore's protection kept me out of jail. It was most convenient, and I used it. I repeat, the Dark Lord does not complain that I stayed, so I do not see why you do." "I think you next wanted to know," he pressed on a little more loudly, for Bellatrix showed every sign of interrupting, "why I stood between the Dark Lord and the Sorcerer's Stone. That is easily answered. He did not know whether he could trust me. He thought, like you, that I had turned from faithful Death Eater to Dumbledore's stooge. He was in a pitiable condition, very weak, sharing the body of a mediocre wizard. He did not dare reveal himself to a former ally if that ally might turn him over to Dumbledore or get the ministry. I deeply regret that he did not trust me. He would have returned to power 3 years sooner. As it was, I saw only greedy and unworthy Quirrell attempting to steal the stone, and I admit I did all I could to thwart him." Bellatrix's mouth twisted as though she had taken an unpleasant dose of medicine. "But you didn't return when he came back. You didn't fly to him at once when you felt the dark mark burn." "Correct. I returned 2 hours later. I returned on Dumbledore's orders." "On Dumbledore's?" she began in tones of outrage. "Think," said Snape, impatient again. "Think, by waiting 2 hours, just 2 hours, I ensured that I could remain at Hogwarts as a spy. By allowing Dumbledore to think that I was only returning to the Dark Lord's side because I was ordered to. I have been able to pass information on Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix ever since. Consider, Bellatrix, the Dark Mark has been growing stronger for months. I knew he must be about to return. All the Death Eaters knew. I had plenty of time to think about what I wanted to do to plan my next move, to escape like Karkaroff, didn't I? The Dark Lord's initial displeasure at my lateness vanished entirely, I assure you, when I explained that I remained faithful, although Dumbledore thought I was his man. Yes, the Dark Lord thought that I had left him forever, but he was wrong." "But what use have you been?" sneered Bellatrix. "What useful information have we had from you?" "My information has been conveyed directly to the Dark Lord," said Snape. If he chooses not to share it with you, he shares everything with me, said Bellatrix, firing up at once. He calls me his most loyal, his most faithful. Does he? Said Snape, his voice delicately inflected to suggest his disbelief. Does he still, after the fiasco at the Ministry? That was not my fault, said Bellatrix, flushing. The Dark Lord has, in the past, entrusted me with his most precious. If Lucius hadn't, Don't you dare blame my husband, said Narcissa, in a low and deadly voice, looking up at her sister. There is no point appointing blame, said Snape smoothly. What is done, but not by you, said Bellatrix furiously. No, you were once again absent while the rest of us ran dangers, were you not, Snape? My orders were to remain behind, said Snape. Perhaps you disagree with the Dark Lord. Perhaps you think that Dumbledore would not have noticed if I had joined forces with the Death Eaters to fight the Order of the Phoenix. And, forgive me, you speak of dangers? You were facing 6 teenagers, were you not? They were joined, as you very well know, by half of the Order before long, snarled Bellatrix. And while we're on that subject of the Order, you still claim you cannot reveal the whereabouts of their headquarters, don't you? I am not the secret keeper. I cannot speak the name of the place. You understand how the enchantment works, I think. The Dark Lord is satisfied with the information I have passed him on the Order. It led, as perhaps you have guessed, to the recent capture and murder of Emil Vance, and it certainly helped dispose of Sirius Black, though I give you full credit for finishing him off. He inclined his head and toasted her. Her expression did not soften. You are avoiding my last question, Snape. Harry Potter. You could have killed him at any point in the past 5 years. You have not done it. Why? Have you discussed this matter with the Dark Lord? Asked Snape. I am asking you, Snape. If I had murdered Harry Potter, the Dark Lord could not have used his blood to regenerate, making him invincible. You claim you foresaw his use of the boy, she jeered. I do not claim it. I had no idea of his plans. I have already confessed that I thought the Dark Lord dead. I am merely trying to explain why the Dark Lord is not sorry that Potter survived, at least until a year ago. But why did you keep him alive? Have you not understood me? It was only Dumbledore's protection that was keeping me out of Azkaban. Do you disagree that murdering his favorite student might have turned him against me? But there was more to it than that. I should remind you that when Potter first arrived at Hogwarts, there were still many stories circulating about him. Rumors that he himself was a great dark wizard, which was how he survived the Dark Lord's attack. Indeed, many of the Dark Lord's old followers thought Potter might be a standard around which we could all rally once more. I was curious, I admit it, and not at all inclined to murder him the moment he set foot in the castle. Of course, it became apparent to me very quickly that he had no extraordinary talent at all. He has fought his way out of a number of tight corners by a simple combination of sheer luck and more talented friends. He is mediocre to the last degree, though as obnoxious and self-satisfied as was his father before him. I have done my utmost to have him thrown out of Hogwarts where I believe he scarcely belongs. But kill him, or allow him to be killed in front of me, I would have been a fool to risk it with Dumbledore close at hand. And through all this, we are supposed to believe Dumbledore has never suspected you, asked Bellatrix. He has no idea of your true allegiance. He trusts you implicitly still. I have played my part well, said Snape. And you overlook Dumbledore's greatest weakness. He has to believe the best of people. I spun him a tale of deepest remorse when I joined his staff, fresh from my Death Eater's days, and he embraced me with open arms, though, as I say, never allowing me nearer the dark arts than he could help. Dumbledore has been a great wizard. Oh yes, he has, for Bellatrix had made a scathing noise. The Dark Lord acknowledges it. I am pleased to say, however, that Dumbledore is growing old. The duel with the Dark Lord last month shook him. He has since sustained a serious injury because his reactions are slower than they once were. But through all these years, he has never stopped trusting Severus Snape, and therein lies my great value to the Dark Lord. Bellatrix still looked unhappy, though she appeared unsure how best to attack Snape next. Taking advantage of her silence, Snape turned to her sister. Now, you came to ask me for help, Narcissa. Narcissa looked up at him, her face elegant with despair. Yes, Severus, I I think you're the only one who can help me. I have nowhere else to turn. Lucius is in jail and... She closed her eyes and 2 large tears seeped from beneath her eyelids. The Dark Lord has forbidden me to speak of it, Narcissa continued, her eyes still closed. He wishes none to know the plan. It is very secret, but... If he has forbidden it, you ought not to speak, said Snape at once. The Dark Lord's word is law. Narcissa gasped as though he had dosed her with cold water. Bellatrix looked satisfied for the first time since she had entered the house. There, she said triumphantly to her sister. Even Snape says so. You were told not to talk, so hold your silence. But Snape had gotten to his feet and strode to the small window, peered through the curtains at the deserted street, then closed it again with a jerk. He turned around to face Narcissa, frowning. It so happens that I know of the plan, he said in a low voice. I am one of the few the Dark Lord has told. Nevertheless, had I not been on the secret, Narcissa, you would have been guilty of great treachery to the Dark Lord. I thought you must know about it, said Narcissa, breathing more freely. He trusts you so, Severus. You know about the plan? Said Bellatrix, her fleeting expression of satisfaction replaced by a look of outrage. You know? Certainly, said Snape. But what help do you require, Narcissa? If you are imagining I can persuade the Dark Lord to change his mind, I am afraid there is no hope, none at all. Severus, she whispered, tears sliding down her pale cheeks. My son, my only son. Draco should be proud, said Bellatrix indifferently. The Dark Lord is granting him a great honor, and I will say this for Draco. He isn't shrinking away from his duty. He seems glad of a chance to prove himself, excited at the prospect. Narcissa began to cry in earnest, gazing beseechingly all the while at Snape. That's because he is 16 and has no idea what lies in store. Why, Severus? Why my son? It is too dangerous. This is vengeance for Lucius's mistake. I know it. Snape said nothing. He looked away from the sight of her tears as though they were indecent, but he could not pretend not to hear her. That's why he's chosen Draco, isn't it? She persisted. To punish Lucius. If Draco succeeds, said Snape, still looking away from her, he will be honored above all others. But he won't succeed, sobbed Narcissa. How can he, when the Dark Lord himself... Bellatrix gasped. Narcissa seemed to lose her nerve. I only meant that nobody has yet succeeded. Severus, please. You have always been Draco's favorite teacher. You are Lucius's old friend. I beg you. You are the Dark Lord's favorite, his most trusted advisor. Will you speak to him? Persuade him? The Dark Lord will not be persuaded, and I am not stupid enough to attempt it, said Snape flatly. I cannot pretend that the Dark Lord is not angry with Lucius. Lucius was supposed to be in charge. He got himself captured, along with how many others, and failed to retrieve the prophecy into the bargain. Yes, the Dark Lord is angry, Narcissa. Very angry indeed. Then I am right. He has chosen Draco in revenge, choked Narcissa. He does not mean for him to succeed. He wants him to be killed, trying. When Snape said nothing, Narcissa seemed to lose what little self-restraint she still possessed. Standing up, she staggered to Snape and seized the front of his robes. Her face close to his, her tears falling onto his chest, she gasped. You could do it. You could do it instead of Draco, Severus. You would succeed. Of course you would, and he would reward you beyond all of us. Snape caught hold of her wrists and removed her clutching hands. Looking down into her tear-stained face, he said slowly, He intends me to do it in the end, I think. But he is determined that Draco should try first. You see, in the unlikely event that Draco succeeds, I shall be able to remain at Hogwarts a little longer, fulfilling my useful role as spy. In other words, it doesn't matter if Draco is killed. The Dark Lord is very angry, repeated Snape quietly. He has failed to hear the prophecy. You know as well as I do, Narcissa, that he does not forgive easily. She crumpled, falling at his feet, sobbing and moaning on the floor. My only son, my only son. You should be proud, said Bellatrix ruthlessly. If I had sons, I would be glad to give them up to the service of the Dark Lord. Narcissa gave a scream of despair and clutched at her long blonde hair. Snape stooped, seized her by the arms, lifted her up and steered her back onto the sofa. He then poured her more wine and forced the glass into her hand. Narcissa, that's enough. Drink this. Listen to me. She quieted a little. Slopping wine down herself, she took a shaky sip. It might be possible for me to help Draco. She sat up, her face paper white, her eyes huge. Severus! Oh, Severus, you would help him? You would look after him? See he comes to no harm? I can try. She flung away her glass. It skidded across the table as she slid off the sofa into a kneeling position at Snape's feet, seized his hand in both of hers and pressed her lips to it. If you are there to protect him, Severus, will you swear it? Will you make the unbreakable vow? The unbreakable vow. Snape's expression was blank, unreadable. Bellatrix, however, let out a cackle of triumphant laughter. Aren't you listening, Narcissa? Oh, he'll try, I'm sure. The usual empty words, the usual slithering out of action. Oh no, the Dark Lord's orders, of course. Snape did not look at Bellatrix. His black eyes were fixed upon Narcissa's tear-filled blue ones as she continued to clutch his hand. Certainly, Narcissa. I shall make the unbreakable vow, he said quietly. Perhaps your sister will consent to be our bonder. Bellatrix's mouth fell open. Snape lowered himself so that he was kneeling opposite Narcissa. Beneath Bellatrix's astonished gaze, they grasped right hands. You will need your wand, Bellatrix, said Snape coldly. She drew it, still looking astonished. And you will need to move a little closer, he said. She stepped forward so that she stood over them and placed the tip of her wand on their linked hands. Narcissa spoke. Will you, Severus, watch over my son, Draco, as he attempts to fulfill the Dark Lord's wishes? I will, said Snape. A thin tongue of brilliant flame issued from the wand and wound its way around their hands like a red-hot wire. And will you, to the best of your ability, protect him from harm? I will, said Snape. A second tongue of flame shot from the wand and interlinked with the first, making a fine glowing chain. And should it prove necessary, if it seems Draco will fail, whispered Narcissa. Snape's hand twitched within hers, but he did not draw away. Will you carry out the deed that the Dark Lord has ordered Draco to perform? There was a moment's silence. Bellatrix watched, her wand hand upon their clasped hand, her eyes wide. I will, said Snape. Bellatrix's astonished face glowed red in the blaze of a third unique flame, which shot from the wand, twisted with the others, and bound itself around their clasped hands, like a fiery snake. Chapters 3 to 4. Dumbledore visits Harry at Privet Drive, where, enjoying the Dursleys' reluctant hospitality, he catches Harry up on the current events. The boy learns that the Order of the Phoenix has stopped using 12 Grimmauld Place as headquarters due to a legal technicality. Though the house has been Sirius's, who explicitly stated that all his possessions should be inherited by Harry, the late wizard's cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange, could also have a claim on the Black's ancestral home. Matters settled quickly when Kreacher, the house elf, turns out to be bounded to Harry by the laws of his kind, meaning Harry did in fact inherit the house. After this, Harry and Dumbledore leave Privet Drive. The headmaster asks Harry for help in convincing an old Hogwarts teacher to return from retirement. Before long, Horace Slughorn accepts Dumbledore's job offer. The old wizard explains to Harry that Slughorn has always appreciated the company of the famous and the talented, and the opportunity to get friendly with Harry Potter, who's now widely considered the chosen one who will get rid of Voldemort, is just too big of a temptation. Before dropping him off at the Burrow, where Harry will spend the rest of the summer vacation with the Weasley family and Hermione, Dumbledore tells the boy that this year he will have a bigger role in Harry's education, as he plans on giving private lessons to him. Harry, seeing an opportunity, asks if this means he can skip occlumency with Snape, something he and the Potion Master both loathe doing. If I'm having lessons with you, I won't have to have occlumency lessons with Snape, will I? Professor Snape, Harry. And no, you will not. Good, said Harry in relief, because they were He stopped, careful not to say what he really thought. I think the word fiasco would be a good one here, said Dumbledore, nodding. Dumbledore instructs Harry to keep his invisibility cloak on him at all times as a safety precaution. Chapter 5 to 7. Harry and Dumbledore find Tonks and Mrs. Weasley in the Burrow's kitchen, despite the late hour. Tonks immediately makes her excuses and leaves, but not before giving the impression to Harry that she is ill or depressed. Soon, Dumbledore leaves as well, and Mr. Weasley comes home. Harry is informed that the wizard had been promoted at the Ministry and now leads a group of 10 men tackling fake talismans and defensive charms that scammers are trying to sell to the scared public. The next morning, Harry reunites with his friends and learns that Fleur Delacour, once a Tri-Wizard Tournament champion for Beauxbaton School, is also at the Burrow. She and the eldest of the Weasley children, Bill are now engaged. Harry tells Ron and Hermione about the prophecy and its meaning. The fact that the boy is destined to kill Voldemort or die at his hand scares the two, but they assure Harry that they will stand there with him. That very day, the results of the ordinary wizarding level exams arrive. Harry, as it turns out, did reasonably well, although he did not get the necessary grade to continue with potions, which means he won't be able to continue as an Auror, the only career path he was ever interested in. Harry spends the rest of the summer at the Burrow, where he often meets members of the Order of the Phoenix and hears the latest news, such as the disappearance of the Wandmaker Mr. Ollivander, or the death of Igor Karkaroff, who had been on the run from his old fellow Death Eaters after betraying too many of them. Around the end of August, the customary Hogwarts letters arrives with the book list and, in Harry's case, an extra surprise. He is now captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. In Diagon Alley, Harry, Hermione, and the Weasleys visit the new joke shop of Ron's twin brothers, Fred and George. While browsing, Harry spots Draco Malfoy outside, sneaking off somewhere, and convinces his friends to follow the Slytherin boy under the invisibility cloak. They overhear Malfoy threaten Mr. Burke in the dark arts-related Borgin and Burke shop, saying he needs something mended and something put aside for him. Unfortunately, Harry can't see what it is, but he is now convinced that whatever Malfoy is up to, it is because he stepped up and took his father's place amongst the Death Eaters. September arrives. While on the Hogwarts Express, Harry is invited by Professor Slughorn for lunch. Slughorn explains to the boy and the other attendants, Neville and Ginny among them, that while he was teaching at Hogwarts, he also had a little group called the Slug Club, a collection of talented and extraordinary students. After lunch, Harry sneaks into Malfoy's compartment wearing his cloak. He doesn't learn anything overly important, but Malfoy notices his presence and curses him, rendering him motionless before leaving the train. Chapter 8. Luckily, Tonks, who's now tasked with guarding Hogwarts, notices that Harry never left the train and goes to find him. Having missed the carriages down by the Thestrals, Harry and the Auror walk from the train station to the castle. Here, Tonks hands over her charge to another guardian, though not the one she intended to call. It was not until the glowing yellow light was 10 feet away from them, and he had pulled off his invisibility cloak so that he could be seen, that he recognized, with a rush of pure loathing, the uplit hooked nose and long black greasy hair of Severus Snape. Well, 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 sneered Snape, taking out his wand and tapping the padlock once, so that the chain snaked backwards and the gates creaked open. Nice of you to turn up, Potter. Although you have evidently decided that the wearing of school robes would detract from your appearance. I couldn't change. I didn't have my... Harry began, but Snape cut across him. There is no need to wait, Nymphadora. Potter is quite... safe in my hands. I meant Hagrid to get the message, said Tonks frowning. Hagrid was late for the start of term feast, just like Potter here, so I took it instead. And incidentally, said Snape, standing back to allow Harry to pass him, I was interested to see your new Patronus. He shut the gates in her face with a loud clang and tapped the chains with his wand again, so that they slithered, clinking back into place. I think you were better off with the old one, said Snape, the malice in his voice unmistakable. The new one looks weak. As Snape swung the lantern about, Harry saw, fleetingly, a look of shock and anger on Tonks's face. Then she was covered in darkness once more. Good night, Harry called to her over his shoulder, as he began the walk up to the school with Snape. Thanks for... everything. See you, Harry. Snape did not speak for a minute or so. Harry felt as though his body was generating waves of hatred so powerful that it seemed incredible that Snape could not feel them burning him. He had loathed Snape from their first encounter, but Snape had placed himself forever and irrevocably beyond the possibility of Harry's forgiveness by his attitude towards Sirius. Whatever Dumbledore said, Harry had had time to think over the summer, and had concluded that Snape's snide remarks to Sirius about remaining safely hidden while the rest of the Order of the Phoenix were off fighting Voldemort had probably been a powerful factor in Sirius rushing off to the Ministry the night that he had died. Harry clung to this notion because it enabled him to blame Snape, which felt satisfying, and also because he knew that if anyone was not sorry that Sirius was dead, it was the man now striding next to him in the darkness. 50 points from Gryffindor for lateness, I think, said Snape. And let me see, another 20 for your muggle attire. You know, I don't believe any house has ever been in negative figures this early in the term. We haven't even started pudding. You might have set a record, Potter. The fury and hatred bubbling inside Harry seemed to blaze white hot, but he would rather have been immobilized all the way back to London than tell Snape why he was late. I suppose you wanted to make an entrance, did you? Snape continued. And with no flying car available, you thought that bursting into the Great Hall halfway through the feast ought to create a dramatic effect. Still, Harry remained silent, though he thought his chest might explode. He knew that Snape had come to fetch him for this, for the few minutes when he could needle and torment Harry without anyone else listening. They reached the castle steps at last, and as the great oaken doors swung open into the vast flagged entrance hall, a burst of talk and laughter and of tinkling plates and glasses greeted them through the doors, standing open into the great hall. Harry wondered whether he could slip his invisibility cloak back on, thereby gaining his seat at the long Gryffindor table, which inconveniently was the furthest from the entrance hall, without being noticed. As though he had read Harry's mind, however, Snape said, "No cloak. You can walk in so that everyone sees you, which is what you wanted, I'm sure." Harry turned on the spot and marched straight through the open doors, anything to get away from Snape. The start of year feast, even though Harry is only participating in the end of it, still has an unwelcome surprise. "Professor Snape, meanwhile," said Dumbledore, raising voice so that it carried over all the muttering, "will be taking the position of defense against the dark arts teacher." "No!" said Harry, so loudly that many heads turned in his direction. He did not care. He was staring up at the staff table, incensed. How could Snape be given the defense against the dark arts job after all this time? Hadn't it been widely known for years that Dumbledore did not trust him to do it? "But Harry, you said that Slughorn was going to be teaching defense against the dark arts," said Hermione. "I thought he was," said Harry, racking his brain to remember when Dumbledore had told him this. But now that he came to think of it, he was unable to recall Dumbledore ever telling him what Slughorn would be teaching. Snape, who was sitting on Dumbledore's right, did not stand up to mention of his name. He merely raised a hand in lazy acknowledgement of the applause from the Slytherin table. Yet Harry was sure he could detect a look of pure triumph on the features he loathed so much. Before they are off to bed, they run into Hagrid, who can't wait to see them on next day's Care for Magical Creatures lesson, not knowing that his 3 favorite students have all dropped his subject. Chapter 9. The next morning, Professor McGonagall informs Harry that while Professor Snape expected an outstanding OWL grade to continue potions on an NEWT level, Professor Slughorn is happy to accept exceeds expectations, which Harry secured. Harry can continue the subject, however, he does not have the necessary equipment and books, so he has to borrow them from Slughorn. But before that, Harry has his first Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson with Snape. The classroom door opened as she spoke, and Snape stepped into the corridor, his sallow face framed as ever by the 2 curtains of greasy black hair. Silence fell over the queue immediately. "Inside," he said. Harry looked around as they entered. Snape had imposed his personality upon the room already. It was gloomier than usual, as curtains had been drawn over the windows and was lit by candlelight. New pictures adorned the walls, many of them showing people who appeared to be in pain, sporting grisly injuries or strangely contorted body parts. Nobody spoke as they settled down, looking around at the shadowy, gruesome pictures. "I have not asked you to take out your books," said Snape, closing the door and moving to face the class from behind his desk. Hermione hastily dropped her copy of Confronting the Faceless back into her bag and stowed it under her chair. "I wish to speak to you, and I want your fullest attention." His black eyes roved over their upturned faces, lingering for a fraction of a second longer on Harry's than anyone else's. You have had 5 teachers in this subject so far, I believe. You believe, like you haven't watched them all come and go, hoping you'd be next, thought Harry scathingly. Naturally, these teachers will all have had their own methods and priorities. Given this confusion, I am surprised so many of you scraped an OWL in this subject. I shall be even more surprised if all of you manage to keep up with the NEWT work, which will be more advanced. Snape set off around the edge of the room, speaking now in a lower voice. The class craned their necks to keep him in view. The dark arts, said Snape, are many, varied, ever-changing, and eternal. Fighting them is like fighting a many-headed monster, which, each time a neck is severed, sprouts a head even fiercer and cleverer than before. You are fighting that which is unfixed, mutating, indestructible. Harry stared at Snape. It was surely one thing to respect the dark arts as a dangerous enemy, another to speak of them as Snape was doing, with a loving caress in his voice. Your defenses, said Snape a little louder, must therefore be as flexible and inventive as the arts you speak to undo. These pictures, he indicated a few of them as he swept past, give a fair representation of what happens to those who suffer. For instance, the Cruciatus curse. He waved a hand towards a witch who was clearly shrieking in agony. Feel the Dementor's kiss, a wizard lying huddled and black-eyed, slumped against a wall. Or provoke the aggression of the Inferius, a bloody mass upon ground. Has an Imperius been seen then? Said Parvati Patil in a high-pitched voice. Is it definitive? Is he using them? The Dark Lord has used Inferi in the past, said Snape, which means you would be well wise to assume he might use them again now. He set off again around the other side of the classroom toward his desk, and again they watched him as he walked, his dark robes billowing behind him. You are, I believe, complete novices in the use of non-verbal spells. What is the advantage of a non-verbal spell? Hermione's hand shot straight into the air. Snape took his time looking around at everybody else, making sure he had no choice, before saying curtly, "Very well, Miss Granger." "Your adversary has no warning about what kind of magic you're about to perform," said Hermione, "which gives you a split-second advantage." An answer copied almost word for word from the Standard Book of Spells Grade 6, said Snape dismissively. Over in the corner, Malfoy sniggered. But correct in essentials. Yes, those who progress in using magic without shouting incantations gain an element of surprise in their spellcasting. Not all wizards can do this, of course. It is a question of concentration and mind power, which some, his gaze lingered maliciously upon Harry once more, lack. Harry knew that Snape was thinking of their disastrous occlumency lessons of the previous year. He refused to drop his gaze, but glowered at Snape until Snape looked away. "You will now divide," Snape went on, "into pairs. One partner will attempt to jinx the other without speaking. The other will attempt to repel the jinx in equal silence. Carry on." Although Snape did not know it, Harry had taught at least half the class, everyone who had been a member of the DA, how to perform a shield charm the previous year. None of them had ever cast the charm without speaking, however. A reasonable amount of cheating ensued. Many people were merely whispering the incantation instead of saying it aloud. Typically, 10 minutes into the lesson, Hermione managed to repel Neville's muttered jelly legs jinx without uttering a single word. A feat that would surely have earned her 20 points for Gryffindor from any reasonable teacher, thought Harry bitterly, but which Snape ignored. He swept between them as they practiced, looking just as much like an overgrown bat as ever, lingering to watch Harry and Ron struggling with the task. Ron, who was supposed to be jinxing Harry, was purple in the face, his lips tightly compressed to save himself from the temptation of muttering the incantation. Harry had his wand raised, waiting on tenterhooks to repel a jinx that seemed unlikely ever to come. "Pathetic, Weasley," said Snape after a while. "Here, let me show you." He turned his wand on Harry so fast that Harry reacted instinctively, all thought of non-verbal spells forgotten. He yelled, "Protego!" His shield charm was so strong, Snape was knocked off balance and hit a desk. The whole class had looked around and now watched as Snape righted himself, scowling. "Do you remember me telling you we are practicing non-verbal spells, Potter?" "Yes," said Harry stiffly. "Yes, sir." "There's no need to call me sir, Professor." The words had escaped him before he knew what he was saying. Several people gasped, including Hermione. Behind Snape, however, Ron, Dean, and Seamus grinned appreciatively. "Detention, Saturday night, my office," said Snape. "I do not take cheek from anyone, Potter, not even the chosen one." This, however, is postponed as Dumbledore sends word to Harry that he wishes to have their first private lesson on Saturday. On their first potions class, Harry finds his borrowed textbook vandalized by a previous owner. Following these instructions rather than the official ones, however, results in a spectacular potion which wins Harry a small bottle of liquid lux, Felix Felicis. After checking the book out more carefully, it turns out that it has been in the possession of someone who called himself the Half-Blood Prince. Chapter 10 to 11. During their private lesson, Dumbledore shows Harry a memory using the old pensive. It depicts the Gaunt family, Father Mervalo, and his two children, Morphin and Merope. Harry quickly puts together that Mervalo is Lord Voldemort's grandfather, which makes Merope his mother. They even see the Dark Lord's father for a second, a muggle called Tom Riddle. Next Saturday, Harry holds a tryout for his Quidditch team. While Ginny easily secures her place as the chaser, Ron finds fierce competition in a 7th-year boy called Comrack McLaggen. However, Hermione casts the Confundus charm on McLaggen, making sure that Ron gets the keeper's position. After the tryouts, the three of them visit Hagrid, who's down in mood. His old friend, Aragog, the giant talking spider, is dying. Professor Slughorn invites Harry to a dinner party that evening, but Snape makes it clear that he expects the boy in his office. "Harry," said the new chaser, Demelza Robbins, appearing suddenly at his shoulder. "I've got a message for you." "From Professor Slughorn?" asked Harry, sitting up hopefully. "No, from Professor Snape," said Demelza. Harry's heart sank. "He says you're to come to his office at 8:30 tonight to do your detention. No matter how many party invitations you've received. And he wanted you to know you'll be sorting out rotten flobberworms from good ones to use in potions, and he says there's no need to bring protective gloves." Chapter 12. As the school year proceeds, Professor Snape fulfills his duties as a teacher as well as the head of Slytherin House. With his subjects now changed, he's also the school's official expert in dark magic, a role he soon has to act in. October brings the term's first Hogsmeade weekend. Down at the village, Harry, Ron, and Hermione are witnesses to an incident in which the Gryffindor chaser, Katie Bell, touches a cursed necklace and nearly dies as a result. Professor McGonagall, recognizing Snape's field of expertise, sends the necklace to the defense professor. "Take this necklace to Professor Snape at once, but be sure not to touch it. Keep it wrapped in the scarf." After the cursed pendant is taken care of, Harry presents his suspicions, saying that he believes Malfoy is behind this, but McGonagall debunks him, revealing that Malfoy had not been in Hogsmeade, having been sentenced to detention by her. Despite all logic and evidence, Harry is sure that Draco is now a Death Eater and is planning something sinister. Chapter 13. Harry shares his worries with Dumbledore at their next private meeting, but the headmaster assures him that he has nothing to be concerned about. He also mentions that Katie had to be transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital. She will live thanks to Snape's involvement. Still very unwell, although she was relatively lucky. She appears to have brushed the necklace with the smallest possible amount of skin. There was a tiny hole in her glove. Had she put it on, had she even held it in her ungloved hand, she would have died, perhaps instantly. Luckily, Professor Snape was able to do enough to prevent a rapid spread of the curse. "Why him?" asked Harry quickly. "Why not Madame Pomfrey?" Professor Snape knows much more about the dark arts than Madame Pomfrey, Harry. Anyway, the St. Mungo staff are sending the hourly reports, and I am hopeful that Katie will make a full recovery in time. After they're catching up, Dumbledore shows Harry yet another memory, this time about the day a much younger Albus Dumbledore visited the child Tom Riddle in an orphanage and told him that he was a wizard. Chapter 14 and 15. As time goes by, Harry slowly realizes that he is in love with Ginny Weasley, who is now dating Dean Thomas, Harry's roommate. The first Quidditch game of the season approaches, and Ron once again struggles with his nerves, which renders him not only a less than adequate keeper, but also hard to be around. To solve this, Harry tricks Ron by pretending to put Felix Felicis into Ron's juice before the game. Harry sees his suspicions about Malfoy to be proven when the Slytherin boy, who is supposed to play Seeker for his house, skips the match. Gryffindor wins, thanks in no small part to Ron's spectacular performance. Only after the game does Harry reveal to him and Hermione that he never put anything into Ron's drink and merely pretended to, so his friend will believe in himself. His ruse is a little too successful as Ron gets together with Lavender Brown, driving Hermione, with whom he was already planning to go on a date, into a jealous rage. December approaches, and with it, Professor Slughorn's Christmas party. Harry, since he cannot ask Ginny to be his date and wants to avoid others dosing him with love potion, invites Luna Lovegood to accompany him as friends. At the party, Snape and Harry are forced to socialize. Instinctive, you know, like his mother. I've only ever taught a few with this kind of ability, I can tell you that, Abelle. Why, even Severus. And to Harry's horror, Slughorn threw out an arm and seemed to scoop Snape out of thin air towards them. Stop sulking and come join us, Severus, hiccuped Slughorn happily. I was just talking about Harry's exceptional potion making. Some credits must go to you, of course. You taught him for the first 5 years. Trapped with Slughorn's arm around his shoulders, Snape looked down his hooked nose at Harry, his black eyes narrowed. Funny, I never had the impression that I managed to teach Potter anything at all. Well then, it's natural ability, shouted Slughorn. You should have seen what he gave me. First lesson, Draught of Living Death. Never had a student produce finer on a first attempt. I don't think even you, Severus. Really, said Snape quietly, his eyes still boring into Harry, who felt a certain disquiet. The last thing he wanted was for Snape to start investigating the source of his newfound brilliance at potions. Remind me, what other subjects you're taking, Harry? Asked Slughorn. Defense against the dark arts, charms, transfiguration, herbology. All the subjects required, in short, for an aura, said Snape, with the faintest sneer. Yeah, well, that's what I like to do, said Harry defiantly. And a great one you'll make too, boomed Slughorn. I don't think you should be an aura, Harry, said Luna unexpectedly. Everybody looked at her. The auras are part of the Rotfang conspiracy. I thought everyone knew that. They're planning to bring down the Ministry of Magic from within using a combination of dark magic and gum disease. Shortly after, Filch shows up with an intruder. Malfoy explains that he couldn't just miss the party, and Slughorn lets him stay. Snape, however, is not thrilled. When the two leave to have a chat, Harry follows them. I'd like a word with you, Draco, said Snape suddenly. Now, Severus, said Slughorn, hiccuping again. It's Christmas. Don't be too hard. I am his head of house, and I shall decide how hard or otherwise to be, said Snape curtly. Follow me, Draco. They left, Snape leading the way, Malfoy looking resentful. Harry stood there for a moment, irresolute, then said, I'll be back in a bit, Luna. Bathroom. All right, she said cheerily, and he thought he heard her as he hurried off into the crowd, resumed the subject of the Rotfang conspiracy with Professor Trelawney, who seemed sincerely interested. It was easy, once out of the party, to pull his invisibility cloak out of his pocket and throw it over himself, for the corridor was quite deserted. What was more difficult was finding Snape and Malfoy. Harry ran down the corridor, the noise of his feet masked by the music and loud talk still issuing from Slughorn's office behind him. Perhaps Snape had taken Malfoy to his office in the dungeons, or perhaps he was escorting him back to the Slytherin common room. Harry pressed his ear against door after door as he dashed down the corridor until, with a great jolt of excitement, he crouched down to the keyhole of the last classroom in the corridor and heard voices. "Cannot afford mistakes, Draco, because if you are expelled, I didn't have anything to do with it, all right? I hope you are telling the truth, because it was both clumsy and foolish. Already you are suspected of having a hand in it." "Who suspects me?" said Malfoy angrily. "For the last time, I didn't do it, okay? The Bell Girl must have had an enemy who no one knows about. Don't look at me like that. I know what you're doing. I'm not stupid, but it won't work. I can stop you." There was a pause, and then Snape said quietly, Aunt Bellatrix has been teaching you occlumency, I see. What thoughts are you trying to conceal from your master, Draco?" "I'm not trying to conceal anything from him. I just don't want you butting in." Harry pressed his ear still more closely against the keyhole. What had happened to make Malfoy speak to Snape like this? Snape, toward whom he had always shown respect, even liking. "So that is why you have been avoiding me this term. You have feared my interference? You realize that, had anyone else failed to come to my office when I had told them repeatedly to be there, Draco, so put me in detention, report me to Dumbledore," jeered Malfoy. There was another pause. Then Snape said, "You know perfectly well that I do not wish to do either of those things." "You'd better stop telling me to come to your office then." "Listen to me," said Snape, his voice so low now that Harry had to push his ear very hard against the keyhole to hear. "I am trying to help you. I swore to your mother I would protect you. I made the unbreakable vow, Draco. Looks like you'll have to break it then, because I don't need your protection. It's my job, he gave it to me, and I'm doing it. I've got a plan, and it's going to work. It's just taking a bit longer than I thought it would." "What is your plan?" "It's none of your business. If you tell me what you are trying to do, I can assist you. I have all the assistance I need, thanks I'm not alone." "You were certainly alone tonight, which was foolish in the extreme. Wandering the corridors without lookouts or backup, these are elementary mistakes. I would have had Crabbe and Goyle with me if you hadn't put them in detention." "Keep your voice down," spat Snape, for Malfoy's voice had risen excitedly. "If your friends Crabbe and Goyle intend to pass their Defense Against the Dark Arts OWL this time around, they will need to work a little harder than they are doing at present." "What does it matter?" said Malfoy. "Defense Against the Dark Arts? It's all just a joke, isn't it? An act? Like any of us need protection against the dark arts. It's an act that is crucial in success, Draco," said Snape. "Where do you think I would have been all these years if I had not known how to act? Now listen to me. You are being incautious, wandering around at night, getting yourself caught. And if you are placing your reliance in assistants like Crabbe and Goyle, they're not the only ones. I've got other people on my side, better people. Then why not confide in me, and I know what you're up to. You want to steal my glory." There was another pause, then Snape said coldly, "You are speaking like a child. I quite understand that your father's capture and imprisonment has upset you, but..." Harry had barely a second's warning. He heard Malfoy's footsteps on the other side of the door and flung himself out of the way as it burst open. Malfoy was striding away down the corridor, past the open door of Slughorn's office, around the distant corner, and out of sight. Hardly daring to breathe, Harry remained crouched down as Snape emerged slowly from the classroom, his expression unfathomable. He returned to the party. Harry remained on the floor, hidden beneath the cloak, his mind racing. Chapters 16 to 18. The school mostly empties for the holiday, but Severus Snape stays, keeping an eye on the remaining students. Harry spends Christmas at the Burrow with the Weasleys. After the overheard conversation between Malfoy and Snape, he's more sure than ever that Malfoy is a Death Eater, but nobody seems to share his opinion. Not Mr. Weasley nor Lupin. During the winter break, the new Minister for Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour, seeks out Harry. He wants the boy to pretend he's working with the Ministry and even offers him an easy way to become an Auror in exchange. But Harry refuses to be a PR stunt, especially while the Ministry thinks that looking to be on top of things is more important than actually fighting Voldemort. After the holiday, they return to Hogwarts. Soon, Harry is to attend another lesson with Dumbledore. Here, he tries to talk about Snape and Malfoy being sure that the professor is on Malfoy's side now. But Dumbledore once again tells him not to worry about all that and insists they go forward with their lesson. Harry learns that a teenage Voldemort killed his Muggle father and the rest of the Riddle family, framing Foreman for the crime. In another memory, they see Voldemort asking a younger Professor Slughorn about something called a Horcrux, but the memory is altered and tells them nothing of use. Dumbledore tasks Harry with getting the original memory from Slughorn. Harry tries to do just that after their next potions lesson, but the attempt goes abysmally. In February, the 6th years are having a new subject, apparition. The lesson is held by a Ministry official, but also overseen by the heads of houses, Snape among them. "Malfoy, be quiet and pay attention," barked Professor McGonagall. Everyone looked around. Malfoy had flushed a dull pink. He looked furious as he stepped away from Crabbe, with whom he appeared to be having a whispered argument. Harry glanced quickly at Snape, who also looked annoyed, though Harry strongly suspected that this was less because of Malfoy's rudeness than the fact that McGonagall had reprimanded one of his house. Soon, it turns out that the 4 professors aren't just there to keep the students at bay. The second attempt was no better than the first, the third just as bad. Not until the 4th did anything exciting happen. There was a horrible screech of pain, and everybody looked around, terrified, to see Susan Bones of Hufflepuff wobbling in her hoop with her left leg still standing 5 feet away where she had started. The heads of house converged on her. There was a great bang and a puff of purple smoke, which cleared to reveal Susan sobbing, reunited with her leg, but looking horrified. On Ron's 17th birthday in March, the boy manages to take a love potion meant for Harry by a fellow Gryffindor, Romilda Vane. Harry brings his friend to Professor Slughorn, who brews an antidote and offers some mead to the boys afterwards. This turns out to be poisoned, and Ron only survives due to Harry's quick thinking and ability to find a bezoar. Chapter 19. After leaving the hospital wing where Ron recovers, Hagrid accidentally tells Harry and Hermione that Dumbledore does not trust Snape perfectly, contrary to what the headmaster keeps telling Harry. It's no wonder Dumbledore's angry with Hagrid stopped in his tracks, a familiar, guilty expression on what was visible of his face above his tangled black beard. "What?" said Harry quickly. "Dumbledore's angry with Snape." "I never said that," said Hagrid, though his look of panic could not have been a bigger giveaway. "Look at the time, it's getting on for midnight. I need to—" "Hagrid, why is Dumbledore angry with Snape?" Harry asked loudly. "Shh," said Hagrid, looking both nervous and angry. "Don't shout stuff like that, Harry. Do you want me to lose my job? Mind, I don't suppose you'd care, would ya, now that you've given up care of magic?" "Don't try and make me feel guilty, it won't work," said Harry forcefully. "What's Snape done?" "I don't know, Harry. I shouldn't heard it at all. I was coming out of the forest the other evening, and I overheard him talking. Arguing. Didn't like to draw attention to myself, so I sort of skulked and tried not to listen. But it was, a heated discussion, and it wasn't easy to block it out." "Well?" Harry urged him as Hagrid shuffled his enormous feet uneasily. "Well, I just heard Snape saying Dumbledore took too much for granted, and maybe he, Snape, didn't want to do it anymore." This, of course, fans Harry's suspicions about Snape and Malfoy even further. With Ron out of commission, Harry has to make do with McGalligan as keeper on the next Quidditch match. This ends terribly when McGalligan, attempting to teach one of the beaters how to aim a bludger, accidentally hits Harry, who wakes up in the hospital wing, with his broken skulls recently mended by Madame Pomfrey. While recovering, Harry decides to send Kreacher after Malfoy, so the elf can determine where the boy goes when he disappears from the Marauders map. Dobby decides to get involved as well. Chapters 20 and 21. Yet another memory shows Harry that the adult Lord Voldemort once requested to be a professor at Hogwarts. The newly appointed headmaster at the time, Dumbledore himself, refused to employ the Dark Lord, who in turn cursed the very job he wanted to fill, the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Ever since, Dumbledore tells Harry he has not been able to keep a teacher longer than a year. With no more memory remaining to witness, Harry tries to figure out a way to get Slughorns, but isn't succeeding. Meanwhile, Snape continues to look over Draco, as he has promised to the boy's mother, as well as attending to his teacher's duty and job as a double agent, whose allegiance is questioned more and more often. Dobby and Kreacher inform Harry that Draco spends most of his free time in the Room of Requirement, and Harry, determined to catch him in the act, whatever it might be, tries to get into the room. This, as Hermione explains, is not possible, as he doesn't know what Malfoy is exactly using the room for, but Harry tries nevertheless. This ends in him being late for Snape's class. The professor, despite his troubles, does not change his teaching style. "Late again, Potter," said Snape coldly, as Harry hurried into the candlelit classroom. 10 points from Gryffindor. Harry scowled at Snape as he flung himself into the seat beside Ron. Half the class was still on their feet, taking out books and organizing their things. He could not be much later than any of them. "Before we start, I want your Dementor essays," said Snape, waving his wand carelessly, so that 25 scrolls of parchment soared into the air and landed in a neat pile on his desk. "And I hope for your sakes they are better than the tripe I had to endure on resisting the Imperious Curse. Now, if you'll all open your books to page... What is it, Mr. Finnegan?" "Sir," said Seamus, "I've been wondering, how do you tell the difference between an Inferus and a ghost? Because there was something in the Prophet about an Inferus—" "No, there wasn't," said Snape in a bored voice. "But sir, I heard people talking—" "If you had actually read the article in question, Mr. Finnegan, you would have known that the so-called Inferus was nothing but a smelly sneak thief by the name of Mundungus Fletcher." "I thought Snape and Mundungus were on the same side," muttered Harry to Ron and Hermione. "Shouldn't he be upset? Mundungus has been arrested." "But Potter seems to have a lot to say on this subject," said Snape, pointing suddenly at the back of the room, his black eyes fixed on Harry. "Let us ask Potter how he would tell the difference between an Inferius and a ghost." The whole class looked around at Harry, who hastily tried to recall what Dumbledore had told him the night they had gone to visit Slughorn. Well, ghosts are transparent," he said. "Oh, very good," interrupted Snape, his lip curling. "Yes, it is easy to see that nearly 6 years of magical education have not been wasted on you, Potter. Ghosts are transparent." Pansy Parkinson let out a high-pitched giggle. Several other people were smirking. Harry took a deep breath and continued calmly, though his insides were boiling. "Yeah, ghosts are transparent, but inferi are dead bodies, aren't they? So they'd be solid." "A 5-year-old could have told us as much," sneered Snape. "The Inferus is a corpse that has been reanimated by a dark wizard's spell. It is not alive, it is merely used like a puppet to do the wizard's bidding. A ghost, as I trust you are all aware by now, is the imprint of a departed soul left upon the earth, and, of course, as Potter so wisely tells us, transparent." "Well, what Harry said is the most useful if we're trying to tell them apart," said Ron. "When we come face to face with one down a dark alley, we're going to be having a look to see if it's solid, aren't we? We're not going to be asking, 'Excuse me, are you the imprint of a departed soul?'" There was a ripple of laughter instantly quelled by the look Snape gave the class. "Another 10 points from Gryffindor," said Snape. "I would expect nothing more sophisticated from you, Ronald Weasley. The boy's so solid he cannot apparate half an inch across the room." "No," whispered Hermione, grabbing Harry's arm as he opened his mouth furiously. "There's no point. You'll just end up in detention again. Leave it." "Now, open your book to page 213, said Snape, smirking a little, "and read the first 2 paragraphs on the Cruciatus Curse." A few days later, Harry runs into Tonks inside the castle and notes that the young woman looks even more depressed than before. Chapter 22 and 23. Following Ron's idea, Harry takes some of the luck potion in order to retrieve Professor Slughorn's memory. He ends up with the potion master in Hagrid's hut after burying Aragog, the giant spider. Harry manages to get the memory from an intoxicated Slughorn and goes right to Dumbledore to watch it. The unaltered recollection shows Slughorn giving a lot of information about the Horcruxes to Tom Riddle. Dumbledore explains that a Horcrux is an object into which a wizard puts a part of his soul, using dark magic, ensuring immortality. Based on the various memories they have witnessed during the year, Harry and Dumbledore work out that Voldemort once had 6 Horcruxes: the Diary of Tom Riddle, the Locket of Slytherin, the Cup of Hufflepuff, Movado Gaunt's old ring, Nagini, the snake, and a mysterious item most likely in connection with Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. With Harry having destroyed the diary and Dumbledore the ring, 4 remain, somewhere hidden in the world. After they are destroyed, Voldemort can be killed. Dumbledore also promises Harry that when he finds another one, the boy can go with him to destroy it. Chapter 24. Ron and Lavender finally break up, and so does Ginny and Dean, giving Harry a lot to think about aside from Horcruxes. Still, not having given up on finding out what Malfoy is up to, Harry finds him in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, confiding his fears in the ghost. The Slytherin boy, realizing he has an audience, attacks Harry, and a short but deadly duel follows. Harry uses a spell he has spotted in the Half-Blood Prince's potion book, one that the prince likely invented himself. It cuts open Malfoy, nearly killing him. The boy only survives due to Professor Snape's timely intervention. The door banged open behind Harry and he looked up, terrified. Snape had burst into the room, his face livid. Pushing Harry roughly aside, he knelt over Malfoy, drew his wand, and traced it over the deep wounds Harry's curse had made, muttering an incantation that sounded almost like song. The flow of blood seemed to ease. Snape wiped the residue from Malfoy's face and repeated his spell. Now the wound seemed to be knitting. Harry was still watching, horrified by what he had done, barely aware that he too was soaked in blood and water. Moaning Myrtle was still sobbing and wailing overhead. When Snape had performed his counter curse for the 3rd time, he half lifted Malfoy into a standing position. "You need the hospital wing. There may be a certain amount of scarring, but if you take Dittany immediately, we might even avoid that. Come." He supported Malfoy across the bathroom, turning at the door to say in a voice of cold fury, "And you, Potter, you wait here for me." Snape returned 10 minutes later. He stepped into the bathroom and closed the door behind him. "Go," he said to Myrtle, and she swooped back into her toilet at once, leaving a ringing silence behind her. "I didn't mean it to happen," said Harry at once. His voice echoed in the cold, watery space. "I didn't know what the spell did." But Snape ignored this. "Apparently I underestimated you, Potter," he said quietly. "Who would have thought you knew such dark magic? Who taught you that spell?" "I read about it somewhere." "Where?" "It was a library book," Harry invented wildly. "I can't remember what it was called." "Liar," said Snape. Harry's throat went dry. He knew what Snape was going to do, and he had never been able to prevent it. The bathroom seemed to shimmer before his eyes. He struggled to block out the thought, but tried as he might, the Half-Blood Prince's copy of Advanced Potion Making swam hazily to the forefront of his mind. And then he was staring at Professor Snape again, in the midst of the record-soaked bathroom. He stared into Snape's black eyes, hoping against hope that Snape had not seen what he feared. "But, bring me your school bag," said Snape softly, "and all your school books. All of them. Bring them to me here. Now." Harry obeys, but instead of handing over the prince's book, he borrows Ron's, while hiding his own in the room of requirement. Harry ran flat out toward the bathroom on the floor below, cramming Ron's copy of Advanced Potion Making into his bag as he did so. A minute later, he was back in front of Snape, who held out his hand wordlessly for Harry's school bag. Harry handed it over, panting, a searing pain in his chest, and waited. One by one, Snape extracted Harry's books and examined them. Finally, the only book left was the potions book, which he looked at very carefully before speaking. "This is your copy of Advanced Potion Making, is it, Potter?" "Yes," said Harry, still breathing hard. "You're quite sure of that, are you, Potter?" Yes, said Harry, with a touch more defiance. This is the copy of Advanced Potion Making that you purchased from Flourish and Bloutz. Yes, said Harry firmly. Then why, asked Snape, does it have the name Runul Waslip written inside the front cover? Harry's heart missed a beat. That's my nickname, he said. Your nickname, repeated Snape. Yeah, that's what my friends call me, said Harry. I understand what a nickname is, said Snape. The cold black eyes were boring once more into Harry's. He tried not to look into them. Close your mind. Close your mind. But he had never learned how to do it properly. Do you know what I think, Potter? Said Snape, very quietly. I think that you are a liar and a cheat, and that you deserve detention with me every Saturday until the end of term. What do you think, Potter? I don't agree, sir, said Harry, still refusing to look into Snape's eyes. Well, we shall see how you feel after your detentions, said Snape. 10 o'clock Saturday morning, Potter, my office. But sir, said Harry looking up desperately, Quidditch, the last match of the 10 o'clock, whispered Snape, with a smile that showed his yellow teeth. Poor Gryffindor, 4th place this year, I fear. And he left the bathroom without another word, leaving Harry to stare into the cracked mirror, feeling sicker, he was sure, than Ron had ever felt in his life. Harry feels betrayed by the prince, but maintains, especially in the face of Hermione's badgering, that he intends to retrieve the book, adding that the half-blood prince isn't responsible for the curse, which he might not have invented at all. On the day of the Quidditch final, Harry heads down to the dungeons, having put Dean in the position of chaser and Ginny as seeker. Professor Snape does not hide his glee over Harry's misery. Ah, Potter, said Snape, when Harry had knocked on his door and entered the unpleasantly familiar office that Snape, despite teaching floors above now, had not vacated. It was as dimly lit as ever, and the same slimy dead objects were suspended in colored potions all around the walls. Ominously, there were many cobwebbed boxes piled on a table where Harry was clearly supposed to sit. They had an aura of tedious, hard, and pointless work about them. Mr. Filch has been looking for someone to clear out these old files, said Snape softly. They are the records of other Hogwarts wrongdoers and their punishments. Where the ink has grown faint or the cards have suffered damage from mice, we would like you to copy out the crimes and punishments afresh and making sure that they are in alphabetical order, replacing them in the boxes. You will not use magic. Right, Professor, said Harry, with as much content as he could muster into the last 3 syllables. I thought you could start, said Snape, a malicious smile on his lips, with boxes 1012 to 1056. You will find some familiar names in there, which should add interest to the task. Here, you see. He pulled out a card from one of the topmost boxes with a flourish and read, James Potter and Sirius Black, apprehended using an illegal hex upon Bertram Aubrey. Aubrey's head twice normal size, double detention. Snape sneered. It must be such a comforting thing that, though they are gone, a record of their great achievements remains. Harry felt the familiar boiling sensation in the pit of his stomach. Biting his tongue to prevent himself retaliating, he sat down in front of the boxes and pulled one toward him. It was, as Harry had anticipated, useless, boring work, punctuated, as Snape had clearly planned, with the regular jolt in the stomach that meant he had just read his father or Sirius's names, usually coupled together in various petty misdeeds, occasionally accompanied by those of Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew. And while he copied out all their various offenses and punishments, he wondered what was going on outside, where the match would have just started, Ginny playing Seeker against Cho. Harry glanced again and again at the large clock ticking on the wall. It seemed to be moving half as fast as a regular clock. Perhaps Snape had bewitched it to go extra slowly. He could not have been here for only half an hour and a half. Harry's stomach started rumbling when the clock showed 12:30. Snape, who had not spoken at all since setting Harry his task, finally looked up at 1:10. I think that will do, he said coldly. Mark the place you have reached. You'll continue at 10 o'clock next Saturday. Yes, sir. Harry stuffed a bent card into the box at random and hurried out of the door before Snape could change his mind, racing back up the stone steps, straining his ears to hear a sound from the pitch. But all was quiet. It was over. Then, Harry returns to the Gryffindor Tower, where a triumphant team awaits him. In front of everyone, he and Ginny finally kiss each other. Chapter 25. The next couple of weeks are the happiest Harry has ever experienced in Hogwarts, even with the extra exams coming up and him having to attend at Snape's office every Saturday. "You still got detention with Snape this Saturday," Ron continued. "Yep, and the Saturday after that, and the Saturday after that," sighed Harry, and he's hinting now that if I don't get all the boxes done by the end of term, we'll carry on next year. On a bright day, Harry receives word from Dumbledore requesting his immediate visit. Harry, knowing the headmaster must have found another Horcrux, hurries to his office, but is stopped when he witnesses someone throwing Professor Trelawney out of the room of requirement. Harry learns that someone whom he assumes must be Malfoy is in there and celebrating. Whatever he's up to, he has just succeeded. Harry urges Trelawney to tell this to Dumbledore, but another shocking revelation makes him change his mind. Turns out the person who eavesdropped on the seer and Dumbledore when Trelawney uttered the prophecy about Harry and Voldemort, the person who's responsible for the death of Lily and James Potter, is none other than Snape. And now Harry was paying attention properly for the first time, for he knew what had happened then. Professor Trelawney had made the prophecy that had altered the course of his whole life, the prophecy about him and Voldemort. But then we were rudely interrupted by Severus Snape. Harry confronts Dumbledore about this, but the old wizard assures him that Snape has regretted his actions ever since, and that he enjoys Dumbledore's full confidence. Despite their argument, Dumbledore is willing to take Harry with him, as he has indeed found a Horcrux. Harry gives the Marauders map and the remaining Felix Felicis to Ron and Hermione, tasking them to patrol the corridors with whomever they can reach from Dumbledore's army, as he is sure that Malfoy will make his move as soon as the headmaster leaves the castle. Chapter 26 and 27. Harry and Dumbledore travel to a cave near a hillside where once an orphanage brought their charges as a weekend getaway, the young Tom Riddle amongst them. In the cave, Dumbledore drinks a potion to get the Horcrux under it. Though he succeeds, he's severely weakened by the potion, having difficulty even standing. With Harry's help, they return to Hogsmeade, where Madame Rosemerta, a local barkeep, informs them that Death Eaters have invaded the castle. Indeed, the Dark Mark hovers over the Astronomy Tower, signaling a place where the Dark Wizards must have killed someone. Around this time, Severus Snape, originally not a part of Draco's plan, is sought out by Professor Flitwick, who hopes for the man's help against the Death Eaters. Instead, Snape stuns the tiny professor and joins the fight on the Dark Wizard's side. Harry and Dumbledore, using borrowed brooms, land on the Astronomy Tower. Here, they are attacked by Malfoy. He disarms Dumbledore, who, before this happens, casts the full body bind curse on the already invisible Harry, rendering him unable to move and intervene. Dumbledore and Draco talk the events of the year through, the headmaster revealing that he had been aware of the boy's attempts to kill him, such as the cursed necklace and the poisoned mead all along. The boy tells Dumbledore that he has fixed the old vanishing cabinet, through which his fellow Death Eaters arrived at Hogwarts tonight. Even now, Dumbledore stresses that Severus Snape has his trust. Soon, other Death Eaters show up, but they all respect Voldemort's wish about Draco being the one who kills Dumbledore. In the end, however, the boy is unable to do so. Snape appears. "Draco, do it, or stand aside so one of us," screeched the woman. But at that precise moment, the door at the ramparts burst open once more, and there stood Snape, his wand clutched in his hand as his black eyes swept the scene, from Dumbledore slumped against the wall to the four Death Eaters, including the enraged werewolf and Malfoy. "We've got a problem, Snape," said the lumpy Amicus, whose eyes and wands were fixed alike upon Dumbledore. The boy doesn't seem, but somebody else had spoken Snape's name quite softly. "Severus." The sound frightened Harry beyond anything he had experienced all evening. For the first time, Dumbledore was pleading. Snape said nothing, but walked forwards and pushed Malfoy roughly out of the way. The three Death Eaters fell back without a word. Even the werewolf seemed cowed. Snape gazed for a moment at Dumbledore, and there was revulsion and hatred etched in the harsh lines of his face. "Severus, please." Snape raised his wand and pointed it directly at Dumbledore. Avada Kedavra. A jet of green light shot from the end of Snape's wand and hit Dumbledore squarely in the chest. Harry's scream of horror never left him, silent and unmoving. He was forced to watch as Dumbledore was blasted into the air. For a split second, he seemed to hang suspended beneath the shining skull, and then he fell slowly, backwards like a great rag doll, over the battlements and out of sight. Chapter 28. "Out of here quickly," said Snape. He seized Malfoy by the scruff of the neck and forced him through the door ahead of the rest. Greyback and the squat brother and sister followed, the later both panting excitedly. As they vanished through the door, Harry realized he could move again. Harry, after finding that Dumbledore's spell on him is broken, takes down the only Death Eater still in the tower. He runs after Snape and Malfoy and arrives in a chaotic battle. Dark wizards against Hogwarts teachers and Harry's friends. Delayed by his wish to protect the others, Harry eventually runs after the escaping Death Eaters. He catches up with Snape and Draco near Hagrid's hut. Harry tore past Hagrid and his opponent, took aim at Snape's back and yelled, "Stupefy!" He missed. The jet of red light soared past Snape's head. Snape shouted, "Run, Draco!" and turned. 20 yards apart, he and Harry looked at each other before raising their wands simultaneously. Crush! But Snape parried the curse, knocking Harry backward off his feet before he could complete it. Harry rolled over and scrambled back up again as the huge Death Eater behind him yelled, "Incendio!" Harry heard an explosive bang and a dancing orange light spilled all over them. Hagrid's house was on fire. "Fangs in there, you evil!" Hagrid bellowed. "Crush!" yelled Harry for the second time, aiming for the figure ahead, illuminated in the dancing firelight. But Snape blocked the spell again. Harry could see him sneering. "No unforgivable curses from you, Potter," he shouted over the rushing of the flames. Hagrid's yells and the wild yelping of the trapped Fang. "You haven't got the nerve or the ability." "In cush!" roared Harry, but Snape deflected the spell with an almost lazy flick of his arm. "Fight back!" Harry screamed at him. "Fight back, you cowardly—" "Coward, did you call me, Potter?" shouted Snape. "Your father would never attack me unless it was 4-on-1. What would you call him, I wonder?" "Stupid!" Blocked again and again and again, until you learn to keep your mouth shut and your mind closed, Potter, sneered Snape, deflecting the curse once more. "Now come," he shouted at the huge Death Eater behind Harry. "It's time to be gone, before the Ministry turns up. Impede!" But before he could finish this jinx, excruciating pain hit Harry. He kneeled over in the grass. Someone was screaming. He would surely die of this agony. Snape was going to torture him to death, or madness. "No!" roared Snape's voice, and the pain stopped as suddenly as it had started. Harry lay curled on the dark grass, clutching his wand and panting. Somewhere, overhead, Snape was shouting, "Have you forgotten our orders? Potter belongs to the Dark Lord. We are to leave him. Go! Go!" And Harry felt the ground shudder under his face as the brother and sister and the enormous Death Eater obeyed, running toward the gates. Harry uttered a yell of rage. In that instant, he cared not whether he lived or died. Pushing himself to his feet again, he staggered blindly towards Snape, the man he now hated as much as he hated Voldemort himself. "Sectum!" Snape flicked his wand and the curse was repelled yet again. But Harry was mere feet away now, and he could see Snape's face clearly at last. He was no longer sneering or jeering. The blazing flumes showed a face full of rage. Mustering all his power of concentration, Harry thought, "Levy, no, Potter!" screamed Snape. There was a loud bang, and Harry was soaring backward, hitting the ground hard again, and this time his wand flew out of his hand. He could hear Hagrid yelling and Fang howling as Snape closed in and looked down on him where he lay, wandless and defenseless as Dumbledore had been. Snape's pale face, illuminated by the flaming cabin, was suffused with hatred just as it had been before he had cursed Dumbledore. "You dare use my own spells against me, Potter. It was I who invented them. I, the half-blood prince, and you'd turn my own inventions on me like your filthy father, would you? I don't think so. No. Harry had dived for his wand. Snape shot a hex at it and it flew feet away into the darkness and out of sight. Kill me then, panted Harry, who felt no fear at all, but only rage and contempt. Kill me like you killed him, you coward. Don't, screamed Snape, and his face was suddenly demented, inhuman, as though he was in as much pain as the yelping, howling dog stuck in the burning house behind them. Call me coward. And he slashed at the air. Harry felt a white-hot, whip-like something hit him across the face and was slammed backward into the ground. Spots of light burst in front of his eyes, and for a moment all the breath seemed to have gone from his body. Then he heard a rush of wings above him, and something enormous obscured the stars. Buckbeak had flown at Snape, who staggered backward as the razor-sharp claws slashed at him. As Harry raised himself into a sitting position, his head still swimming from his last contact with the ground, he saw Snape running as hard as he could, the enormous beast flapping behind him and screeching as Harry had never heard him screech. Harry struggled to his feet, looking around groggily for his wand, hoping to give chase again, but even as his fingers fumbled in the grass, discarding twigs, he knew it would be too late, and sure enough, by the time he had located his wand, he turned only to see the hippogriff circling the gates. Snape had managed to disapparate just beyond the school's boundaries. After finding Dumbledore's body, Harry finally checks out the locket they have retrieved from the potion, just to realize it is a fake, with the message inside saying someone has taken the real one, already with the intent of destroying it. Chapter 29 and 30. Ginny leads Harry to the hospital wing, even though the boy is not seriously injured. Here, he learns that Fenrir Greyback, the werewolf, has attacked and mauled Bill, who, though will survive, will also carry the scars on his face forever. What's more, nobody, not even Lupin, can tell them if Bill is now contaminated and would eventually turn into a werewolf, as Greyback had not been in his wolf form during the attack. Upon seeing that Fleur is still willing to marry the injured Bill, Tonks confronts Lupin, saying she is in the same mind and doesn't care if Lupin is a werewolf. Harry suddenly realizes the reason for the woman's depression. She has been lovesick. Harry informs the group about Dumbledore, including that it had been Snape who had dealt the finishing blow. This shocks everyone. Snape, repeated McGonagall, faintly, falling into the chair. We all wondered, but he trusted, always, Snape. I can't believe it. Snape was a highly accomplished oculomens, said Lupin, his voice uncharacteristically harsh. We always knew that. But Dumbledore swore he was on our side, whispered Tonks. I always thought Dumbledore must know something about Snape that we didn't. He always hinted that he had an ironclad reason for trusting Snape, muttered Professor McGonagall, now dabbing at the corners of her leaking eyes with a tartan-edged handkerchief. I mean, with Snape's history, of course people were bound to wonder, but Dumbledore told me explicitly that Snape's repentance was absolutely genuine. Wouldn't hear a word against him. I'd love to know what Snape told him to convince him, said Tonks. I know, said Harry, and they all turned to look at him. Snape passed Voldemort the information that made Voldemort hunt down my mum and dad. Then Snape told Dumbledore he hadn't realized what he was doing. He was really sorry he'd done it. Sorry they were all dead. They all stared at him. And Dumbledore believed that? Said Lupin incredulously. Dumbledore believed Snape was sorry James was dead. Snape hated James, and he didn't think my mother was worth a damn either, said Harry, because she was Muggle-born. Mudblood, he called her. As nobody knows that all his life Snape had been in love with Lily, this information meets with confusion. Soon, McGonagall questions Harry about the events of the evening, and the boy politely refuses to tell her where he had been with Dumbledore, stating that the secrecy he swore doesn't end with the headmaster's death. This is his answer to Scrimgeour too, who asked the same. After Dumbledore's funeral, Harry breaks up with Ginny, telling her that staying together would make her Voldemort's target. Then the boy announces to his friends that he's not coming back to Hogwarts next year, and instead will go to hunt down the remaining Horcruxes. Ron and Hermione naturally promise to go with him. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Chapter 1. As the slayer of Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape is now Lord Voldemort's right-hand man, replacing Bellatrix Lestrange. Though his role as a double agent is over, Voldemort still expects him to be well informed, especially about Harry Potter. On a summer day not long after he has killed Dumbledore, Snape delivers news to his master. The two men appeared out of nowhere, a few yards apart in the narrow, moonlit lane. For a second, they stood quite still, wands directed at each other's chests. Then, recognizing each other, they stowed their wands beneath their cloaks and started walking briskly in the same direction. "News?" asked the taller of the two. "The best," replied Severus Snape. "Thought I might be late," said Yaxley, his blunt features sliding in and out of sight as the branches of overhanging trees broke the moonlight. "It was a little trickier than I expected, but I hope he will be satisfied. You sound confident that your reception will be good?" Snape nodded, but did not elaborate. Yaxley and Snape entered Malfoy Manor to attend a meeting with their fellow Death Eaters and Lord Voldemort. The eyes of the pale-faced portraits on the wall followed Snape and Yaxley as they strode past. The two men halted at the heavy wooden door leading into the next room, hesitated for the space of a heartbeat. Then Snape turned the bronze handle. The drawing room was full of silent people, sitting at a long and ornate table. The room's usual furniture had been pushed carelessly up against the walls. Illumination came from a roaring fire beneath a handsome marble mantelpiece surmounted by a gilded mirror. Snape and Yaxley lingered for a moment on the threshold as their eyes grew accustomed to the lack of light. They were drawn upward to the strange features of the scene. An apparently unconscious human figure hanging upside down over the table, revolving slowly as if suspended by an invisible rope, and reflected in the mirror and in the bare, polished surface of the table below. None of the people seated beneath this singular sight were looking at it except for a pale young man sitting almost directly below it. He seemed unable to prevent himself from glancing upward every minute or so. "Yaxley, Snape," said a high, clear voice from the head of the table. "You are very nearly late." The speaker was seated directly in front of the fireplace, so that it was difficult at first for the new arrivals to make out more than his silhouette. As they drew nearer, however, his face shone through the gloom, hairless, snake-like, with slits for nostrils and gleaming red eyes whose pupils were vertical. He was so pale that he seemed to emit a pearly glow. "Severus, here," said Voldemort, indicating the seat on his immediate right. "Yaxley beside Dolohov." The two men took their allocated spots. Most of the eyes around the table followed Snape, and it was to him that Voldemort spoke first. "So, my lord, the Order of the Phoenix intends to move Harry Potter from his current place of safety on Saturday next at nightfall." The interest around the table sharpened palpably. Some stiffened, others fidgeted, all gazing at Snape and Voldemort. "Saturday at nightfall," repeated Voldemort. His red eyes fastened upon Snape's black ones with such intensity that some of the watchers looked away, apparently fearful that they themselves would be scorched by the ferocity of the gaze. Snape, however, looked calmly back into Voldemort's face, and after a moment or two, Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into something like a smile. "Good, very good. And this information comes?" "From the source we discussed," said Snape. "My lord." Yaxley had leaned forward to look down the long table at Voldemort and Snape. All faces turned to him. "My lord, I have heard differently." Yaxley waited, but Voldemort did not speak, so he went on. "Dawlish, the Auror, lets slip that Potter will not be moved until the 30th, the night before the boy turns 17. Snape was smiling. "My source told me there are plans to lay a false trail. This must be it. No doubt a confundus charm has been placed upon Dawlish. It will not be the first time. He is known to be susceptible." "I assure you, my lord, Dawlish seems quite certain," said Yaxley. "If he has been confunded, naturally he is certain," said Snape. "I assure you, Yaxley, the Auror office will play no further part in the protection of Harry Potter. The Order believes that we have infiltrated the Ministry." "The Order's got one thing right then, eh?" said a squat man sitting a short distance from Yaxley. He gave a wheezy giggle that was echoed here and there along the table. Voldemort did not laugh. His gaze had wandered upward to the body revolving slowly overhead, and he seemed to be lost in thought. "My lord," Yaxley went on, "Dawlish believes an entire party of Aurors will be used to transfer the boy." Voldemort held up a large white hand, and Yaxley subsided at once, watching resentfully as Voldemort turned back to Snape. "Where are they going to hide the boy next?" "At the home of one of the Order," said Snape. "The place, according to the source, has been given every protection that the Order and Ministry together could provide. I think that there is little chance of taking him once he is there, my lord. Unless, of course, the Ministry has fallen before next Saturday, which might give us the opportunity to discover and undo enough of the enchantments to break through the rest." "Well, Yaxley?" Voldemort called down the table, the firelight glinting strangely in his red eyes. "Will the Ministry have fallen by next Saturday?" The Death Eater has excellent news about this, but Voldemort still decides to kill Harry Potter on the date Snape has provided. The conversation turns elsewhere, and the Dark Lord eventually draws attention to his prisoner. "Do you recognize our guests, Severus?" asked Voldemort. Snape raised his eyes to the upside-down face. All of the Death Eaters were looking up at the captive now, as though they had been given permission to show curiosity. As she revolved to face the firelight, the woman said in a cracked and terrified voice, "Severus, help me." "Ah, yes," said Snape, as the prisoner turned slowly away again. Though the professor pleads for Snape's help, the wizard isn't moved. Charity Burbage revolved to face Snape again. "Severus, please, please." "Silence," said Voldemort, with another twitch of Malfoy's wand, and Charity fell silent as if gagged. Not content with corrupting and polluting the minds of wizarding children, last week Professor Burdge wrote an impassioned defense of mudbloods in the Daily Prophet. "Wizards," she says, "must accept these thieves of their knowledge and magic. The dwindling of the purebloods is," says Professor Burbage, "a most desirable circumstance. She would have us all mate with muggles, or, no doubt, werewolves." Nobody laughed this time. There was no mistaking the anger and contempt in Voldemort's voice. For the third time, Charity Burbage revolved to face Snape. Tears were pouring from her eyes into her hair. Snape looked back at her, quite impassive, as she turned slowly away from him again. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 2 and 3. At one point during this summer, Snape visits 12 Grimmauld Place, where he finds a letter written by Lily Potter to Sirius Black, as well as a photograph of her and her family. At Privet Drive, getting ready for his departure, Harry Potter packs his backpack with everything he might need on his journey to find and destroy Horcruxes. During the process, he finds a piece of the magical mirror his godfather, the late Sirius Black, once gave to him. In a copy of the Daily Prophet, Harry reads an article from Rita Skeeter, who is now allowed once again to be a reporter. Though the official viewpoint happens to be the truth on Dumbledore's death, Rita hints that Harry might be responsible as opposed to Snape. "Well, I don't want to say too much, it's all in the book, but eyewitnesses inside Hogwarts Castle saw Potter running away from the scene moments after Dumbledore fell, jumped, or was pushed. Potter later gave evidence against Severus Snape, a man against whom he has a notorious grudge. Is everything as it seems? That is for the wizarding community to decide, once they've read my book." Once he's done packing, Harry goes downstairs to say goodbye to his last living relatives, the Dursleys. After this, he waits for Mad-Eye Moody, who's supposed to deliver him to the Burrow. Chapter 4. Instead of just Mad-Eye, 13 people arrive. The plan has changed. The Ministry, under false pretense of protecting Harry, made it impossible to enter or leave Privet Drive by any magical means. To circumvent this, the Order of Phoenix will use means of transportation which Harry himself doesn't have to use magic for. Thestrals, brooms, and Sirius's old flying motorcycle. In addition, 6 of them will take the Polyjuice potion to look like Harry, making it impossible for the attackers to know which one is the real Potter. Harry, though, who would prefer to fly on his firebolt, is paired with Hagrid, and has to sit in the sidecar of the bike. Even this is Snape's fault. "We think the Death Eaters will expect you to be on a broom," said Moody, who seemed to guess how Harry was feeling. "Snape's had plenty of time to tell them everything about you he's never mentioned before, so if we do run into any Death Eaters, we're betting they'll choose one of the Potters who looks at home on a broomstick." They are attacked almost as soon as they emerge from the ground. In the fight, Hedwig, Harry's owl, is hit, and the boy also loses his broom. Snape is there, and in his effort to protect Lupin, he accidentally hits George Weasley. Harry and Hagrid make it to the safe house, but not before facing Lord Voldemort himself. Harry can only escape when his wand, unprompted by the boy, casts a powerful fiery spell, which shatters the wand Voldemort has borrowed, knowing his own might connect with Harry's, causing problems. Chapter 5. From the Tonks' house, Harry and Hagrid travel to the Burrow by Portkey. They are the first to arrive, but soon the others start to show up. Harry learns the detail of George's injury after they put the young man to rest. "Snape's work," said Lupin. "Snape?" shouted Harry. "You didn't say—" "He lost his hood during the chase. Sectum Sempra was always a specialty of Snape's. I wish I could say I paid him back in kind, but it was all I could do to keep George on the broom after he was injured. He was losing so much blood." Slowly, everyone comes home. The last to arrive is Bill and Fleur. They inform the others that Mad Eye had been killed during the fight by Voldemort. Chapters 6 to 8. Harry, Ron, and Hermione have to wait before they can go off to hunt Horcruxes. They can't go anywhere undetected until Harry turns 17, and they promise to stay for Bill and Fleur's wedding, which takes place the next day. They aren't bored, however. The Burrow is now the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, as Dumbledore's death made it dangerous to use 12 Grimmauld Place. And as there are around 20 of us, that greatly dilutes the power of the Fidelis charm. 20 times as many opportunities for the Death Eaters to get the secret out of somebody. We can't expect it to hold much longer. "But surely Snape will have told the Death Eaters the address by now," asked Harry. "Well, Mad Eye set up a couple of curses against Snape in case he turns up there again." On the evening of Harry's birthday, Rufus Scrimgeour, the Minister for Magic, visits the Burrow to give Harry, Ron, and Hermione their inheritance from Dumbledore. Ron gets the Headmaster's Deluminator, a unique tool to capture light, while Hermione receives a children's book. To Harry, Dumbledore leaves the first golden snitch the boy has ever caught, as well as the Sword of Gryffindor, but Scrimgeour refuses to hand over the latter, stating it was never Dumbledore's to give, and that it belongs to Hogwarts. Harry is sure that Dumbledore has hidden a small object in the snitch, but he can't imagine what it might be or how to open the ball. Meanwhile, the Death Eaters, Severus Snape amongst them, are getting ready to take over the Ministry. On the wedding reception the next day, Harry meets Ron's great-aunt Muriel, who tells him horrible things about Dumbledore, having willingly overlooked domestic violence against his own sister among them. Before Harry could come to terms with these allegations, a warning from Kingsley Shacklebolt tells them that the Ministry of Magic has been taken by the Death Eaters, who are now on their way to the wedding. Chapter 9. Harry, Ron, and Hermione escape. Hermione apparates them to Tottenham Court Road. Unsure where to go, they sit in a coffee shop where Harry uses Voldemort's name. As it is now cursed, which Harry and his friends are not aware, Death Eaters track them down, and they have to fight their way out. Harry decides that the safest place they can go is still 12 Grimmauld Place. "Don't be silly, Harry. Snape can get in there." Ron's dad said they put up jinxes against him, and even if they haven't worked, he pressed on as Hermione began to argue. "So what? I swear, I'd like nothing better than to meet Snape." "But, Hermione, where else is there? It's the best chance we've got. Snape's only one Death Eater. If I've still got the trace on me, we'll have whole crowds of them on us wherever else we go." In the house, they encounter the curses Mad Eye left for Snape. The place looks ransacked, but they cannot be sure if it had been Snape's work or Mundungus Fletcher's, who'd searched the house for anything worth to sell after Sirius's death. Chapter 10 and 11. The next day, while looking around the house, Harry accidentally finds out RAB's identity, the person who beat Harry and Dumbledore to the Horcrux and left the fake locket in the terrible potion. Turns out it was Sirius's younger brother, Rodolphus Arcturus Black, all along. Harry and his friends are searching the house for the real locket now, just to realize they have seen it in years prior. Hoping that creature who stole many heirlooms deemed for the bin back still has Slytherin's locket, Harry summons the house elf who tells them that he helped Regulus to get the medallion. Creature also informs Harry that he did steal the Horcrux back, but it has been stolen again since by Mundungus Fletcher this time. Harry tasks Creature with tracking down Mundungus. While waiting for the elf and the thief, Remus visits the kids. He brings news telling them that Harry is now a wanted man for the murder of Dumbledore and that Voldemort is effectively in charge of the wizarding world. Remus also shares with them that his wife, Tonks, is pregnant, after which he proposes the idea to abandon her in favor of going with Harry and his friends. This doesn't sit well with Harry, and they have a huge fight. Remus storms out. Just then, Creature finally returns with Mundungus, who tells them that he indeed had Slytherin's locket at some point, but he had given it up as a bribe to a ministry official, Dolores Umbridge. Chapter 12 and 13. Harry, Ron, and Hermione start to plan a heist at the Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, a new headmaster is appointed at Hogwarts. A large picture of a familiar hook-nosed black-haired man stared up at them all, beneath a headline that read, "Severus Snape confirmed as Hogwarts headmaster." "No," said Ron and Hermione loudly. Hermione was quickest. She snatched up the newspaper and began to read the accompanying story out loud. Severus Snape, long-standing potion master at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was today appointed headmaster in the most important of several staffing changes at the ancient school. Following the resignation of the previous Muggle Studies teacher, Alecto Carroll will take over the post, while her brother, Amicus, fills the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. I welcome the opportunity to uphold our finest wizarding traditions and values, like committing murder and cutting off people's ears, I suppose. Snape headmaster. Snape in Dumbledore's study. Merlin's pants, she shrieked, making both Harry and Ron jump. She leapt up from the table and hurtled from the room, shouting as she went, "I'll be back in a minute." Harry thinks that after nearly a month of planning, they are ready to infiltrate the ministry. Just the night before, he glimpses into Voldemort's mind while sleeping, learning that the Dark Lord has found the wandmaker Gregorovitch, whom he had been looking for. The heist on the ministry doesn't go as smoothly as they had wished for, even though they managed to get the locket from Umbridge. The exit happens to be rather spectacular, as they save a group of Muggle-born witches and wizards who would have faced Azkaban for stealing magical power from purebloods. Unfortunately, a Death Eater grabs them in the moment of disapparating, and they carry him to Grimmauld Place, which is now compromised. Chapter 14 and 15. They can't return to the house, so they set up a tent to live in from now on. Unable to destroy the Horcrux, they decide to wear it until they can figure out the next step. As the weather cools, they continue to travel through the countryside aimlessly. Soon they realize that wearing the Horcrux puts one in an especially dark frame of mind, something that affects Ron even more than the other two. While they are roaming the country, Snape starts his new job as headmaster of Hogwarts. He faces severe opposition, mostly from the members of Dumbledore's army. Some of them even break into his office to steal Gryffindor's sword, stating it belongs to Harry. He and his friends are informed about this when they overhear a conversation amongst fugitives, Dean Thomas, Ted Tonks, Dirk Cresswell, and two goblins, Griphook and Gornick. They don't appear to like Snape any more than Harry does. Griphook even fails to mention to him that the sword he's protecting so fiercely is a fake, while nobody knows where the original might be. "Dean and I are still missing something here," said Ted. "So is Severus Snape, though he does not know it," said Griphook, and the two goblins roared with malicious laughter. Inside the tent, Harry's breathing was shallow with excitement. He and Hermione stared at each other, listening as hard as they could. "Didn't you hear about that, Ted?" asked Dirk. "About the kids who tried to steal Gryffindor's sword out of Snape's office at Hogwarts?" Even now, Snape makes sure that the children trying to sabotage him face nothing overly brutal as a punishment. "They're okay though?" asked Ted quickly. "I mean, the Weasleys don't need any more of their kids injured, do they?" "They suffered no serious injury, as far as I'm aware," said Griphook. Soon, Hermione questions the portraits of Venus Nigellus Black, which she brought from Grimmauld Place. Based on what he says, Harry and Hermione figure out that Gryffindor's sword is capable of destroying Horcruxes, and that Dumbledore has already used it in this capacity when he cracked open Marvolo's ring. Ron finds all this pointless. He and Harry have a serious fight, after which Ron decides to leave them. Chapters 16 to 18. Harry desperately wishes to know the truth about Dumbledore, as after Rita Skeeter's book samples and Aunt Muriel, he feels that he never knew the real Albus Dumbledore. He convinces Hermione to visit his hometown, Godric's Hollow, where the Dumbledore family lived once, and where Bathilda Bagshot, who Harry thinks has the answers to his questions, still resides. For her part, Hermione assumes that Dumbledore has left the sword for them at Bathilda's. They visit the village on Christmas Eve. After seeing the grave of Harry's parents as well as Dumbledore's relatives, they are contacted by an elderly witch, who invites them into her house. Here, she separates them, and soon it turns out that Bathilda had been dead for a while, with Nagini, the snake, living in her body. Nagini attacks Harry and summons Voldemort. With Hermione's help, they escape just in time, avoiding the Dark Lord by a second. Not only had they been unable to find Gryffindor's sword or kill Nagini, who's also a Horcrux, but during the fight, Harry's wand sustains irreparable damage, forcing him and Hermione to share a wand, and taking away the protection the Phoenix Wand, being the brother of Voldemort's own, had provided. From Rita's book, which Hermione had found in Bathilda's house, Harry learns that Dumbledore and the infamous dark wizard Grindelwald had once been friends in their youth. What's worse, Dumbledore seemed to agree with Grindelwald about the necessity of wizards overtaking the world as a superior species to muggles. Though Dumbledore has eventually turned his back on these ideas after the death of his sister Ariana, the circumstances of the girl's demise aren't clear. Rita Skeeter even hints that Ariana might have been a victim of some dark ritual. Hermione tries to point out that Dumbledore, later in life, stopped Grindelwald and died fighting against Voldemort, but Harry feels utterly betrayed by his hero. Chapter 19. A few days later, the portrait of Venus Nigellus overhears Hermione telling Harry that they are in the Forest of Dean. The painting relates this information to Professor Snape, who, grabbing the real sword of Gryffindor, which he had hidden all along, heads out to hand it over. With Harry and Hermione convinced that he is a devoted servant of Voldemort though, Snape has to be careful. He makes up an elaborate plan involving his Patronus and a frozen lake to remain unseen, but is still spotted, though not recognized, by Ron, who returns just in time to save Harry from the lake when the Horcrux he wears tries to drown him. "You didn't see anyone else?" "No," said Ron. But he hesitated, glancing at two trees growing close together some yards away. "I did think I saw something move over there, but I was running to the pool at the time because you'd gone in and you hadn't come up, so I wasn't going to make a detour to—" "Hey!" Harry was already hurrying to the place that Ron had indicated. The two oaks grew close together. There was a gap of only a few inches between the trunks at eye level, an ideal place to see but not be seen. The ground around the roots, however, was free of snow, and Harry could see no sign of footprints. Ron destroys the locket. Though Harry feels like that and saving his life is enough penance, Hermione does not forgive Ron that easily. Upon being questioned by her, the boy explains that the Deluminator Dumbledore has left him has somehow led him back to his friends, despite the extensive defensive charm work they use. Chapters 20 to 22. Professor Snape still faces resistance from his students, although their lines are weakened when Death Eaters kidnap Luna Lovegood from the Hogwarts Express before the Christmas break so they can blackmail her father, Xenophilius, into repeating Ministry propaganda in his magazine, The Quibbler. Ron brings Harry and Hermione up to speed about the newest events of the wizarding world, including the taboo. They finally know that uttering Voldemort's name will bring bounty hunters called Snatchers, or worse, Death Eaters, upon them. Weeks go by with Ron slowly taking over the leadership, relentlessly driving them to check out possible hiding places for Horcruxes, each more far-fetched than the one before, merely so they keep moving. On a spring day, Hermione proposes the idea of visiting Xenophilius Lovegood. She has found a sign in the book she inherited from Dumbledore, which is the same one the old wizard had used in his letters to Grindelwald. The sign also showed up in the cemetery at Godric's Hollow on a gravestone, and Xenophilius had been wearing it at the wedding. Though Victor Krum had stated to Harry that it is merely the symbol of Grindelwald, Hermione feels there is more to it and wants to question Mr. Lovegood. Reluctantly, fearing that they are making the same mistake they made when they went to Godric's Hollow, Harry agrees. Xenophilius, though, first hesitant, agrees to talk to them. He tells them that the sign is the symbol of the Deathly Hallows, 3 immensely powerful magical artifacts: the Cloak of Invisibility, the only cloak that grants true and everlasting invisibility, the Resurrection Stone, which can bring back the dead, and the Elder Wand, the most powerful magical wand ever existed. Hermione, of course, is skeptical, even though she has heard of extremely powerful wands through history, and the description of the Cloak of Invisibility fits perfectly the one Harry has been using for years. After a while, it becomes obvious that Luna is not around, and Xenophilius is stalling. Soon it turns out he had contacted the Ministry, hoping to exchange Harry for Luna. The boy and his friends are escaping once more, though the Lovegood house is destroyed in the process. Despite Hermione's denial and Ron's reluctance, Harry is now sure that the Hallows exist. What's more, he thinks that he possesses 2 of them, the Cloak and the Resurrection Stone, hidden in the snitch Dumbledore left him. He's also certain that Voldemort, tracking wandmakers for months now, is after the 3rd one, the Elder Wand. Weeks later, during an excited conversation, Harry accidentally says the Dark Lord's name out loud, and in the next moment, they are surrounded by snatchers. Chapters 23 to 25. Harry and his friends, accompanied by Dean Thomas and Griphook, the survivors of their group, are about to be delivered to the Ministry when the snatchers realize that they might have caught Harry Potter. For clarification, they bring the group to the Malfoy Manor, where they encounter Bellatrix Lestrange, as well as the Malfoy family, Draco amongst them. Seeing the Sword of Gryffindor, Bellatrix thinks they have raided her bank vault, where she keeps the fake one and tortures Hermione for information. Meanwhile, Harry and the rest of them are locked in a cellar where they meet Luna and the Wandmaker Ollivander. Harry uses the shard of Sirius's magic mirror to ask for help, thinking somebody might be listening on the other side, and soon Dobby the house elf appears. With the help of Dobby, most of the prisoners are saved. Harry and Ron stay behind to rescue Hermione, first fighting Peter Pettigrew, who dies by his own magical hand after showing a moment of mercy, then attacking Bellatrix and the others. They escape, but Dobby is wounded, and minutes later, he dies. Meanwhile, Harry has to make a decision that can doom the wizarding world: continue to hunt the Horcruxes or go after the Hallows. He opts for the Horcruxes, letting Voldemort acquire the Elder Wand, which was hidden in Dumbledore's tomb. The Dark Lord keeps this a secret, even from his most loyal servant, Severus Snape. Voldemort was at the gates at Hogwarts. Harry could see him standing there, and see too the lamp bobbing in the pre-dawn coming closer and closer. The sun was barely visible over the horizon as he glided alongside Snape, up through the grounds towards the lake. "I shall join you in the castle shortly," he said in his high, cold voice. "Leave me now." Snape bowed and set off back up the path, his black cloak billowing behind him. Harry walked slowly, waiting for Snape's figure to disappear. It would not do for Snape, or indeed anyone else, to see where he was going. But there was no lights in the castle windows, and he could conceal himself, and in a second he had cast upon himself a disillusionment charm that hid him even from his own eyes. Harry asked Griphook to help them break into Gringotts Bank, where he thinks they will find another Horcrux, based on Bellatrix's reaction to the sword. He then talks to Ollivander, who examines the wand they have stolen during the fight in Malfoy Manor, identifying the one Harry is now using as Draco Malfoy's. The Wandmaker also tells Harry that since he fought for it and won it, the wand is now his to use, no longer loyal to Malfoy. The anti-headmaster movement loses another soldier when Ginny never returns from the spring break, after her brother Ron is finally spotted with Harry Potter. Snape, having delivered the real sword, now awaits the time when Voldemort starts to fear for the life of Nagini, at which point he knows he can finally tell Potter the truth. Despite Bill's warnings against starting anything sketchy involving goblins, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Griphook start to plan their heist on Gringotts. When the plan is done, they execute it. Though not flawlessly, they manage to find the Horcrux, Hufflepuff's cup, but they lose the sword, their means of destroying it to Griphook, who double-crosses them. Though planning on escaping unnoticed, they have to resort to blasting their way out, riding a dragon which draws unwanted attention. Lord Voldemort at last knows that Harry is after his Horcruxes. Chapter 27 to 29. The time has finally come. Voldemort is now keeping Nagini under his protection. Snape is even warned by the Dark Lord that Harry Potter will most likely try and infiltrate Hogwarts Castle. As Harry, via the connection between his mind and Voldemort's, witnesses this, he now knows that the last Horcrux is hidden at Hogwarts. However, Voldemort is on a quest to check the others before returning to the school, so Harry and his friends only have hours to act. After nearly getting caught in Hogsmeade with the help of Aberforth Dumbledore, Albus's brother, they find their way to the castle. Here, Harry insists that he didn't come to lead a revolution against Snape and his fellow Death Eaters, the Carrows, but nobody listens to him. Soon, the Room of Requirement, the hiding place of Neville and others who oppose Snape's regime, is filled with people, members of Dumbledore's army, as well as the Order of the Phoenix. Chapter 30. In the Ravenclaw Tower, Harry encounters the Carrows. With the help of Luna and Professor McGonagall, he overpowers them, though the visit did not help him to get any closer to the last Horcrux. On their way back to the Room of Requirement, Harry and Luna, still under the invisibility cloak, the trio meet Severus Snape. From behind a suit of armor stepped Severus Snape. Hatred boiled up in Harry at the sight of him. He had forgotten the detail of Snape's appearance in the magnitude of his crimes, forgotten how his greasy black hair hung in curtains around his thin face, how his black eyes had a dead, cold look. He was not wearing night clothes, but was dressed in his usual black cloak, and he too was holding his wand ready for a fight. "Where are the Carrows?" he asked quietly. "Wherever you told them to be, I expect, Severus," said Professor McGonagall. Snape stepped nearer, and his eyes fitted over Professor McGonagall into the air around her, as if he knew that Harry was there. Harry held his wand up too, ready to attack. "I was under the impression," said Snape, "that Alecto had apprehended an intruder." "Really?" said Professor McGonagall. "And what gave you that impression?" Snape made a slight flexing movement of his left arm where the dark mark was branded into his skin. "Oh, but naturally," said Professor McGonagall. "You Death Eaters have your own private means of communication. I forgot." Snape pretended not to have heard her. His eyes were still probing the air all about her, and he was moving gradually closer with an air of hardly noticing what he was doing. "I did not know it was your night to patrol the corridors, Minerva. You have some objection? I wonder what could have brought you out of your bed at this late hour." "I thought I heard a disturbance," said Professor McGonagall. "Really? But all seems calm." Snape looked into her eyes. "Have you seen Harry Potter, Minerva? Because if you have, I must insist." Professor McGonagall moved faster than Harry could have believed. Her wand slashed through the air, and for a split second, Harry thought that Snape must crumble unconscious, but the swiftness of his shield charm was such that McGonagall was thrown off balance. She brandished her wand at a touch on the wall, and it flew out of its bracket. Harry was about to curse Snape, but was forced to pull Luna out of the way of the descending flames, which became a ring of fire that filled the corridor and flew like a lasso at Snape. Then it was no longer fire, but a great black serpent that McGonagall blasted to smoke, which reformed and solidified in seconds to become a swarm of pursuing daggers. Snape avoided them only by forcing the suit of armor in front of him, and with echoing clangs, the daggers sank one after another into its breast. "Minerva!" said a squeaky voice, and looking behind him, still shielding Luna from flying spells, Harry saw Professors Flitwick and Sprout sprinting up the corridor toward them in their night clothes, with the enormous Professor Slughorn panting along at the rear. "No!" squealed Flitwick, raising his wand. "You'll do no more murder at Hogwarts!" Flitwick's spell hit the suit of armor behind which Snape had taken shelter. With a clatter, it came to life. Snape struggled free of the crushing arms and sent it flying back towards his attackers. Harry and Luna had to dive sideways to avoid it as it smashed into the wall and shattered. When Harry looked up again, Snape was in full flight. McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout all thundering after him. He hurtled through a classroom door, and moments later he heard McGonagall cry, "Coward! Coward!" "What's happened? What's happened?" asked Luna. Harry dragged her to her feet, and they raced along the corridor, trailing the invisibility cloak behind them, into the deserted classroom where Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout were now standing at a smashed window. "He jumped," said Professor McGonagall as Harry and Luna ran into the room. "You mean he's dead?" Harry sprinted to the window, ignoring Flitwick and Sprout's yells of shock at his sudden appearance. "No, he's not dead," said McGonagall bitterly. Unlike Dumbledore, he was still wearing a wand, and he seems to have learned a few tricks from his master. With a tingle of horror, Harry saw in the distance a huge bat-like shape flying through the darkness toward the perimeter wall. After this, there is no way back. Hogwarts Castle is getting ready for a siege. Chapter 31. Harry realizes that if nobody alive has ever seen the diadem of Ravenclaw, which is the most likely candidate to be the last Horcrux, he simply has to talk to ghosts. From the Ravenclaw Tower's resident ghost, the Grey Lady, he learns that not only is the diadem hidden in Hogwarts, but he, Harry, has actually seen it last year, when he used it to mark the hiding place of the Book of the Half-Blood Prince in the Room of Requirement. Before he enters the room to retrieve the diadem, he meets Ron and Hermione, who disappeared some time ago. Turns out they went down to the Chamber of Secrets where they have gotten basilisk fangs to destroy Horcruxes. They also got rid of the cup. While looking for the diadem, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle attack the friends. During the fight, a cursed fire erupts, destroying the diadem as well as killing Crabbe. Harry, however, manages to save Malfoy and Goyle with the help of Ron. Minutes later, Death Eaters enter the castle, and in an explosion, Fred Weasley dies. Chapter 32. Harry looks into Voldemort's mind to find him, and sees that the Dark Lord wishes to talk to Severus Snape, who does not participate in the battle, and instead stays behind with his master and various other Death Eaters, waiting in the Shrieking Shack. Harry, Ron, and Hermione fight their way across the castle and the grounds until they reach the Whomping Willow, and under it, the secret tunnel to the Shrieking Shack, where, hidden from Voldemort and Snape, they witness their conversation. Then Snape spoke, and Harry's heart lurched. Snape was inches away from where he crouched, hidden. "My lord, the resistance is crumbling, and it is doing so without your help," said Voldemort in his high, clear voice. "Skilled wizard though you are, Severus, I do not think you will make much difference now. We are almost there. Almost." "Let me find the boy. Let me bring you Potter. I know I can find him, my lord. Please." Snape strode past the gap, and Harry drew back a little, keeping his eyes fixed upon Nagini, wondering whether there was any spell that might penetrate the protection surrounding her, but he could not think of anything. One failed attempt, and he would give away his position. Voldemort stood up. Harry could see him now, see the red eyes, the flattened serpentine face, the pallor of him gleaming slightly in the semi-darkness. "I have a problem, Severus," said Voldemort softly. "My lord?" said Snape. Voldemort raised the Elder Wand, holding it delicately and precisely as a conductor's baton. "Why doesn't it work for me, Severus?" In the silence, Harry imagined he could hear the snake hissing slightly as it coiled and uncoiled, or was it Voldemort's sibilant sigh lingering on the air? My lord," said Snape blankly, "I do not understand. You have performed extraordinary magic with that wand." "No," said Voldemort. "I have performed my usual magic. I am extraordinary. But this wand, no, it has not revealed the wonders it has promised. I feel no difference between this wand and the one I procured from Ollivander's all those years ago." Voldemort's tone was musing, calm, but Harry's scar had begun to throb and pulse. Pain was building in his forehead, and he could feel that controlled sense of fury building inside Voldemort. "No difference," said Voldemort again. Snape did not speak. Harry could not see his face. He wondered whether Snape sensed danger, was trying to find the right words to reassure his master. Voldemort started to move around the room. Harry lost sight of him for seconds as he prowled, speaking in that same measured voice, while the pain and fury mounted in Harry. "I have thought long and hard, Severus. Do you know why I have called you back from battle?" And for a moment, Harry saw Snape's profile. His eyes were fixed upon the coiling snake in its enchanted cage. "No, my lord, but I beg you will let me return. Let me find Potter." "You sound like Lucius. Neither of you understands Potter as I do. He does not need finding. Potter will come to me. I knew his weakness, you see, his one great flaw. He will hate watching the others struck down around him, knowing that it is for him that it happens. He will want to stop it at any cost. He will come. But my lord, he might be killed accidentally by someone other than yourself. My instructions to the Death Eaters have been perfectly clear. Capture Potter, kill his friends, the more the better, but do not kill him. But it is of you that I wish to speak, Severus, not Harry Potter. You have been very valuable to me, very valuable." "My lord knows I seek only to serve him, but let me go and find the boy, my lord. Let me bring him to you. I know I can." "I have told you no," said Voldemort, and Harry caught the glint of red in his eyes as he turned again, and the swishing of his cloak was like the slithering of a snake, and he felt Voldemort's impatience in his burning scar. "My concern at the moment, Severus, is what will happen when I finally meet the boy." "My lord, surely there can be no question. Surely—" "But there is a question, Severus. There is." Voldemort halted, and Harry could see him plainly again as he slid the Elder Wand through his white fingers, staring at Snape. "Why did both the wands I have used fail when directed at Harry Potter?" I cannot answer that, my lord." "Can't you?" The stab of rage felt like a spike driven through Harry's head. He forced his own fist into his mouth to stop himself from crying out in pain. He closed his eyes, and suddenly he was Voldemort, looking into Snape's pale face. "My wand of you did everything of which I asked it, Severus, except to kill Harry Potter. Twice it failed. Ollivander told me under torture of the twin cores, told me to take another's wand. I did so, but Lucius's wand shattered upon meeting Potter's." I have no explanation, my lord." Snape was not looking at Voldemort now. His dark eyes were still fixed upon the coiling serpent in its protective spear. "I sought a third wand, Severus. The Elder Wand, the Wand of Destiny, the Death Stick. I took it from its previous master. I took it from the grave of Albus Dumbledore." And now Snape looked at Voldemort, and Snape's face was like a death mask. It was marble white, and so still that when he spoke it was a shock to see that anyone lived behind the blank eyes. "My lord, let me go to the boy." "All this night long, when I am on the brink of victory, I have sat here," said Voldemort, his voice barely louder than a whisper, wondering why the Elder Wand refuses to be what it ought to be, refused to perform as legend says it must perform for its rightful owner, and I think I have the answer. Snape did not speak. "Perhaps you already know it. You are a clever man after all, Severus. You have been a good and faithful servant, and I regret what must happen." "My lord, the Elder Wand cannot serve me properly, Severus, because I am not its true master. The Elder Wand belongs to the wizard who killed its last owner. You killed Albus Dumbledore. While you live, Severus, the Elder Wand cannot truly be mine." "My lord," Snape protested, raising his wand. "It cannot be any other way," said Voldemort. "I must master the wand, Severus. Master the wand, and I master Potter at last." And Voldemort swiped the air with the Elder Wand. It did nothing to Snape, who for a split second seemed to think he had been reprieved, but then Voldemort's intention became clear. The snake's cage was rolling through the air, and before Snape could do anything more than yell, it had encased him, head and shoulders, and Voldemort spoke in Parseltongue. Kill. There was a terrible scream. Harry saw Snape's face losing the little color it had left. It whitened as his black eyes widened, as the snake's fangs pierced his neck, and as he failed to push the enchanted cage off himself, as his knees gave way and he fell to the floor. I regret it, said Voldemort coldly. He turned away. There was no sadness in him, no remorse. It was time to leave this shack and take charge, with a wand that would now do his full bidding. He pointed it at the starry cage, holding the snake, which drifted upward, off Snape, who fell sideways onto the floor, blood gushing from the wounds in his neck. Voldemort swept from the room without a backward glance, and the great serpent floated after him in its huge protective sphere. He did not know why he was doing it, why he was approaching the dying man. He did not know what he felt as he saw Snape's white face and the fingers trying to staunch the blood wound at his neck. Harry took off the invisibility cloak and looked down upon the man he hated, whose widening black eyes found Harry as he tried to speak. Harry bent over him, and Snape seized the front of his robes and pulled him close. A terrible, rasping, gurgling noise issued from Snape's throat. Take it. Take it. Something more than blood was leaking from Snape. Silvery blue, neither gas nor liquid. It gushed from his mouth and his ears and his eyes, and Harry knew what it was, but did not know what to do. A flask conjured from thin air was thrust into his shaking hand by Hermione. Harry lifted the silvery substance into it with his wand. When the flask was full to the brim, and Snape looked as though there was no blood left in him, he gripped on Harry's robe slackened. Look at me, he whispered. The green eyes found the black, but after a second, something in the depths of the dark air seemed to vanish. Leaving them fixed, blank and empty, the hand holding Harry thudded to the floor, and Snape moved no more. Severus Snape dies while looking into the eyes that resemble Lily's so much. Chapter 33. Voldemort halts the battle and gives Harry an hour to seek him out in the Forbidden Forest. If he doesn't, the siege will continue, with the Dark Lord himself leading his troops this time. Harry, after finding out that Lupin and Tonks are also dead, decides he needs an escape from reality and goes to Dumbledore's office to watch Snape's memories. He fell headlong into sunlight, and his feet found warm ground. When he straightened up, he saw that he was in a nearly deserted playground. A single huge chimney dominated the distant skyline. Two girls were swinging backward and forward, and a skinny boy was watching them from behind a clump of bushes. His black hair was overlong, and his clothes were so mismatched that it looked deliberate. Two short jeans, a shabby overlarge coat that might have belonged to a grown man, an odd smock-like shirt. Harry moved closer to the boy. Snape looked no more than 9 or 10 years old. Sallow, small, stringy. There was undisguised greed in his thin face as he watched the younger of the two girls swinging higher and higher than her sister. "Lily, don't do it!" shrieked the elder of the two. But the girl had let go of the swing at the very height of its arc and flown into the air, quite literally flown, launched herself skyward with a great shout of laughter, and instead of crumpling on the playground asphalt, she soared like a trapeze artist through the air, staying up far too long, landing far too lightly. "Mummy told you not to." Petunia stopped her swing by dragging the heels of her sandals on the ground, making a crunching, grinding sound, then leapt up, hands on hips. "Mummy said you weren't allowed, Lily." "But I'm fine," said Lily, still giggling. "Tuny, look at this. Watch what I can do." Petunia glanced around. The playground was deserted, apart from themselves and, though the girls did not know it, Snape. Lily had picked up a fallen flower from the bush behind which Snape lurked. Petunia advanced, evidently torn between curiosity and disapproval. Lily waited until Petunia was near enough to have a clear view, then held out her palm. The flower sat there, opening and closing its petals, like some bizarre, many-lipped oyster. "Stop it!" shrieked Petunia. "It's not hurting you," said Lily, but she closed her hand on the blossom and threw it back to the ground. "It's not right," said Petunia, but her eyes had followed the flower's flight to the ground and lingered upon it. How do you do it?" she added, and there was a definite longing in her voice. "It's obvious, isn't it?" Snape could no longer contain himself, but had jumped out from behind the bushes. Petunia shrieked and ran backward toward the swings, but Lily, though clearly startled, remained where she was. Snape seemed to regret his appearance. A dull flash of color mounted the sallow cheeks as he looked at Lily. "What's obvious?" asked Lily. Snape had an air of nervous excitement. With a glance at the distant Petunia, now hovering beside the swings, he lowered his voice and said, "I know what you are." "What do you mean?" You're a witch," whispered Snape. She looked affronted. "That's not a very nice thing to say to somebody." She turned, nose in the air, and marched off toward her sister. "No," said Snape. He was highly colored now, and Harry wondered why he did not take off the ridiculously large coat, unless it was because he did not want to reveal the smock beneath it. He flapped after the girls, looking ludicrously bat-like, like his older self. The sisters considered him, united in disapproval, both holding on to one of the swing poles as though it was a safe place in tag. "You are," said Snape to Lily. "You are a witch. I've been watching you for a while, but there's nothing wrong with that. My mum's one, and I'm a wizard." Petunia's laugh was like cold water. "Wizard!" she shrieked. Her courage returned now that she had recovered from the shock of his unexpected appearance. "I know who you are. You're that Snape boy. They live down Spinner's End by the river," she told Lily, and it was evident from her tone that she considered the address a poor recommendation. "Why have you been spying on us?" "Haven't been spying," said Snape, hot and uncomfortable and dirty-haired in the bright sunlight. "Wouldn't spy on you anyway," he added spitefully. "You're a muggle." Though Petunia evidently did not understand the word, she could hardly mistake the tone. "Lily, come on, we're leaving," she said shrilly. Lily obeyed her sister at once, glaring at Snape as she left. He stood watching them as they marched through the playground gates, and Harry, the only one left to observe him, recognized Snape's bitter disappointment and understood that Snape had been planning this moment for a while and that it had all gone wrong. The scene dissolved, and before Harry knew it, it reformed around him. He was now in a small thicket of trees. He could see a sunlit river glittering through their trunks. The shadows cast by the trees made a basin of cool green shade. Two children sat facing each other, cross-legged on the ground. Snape had removed his coat now. His old smock looked less peculiar in half-light. "And the Ministry can punish you if you do magic outside school. You get letters." "But I have done magic outside school." "We're all right. We haven't got wands yet. They let you off when you're a kid, and you can't help it. But once you're 11, he nodded importantly, and they start training you, then you've got to be careful." There was a little silence. Lily had picked up a fallen twig and twirled it in the air, and Harry knew that she was imagining sparks trailing from it. Then she dropped the twig, leaned in toward the boy, and said, "It is real, isn't it? It's not a joke. Petunia says you're lying to me. Petunia says there isn't a Hogwarts. It is real, isn't it?" "It's real for us," said Snape. "Not for her. But we'll get the letter, you and me." "Really?" whispered Lily. "Definitely," said Snape, and even with his poorly cut hair and his odd clothes, he struck an oddly impressive figure sprawled in front of her, brimful of confidence in his destiny. "And will it really come by owl?" Lily whispered. "Normally," said Snape, "but you're Muggle-born, so someone from the school will have to come and explain to your parents." "Does it make a difference being Muggle-born?" Snape hesitated, his black eyes eager in the greyish gloom, moved over the pale face, the dark red hair. "No," he said, "it doesn't make any difference." "Good," said Lily, relaxing. It was clear that she had been worrying. "You've got loads of magic," said Snape. "I saw that all the time I was watching you." His voice trailed away. She was not listening, but had stretched out on the leafy ground and was looking up at the canopy of leaves overhead. He watched her as greedily as he watched her in the playground. "How are things at your house?" Lily asked. A little crease appeared between his eyes. "Fine," he said. "They're not arguing anymore?" "Oh yes, they're arguing," said Snape. He picked up a fistful of leaves and began tearing them apart, apparently unaware of what he was doing. "But it won't be that long and I'll be gone." "Doesn't your dad like magic?" "He doesn't like anything much," said Snape. "Severus?" A little smile twisted Snape's mouth when she said his name. "Yeah?" "Tell me about the Dementors again." "What do you want to know about them for?" "If I use magic outside school..." "They wouldn't give you to the Dementors for that. Dementors are for people who do really bad stuff. They guard the wizard prison, Azkaban. You're not going to end up in Azkaban. You're too..." He turned red again and shredded more leaves. Then a small rustling noise behind Harry made him turn. Petunia, hiding behind a tree, had lost her footing. "Junie," said Lily, surprise and welcome in her voice, but Snape had jumped to his feet. "Who's spying now?" he shouted. "What do you want?" Petunia was breathless, alarmed at being caught. Harry could see her struggling for something hurtful to say. "What is it that you're wearing anyway?" she said, pointing at Snape's chest. "Your mum's blouse?" There was a crack. A branch over Petunia's head had fallen. Lily screamed. The branch caught Petunia on the shoulder, and she staggered backwards and burst into tears. "Junie!" But Petunia was running away. Lily rounded on Snape. "Did you make that happen?" "No." He looked both defiant and scared. "You did." She was backing away from him. "You did. You hurt her." "No. No, I didn't." But the lie did not convince Lily. After one last burning look, she ran from the little thicket off after her sister, and Snape looked miserable and confused. And the scene reformed. Harry looked around. He was on platform 9 3/4, and Snape stood beside him, slightly hunched next to a thin, sallow-faced, sour-looking woman who greatly resembled him. Snape was staring at a family of 4 a short distance away. The 2 girls stood a little apart from their parents. Lily seemed to be pleading with her sister. Harry moved closer to listen. "I'm sorry, Junie, I'm sorry, listen." She caught her sister's hand and held tight to it, even though Petunia tried to pull it away. "Maybe once I'm there." "No, listen, Junie. Maybe once I'm there, I'll be able to go to Professor Dumbledore and persuade him to change his mind." "I don't want to go," said Petunia, and she dragged her hand back out of her sister's grasp. "You think I want to go to some stupid castle and learn to be a... Her pale eyes roved over the platform, over the cats mewling in their owner's arms, over the owls fluttering and hooting at each other in cages, over the students, some already in their long black robes, loading trunks onto the scarlet steam engine, or else greeting one another with glad cries after a summer apart. "You think I'd want to be a freak?" Lily's eyes filled with tears as Petunia succeeded in tugging her hand away. "I'm not a freak," said Lily. "That's a horrible thing to say." "That's where you're going," said Petunia with relish. "A special school for freaks. You and that Snape boy. Weirdos. That's what you two are. It's good you're being separated from normal people. It's for our safety." Lily glanced toward her parents, who were looking around the platform with an air of wholehearted enjoyment, drinking in the scene. Then she looked back at her sister, and her voice was low and fierce. "You didn't think it was such a freak school when you wrote to the headmaster and begged him to take you." Petunia turned scarlet. "Beg? I didn't beg. I saw his reply. It was very kind." "You shouldn't have read," whispered Petunia. "That was my private... How could you?" Lily gave herself away by half glancing towards where Snape stood nearby. Petunia gasped. "That boy found it. You and that boy have been sneaking in my room." "No, not sneaking." Now Lily was on the defensive. "Severus saw the envelope and he couldn't believe a muggle could have contacted Hogwarts, that's all. He says there must be wizards working undercover in the postal service who take care of... Apparently wizards poke their nose in everywhere," said Petunia, now as pale as she had been flushed. "Freak," she spat at her sister and flounced off to where her parents stood. The scene dissolved again. Snape was hurrying along the corridor of the Hogwarts Express as it clattered through the countryside. He had already changed into his school robes, had perhaps taken the first opportunity to take off his dreadful muggle clothes. At last, he stopped outside a compartment in which a group of rowdy boys were talking. Hunched in a corner seat beside the window was Lily, her face pressed against the window pane. Snape slid open the compartment door and sat down opposite Lily. She glanced at him and then looked back out of the window. She had been crying. "I don't want to talk to you," she said in a constricted voice. "Why not?" "Junie hates me because we saw that letter from Dumbledore." "So what?" She threw him a look of deep dislike. "So, she's my sister. She's only a..." He caught himself quickly. Lily, too busy trying to wipe her eyes without being noticed, did not hear him. "But we're going," he said, unable to express the exhilaration in his voice. "This is it. We're off to Hogwarts." She nodded, mopping her eyes, but in spite of herself, she half smiled. "You'd better be in Slytherin," said Snape, encouraged that she had brightened a little. "Slytherin?" One of the boys sharing the compartment, who had shown no interest at all in Lily or Snape until that point, looked around at the word, and Harry, whose attention had been focused entirely on the two beside the window, saw his father. Slight black-haired like Snape, but with that indefinable air of having been well cared for, even adored, that Snape so conspicuously lacked. Who wants to be in Slytherin? I think I'd leave, wouldn't you? James asked the boy lounging on the seats opposite him, and with a jolt, Harry realized that it was Sirius. Sirius did not smile. My whole family have been in Slytherin, he said. Blimey, said James, and I thought you seemed alright. Sirius grinned. Maybe I'll break the tradition. Where are you heading if you've got the choice? James lifted an invisible sword. Gryffindor, where dwell brave at heart, like my dad. Snape made a small, despairing noise. James turned on him. Got a problem with that? No, said Snape, though his slight sneer said otherwise. If you'd rather be brawny than brainy. Where are you hoping to go, seeing as you're neither? Interjected Sirius. James roared with laughter. Lily sat up, rather flushed, and looked from James to Sirius in dislike. Come on, Severus, let's find another compartment. Ooh! James and Sirius imitated her lofty voice. James tried to trip Snape as he passed. See ya, Snivelus, a voice called as the compartment door slammed, and the scene dissolved once more. Harry was standing right behind Snape as they faced the candlelit house tables, lined with rapt faces. Then Professor McGonagall said, Evans, Lily. He watched his mother walk forward on trembling legs and sit down upon the rickety stool. Professor McGonagall dropped the sorting hat onto her head, and barely a second after it had touched the dark red hair, the hat cried, Gryffindor! Harry heard Snape let out a tiny groan. Lily took off the hat, handed it back to Professor McGonagall, then hurried towards the cheering Gryffindors. But as she went, she glanced back at Snape, and there was a sad little smile on her face. Harry saw Sirius move up the bench to make room for her. She took one look at him, seemed to recognize him from the train, folded her arms, and firmly turned her back on him. The roll call continued. Harry watched Lupin, Pettigrew, and his father join Lily and Sirius at the Gryffindor table. At last, when only a dozen students remained to be sorted, Professor McGonagall called Snape. Harry walked with him to the stool, watching him place the hat upon his head. Slytherin! Cried the sorting hat. And Severus Snape moved off to the other side of the hall, away from Lily, to where the Slytherins were cheering him, to where Lucius Malfoy, a prefect badge gleaming upon his chest, patted Snape on the back as he sat down beside him. And the scene changed. Lily and Snape were walking across the castle courtyard, evidently arguing. Harry hurried to catch up with them, to listen in. As he reached them, he realized how much taller they both were. A few years seemed to have passed since their sorting. Thought we were supposed to be friends, Snape was saying. Best friends. We are, Sev, but I don't like some of the people you're hanging around with. I'm sorry, but I detest Avery and Maculaba. Maculaba, what do you see in him? Sev, he's creepy. Do you know what he tried to do to Mary McDonald the other day? Lily had reached a pillar and leaned against it, looking up into the thin, sallow face. That was nothing, said Snape. It was a laugh, that's all. It was dark magic, and if you think that's funny... What about the stuff Potter and his mates get up to? Demanded Snape. His color rose again as he said it, unable, it seemed, to hold his resentment. What's Potter got to do with anything? Said Lily. They sneak out at night. There's something weird about that Lupin. Where does he keep going? He's ill, said Lily. They say he's ill. Every month at the full moon, said Snape. I know your theory, said Lily, and she sounded cold. Why are you so obsessed with them anyway? Why do you care what they're doing at night? I'm just trying to show you they're not as wonderful as everyone seems to think they are. The intensity of his gaze made her blush. They don't use dark magic though, she dropped her voice, and you're being really ungrateful. I heard what happened the other night. You went sneaking down the tunnel by the Whomping Willow, and James Potter saved you from whatever's down there. Snape's whole face converted and he spluttered. Saved? Saved? You think he was playing the hero? He was saving his neck and his friends too. You're not going to. I won't let you. Let me? Let me. Lily's bright green eyes were slits. Snape backtracked at once. I didn't mean... I just don't want to see you made a fool of. He fancies you. James Potter fancies you. The words seemed wrenched from him against his will. And he's not... Everyone thinks... Big Quidditch hero. Snape's bitterness and dislike were rendering him incoherent, and Lily's eyebrows were traveling farther and farther up her forehead. I know James Potter's an arrogant toe rag, she said, cutting across Snape. I don't need you to tell me that. But Maculia's and Avery's idea of humor is just evil. Evil, Sev. I don't understand how you can be friends with them. Harry doubted that Snape had even heard her strictures on Maculaba and Avery. The moment she had insulted James Potter, his whole body had relaxed, and as they walked away, there was a new spring in Snape's step. and the scene dissolved. Harry watched again as Snape left the Great Hall after sitting his OWL in Defense Against the Dark Arts, watched as he wandered away from the castle and strayed inadvertently close to the place beneath the beech tree where James, Sirius, Lupin, and Pettigrew sat together. But Harry kept his distance this time because he knew what happened after James had hoisted Severus into the air and taunted him. He knew what he had done and said, and it gave him no pleasure to hear it again. He watched as Lily joined the group and went to Snape's defense. Distantly, he heard Snape shout at her in his humiliation and his fury, the unforgivable word, mudblood. The scene changed. "I'm sorry. I'm not interested. I'm sorry. Save your breath." It was nighttime. Lily, who was wearing a dressing gown, stood with her arms folded in front of the portrait of the fat lady at the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. "I only came out because Mary told me you were threatening to sleep here." I would have done. I never meant to call you a mudblood. It just slipped out." There was no pity in Lily's voice. "It's too late. I've made excuses for you for years. None of my friends can understand why I even talk to you. You and your precious little Death Eater friends. You see, you don't even deny it. You don't even deny that's what you're all aiming to be. You can't wait to join you-know-who, can you?" He opened his mouth, but closed it without speaking. "I can't pretend anymore. You've chosen your way. I've chosen mine. No, listen, I didn't mean to call me a mudblood, but you call everyone of my birth mudblood, Severus. Why should I be any different?" He struggled on the verge of speech, but with a contemptuous look, she turned and climbed back through the portrait hole. The corridor dissolved, and the scene took a little longer to reform. Harry seemed to fly through shifting shapes and colors until his surroundings solidified again, and he stood on a hilltop, forlorn and cold in the darkness. The wind whistling through the branches of a few leafless trees. The adult Snape was panting, turning on the spot, his wind gripped tightly in his hand, waiting for something or for someone. His fear infected Harry too, even though he knew that he could not be harmed, and he looked over his shoulder, wondering what it was that Snape was waiting for. Then a blinding jagged jet of white light flew through the air. Harry thought of lightning, but Snape had dropped to his knees and his wand had flown out of his hand. "Don't kill me!" "That was not my intention." Any sound of Dumbledore approvating had been drowned by the sound of the wind in the branches. He stood before Snape with his robes whipping about him, and his face was illuminated from below in the light cast by his wand. "Well, Severus, what message does Lord Voldemort have for me?" No message. I'm here on my own account." Snape was wringing his hands. He looked a little mad, with his strangling black hair flying around him. I come with a warning. No, a request, please." Dumbledore flicked his wand, though leaves and branches still flew through the night air around them. Silence fell on the spot where he and Snape faced each other. What request could a Death Eater make of me? The prophecy, the prediction, Trelawney. "Ah, yes," said Dumbledore. "How much did you relay to Lord Voldemort?" Everything I heard," said Snape. That it is for that reason he thinks it means Lily Evans." "The prophecy did not refer to a woman," said Dumbledore. "It spoke of a boy born at the end of July." "You know what I mean. He thinks it means her son. He is going to hunt her down, kill them all." "If she means so much to you," said Dumbledore, "surely Lord Voldemort will spare her. Could you not ask mercy for the mother in exchange for the son?" I have asked him." "You disgust me," said Dumbledore, and Harry had never heard so much contempt in his voice. Snape seemed to shrink a little. "You do not care, then, about the deaths of her husband and child. They can die as long as you have what you want." Snape said nothing, but merely looked up at Dumbledore. "Hide them all, then," he croaked. "Keep them, safe, please." "And what will you give me in return, Severus?" In return?" Snape gasped at Dumbledore, and Harry expected him to protest, but after a long moment, he said, "Anything." The hilltop faded, and Harry stood in Dumbledore's office, and something was making a terrible sound, like a wounded animal. Snape was slumped forward in a chair, and Dumbledore was standing over him, looking grim. After a moment or two, Snape raised his face, and he looked like a man who had lived 100 years of misery since leaving the wild hilltop. "I thought you were going to keep her safe." "She and James put their faith in the wrong person," said Dumbledore. Rather like you, Severus. Weren't you hoping that Lord Voldemort would spare her? Snape's breathing was shallow. Her boy survives, said Dumbledore. With a tiny jerk of the head, Snape seemed to flick off an irksome fly. Her son lives. He has her eyes. Precisely her eyes. You remember the shape and color of Lily Evans' eyes, I am sure? Don't, bellowed Snape. Gone. Dead. Is this remorse, Severus? I wish I were dead. And what use would that be to anyone, said Dumbledore coldly. If you loved Lily Evans, if you truly loved her, then your way forward is clear. Snape seemed to peer through a haze of pain, and Dumbledore's words appeared to take a long time to reach him. What do you mean? You know how and why she died. Make sure it was not in vain. Help me protect Lily's son. He does not need protection. The Dark Lord has gone. The Dark Lord will return, and Harry Potter will be in terrible danger when he does. There was a long pause, and slowly Snape regained control of himself, mastered his own breathing. At last he said, very well, but never, never tell Dumbledore. This must be between us. Swear it. I cannot bear, especially Potter's son. I want your word. My word, Severus, that I shall never reveal the best of you. Dumbledore sighed, looking down into Snape's ferocious, anguished face. If you insist. The office dissolved but reformed instantly. Snape was pacing up and down in front of Dumbledore. Mediocre, arrogant as his father, a determined rule breaker, delighted to find himself famous, attention-seeking, and impertinent. You see what you expect to see, Severus, said Dumbledore, without raising his eyes from a copy of Transfiguration Today. Other teachers report that the boy is modest, likable, and reasonably talented. Personally, I find him an engaging child. Dumbledore turned a page and said without looking up, keep an eye on Quirrell, won't you? A whirl of color, and now everything darkened, and Snape and Dumbledore stood a little apart in the entrance hall, while the last stragglers from the Yule Ball passed them on their way to bed. Well, murmured Dumbledore, Karkaroff's mark is becoming darker too. He is panicking. He fears retribution. You know how much help he gave the Ministry after the Dark Lord fell. Snape looked sideways at Dumbledore's crooked nose profile. Karkaroff intends to flee if the mark burns. Does he? Said Dumbledore softly, as Fleur Delacour and Roger Davies came giggling in from the grounds. And are you tempted to join him? No, said Snape, his black eyes on Fleur's and Roger's retreating figures. I am not such a coward. No, agreed Dumbledore. You are a braver man by far than Igor Karkaroff. You know, I sometimes think we saw it too soon. He walked away, leaving Snape looking stricken. And now Harry stood in the headmaster's office yet again. It was nighttime, and Dumbledore sagged sideways in the throne-like chair behind the desk, apparently semi-conscious. His right hand dangled over the side, blackened and burned. Snape was muttering incantations, pointing his wand at the wrist of the hand, while with his left hand he tippled a goblet full of thick golden potion down Dumbledore's throat. After a moment or two, Dumbledore's eyelids fluttered and opened. Why, said Snape, without preamble, why did you put on that ring? It carries a curse, surely you realize that. Why even touch it? Mavalo Gaunt's ring lay on the desk before Dumbledore. It was cracked, the sword of Gryffindor lay beside it. Dumbledore grimaced. I was a fool, sorely tempted. Tempted by what? Dumbledore did not answer. It is a miracle you managed to return here, Snape sounded furious. That ring carried a curse of extraordinary power. To contain it is all we can hope for. I have trapped the curse in one hand for the time being. Dumbledore raised his blackened, useless hand and examined it with the expression of one being shown an interesting curio. You have done very well, Severus. How long do you think I have? Dumbledore's tone was conversational. He might have been asking for a weather forecast. Snape hesitated and then said, I cannot tell. Maybe a year. There is no halting such a spell forever. It will spread eventually. It is the sort of curse that strengthens over time. Dumbledore smiled. The news that he had less than a year to live seemed a matter of little or no concern to him. I am fortunate, extremely fortunate that I have you, Severus. If you had only summoned me a little earlier, I might have been able to do more, buy you more time, said Snape furiously. He looked down at the broken ring and the sword. Do you think that breaking the ring would break the curse? Something like that. I was delirious, no doubt, said Dumbledore. With an effort, he straightened himself in his chair. Well, really, this makes matters much more straightforward. Snape looked utterly perplexed. Dumbledore smiled. I refer to the plan Lord Voldemort is revolving around me. His plan to have the poor Malfoy boy murder me. Snape sat down in the chair Harry had so often occupied, across the desk from Dumbledore. Harry could tell that he wanted to say more on the subject of Dumbledore's cursed hand, but the other held it up in polite refusal to discuss the matter further. Scowling, Snape said, "The Dark Lord does not expect Draco to succeed. This is merely punishment for Lucius's recent failures, slow torture for Draco's parents while they watch him fail and pay the price. In short, the boy has had a death sentence pronounced upon him as surely as I have," said Dumbledore. "Now I should have thought the natural successor to the job once Draco fails is yourself?" There was a short pause. "That, I think, is the Dark Lord's plan. Lord Voldemort foresees a moment in the near future when he will not need a spy at Hogwarts. He believes the school will soon be in his grasp, yes. And if it does fall into his grasp," said Dumbledore, almost it seemed as an aside, "I have your word that you'll do all in your power to protect the students at Hogwarts." Snape gave a stiff nod. "Good. Now then, your first priority will be to discover what Draco is up to. A frightened teenage boy is a danger to others as well to himself. Offer him help and guidance. He ought to accept. He likes you." "Much less since his father has lost favor. Draco blames me. He thinks I have usurped Lucius's position." "All the same, try. I am concerned less for myself than for accidental victims of whatever schemes might occur to the boy. Ultimately, of course, there is only one thing to be done if we are to save him from Lord Voldemort's wrath." Snape raised his eyebrows and his tone was sardonic as he asked, "Are you intending to let him kill you?" "Certainly not. You must kill me." There was a long silence, broken only by an odd clicking noise. Fawkes the Phoenix was gnawing a bit of cuttlebone. "Would you like me to do it now?" asked Snape, his voice heavy with irony. "Or would you like a few moments to compose an epitaph?" "Oh, not quite yet," said Dumbledore, smiling. "I dare say the moment will present itself in due course. Given what has happened tonight," he indicated his withered hand, "we can be sure that it'll happen within a year." "If you don't mind dying," said Snape roughly, "why not let Draco do it?" "That boy's soul is not yet so damaged," said Dumbledore. "I would not have it ripped apart on my account." "And my soul, Dumbledore? Mine?" "You alone know whether it will harm your soul to help an old man avoid pain and humiliation," said Dumbledore. "I ask this one great favor of you, Severus, because death is coming for me as surely as the Chudley Cannons will finish bottom of this year's league. I confess I should prefer a quick, painless exit to the protracted and messy affair it will be if, for instance, Greyback is involved. I hear Voldemort has recruited him, or dear Bellatrix, who likes to play with her food before she eats it." His tone was light, but his blue eyes pierced Snape as they had frequently pierced Harry, as though the soul they discussed was visible to him. At last Snape gave another curt nod. Dumbledore seemed satisfied. "Thank you, Severus." The office disappeared, and now Snape and Dumbledore were strolling together in the deserted castle grounds by twilight. "What are you doing with Potter? All these evenings you are closeted together," Snape asked abruptly. Dumbledore looked weary. "Why? You aren't trying to give him more detention, Severus. The boy will soon have spent more time in detention than out." "He is his father over again. In looks, perhaps, but his deepest nature is much more like his mother's. I spend time with Harry because I have things to discuss with him, information I must give him before it is too late." "Information," repeated Snape. "You trust him. You do not trust me." "It is not a question of trust. I have, as we both know, limited time. It is essential that I give the boy enough information for him to do what he needs to do." "And why may I not have the same information?" "I prefer not to put all my secrets in one basket, particularly not a basket that spends so much time dangling on the arm of Lord Voldemort." "Which I do on your orders." And you do it extremely well. Do not think that I underestimate the constant danger in which you place yourself, Severus. To give Voldemort what appears to be valuable information while withholding the essentials is a job I would entrust to nobody but you. Yet you confide much more in a boy who is incapable of occlumency, whose magic is mediocre, and who has a direct connection into the Dark Lord's mind. Voldemort fears that connection, said Dumbledore. Not so long ago, he had one small taste of what truly sharing Harry's mind means to him. It was pain such as he had never experienced. He will not try to possess Harry again. I am sure of it. Not in that way. I don't understand. Lord Voldemort's soul, maimed as it is, cannot bear close contact with a soul like Harry's, like a tongue on frozen steel, like flesh in a flame. Souls, we are talking of minds. In the case of Harry and Lord Voldemort, to speak of one is to speak of the other. Dumbledore glanced around to make sure they were alone. They were close by the Forbidden Forest now, and there was no sign of anyone near them. After you have killed me, Severus, you refuse to tell me everything, yet you expect that small service of me, snarled Snape, and real anger flared in the thin face now. You take a great deal for granted, Dumbledore. Perhaps I have changed my mind. You gave me your word, Severus. And while we are talking about services you owe me, I thought you agreed to keep a close eye on our young Slytherin friend. Snape looked angry, mutinous. Dumbledore sighed. Come to my office tonight, Severus, at 11, and you shall not complain that I have no confidence in you. They were back in Dumbledore's office, and the windows dark, and Fawkes sat silent as Snape sat quite still, as Dumbledore walked around him, talking. Harry must not know, not until the last moment, not until it is necessary. Otherwise, how could he have the strength to do what must be done? But what must he do? That is between Harry and me. Now listen closely, Severus. There will come a time, after my death, do not argue, do not interrupt. There will come a time when Lord Voldemort will seem to fear for the life of his snake. For Nagini, Snape looked astonished. Precisely. If there comes a time when Lord Voldemort stops sending that snake forth to do his bidding, but keeps it safe beside him under magical protection, then I think it will be safe to tell Harry. Tell him what? Dumbledore took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Tell him that on the night Lord Voldemort tried to kill him, when Lily cast her own life between them as a shield, the killing curse rebounded upon Lord Voldemort, and a fragment of Voldemort's soul was blasted apart from the whole, and latched itself onto the only living soul left in the collapsed building. Part of Lord Voldemort lives inside Harry, and it is that which gives him the power of speech with snakes and a connection with Lord Voldemort's mind that he has never understood. And while that fragment of soul, unmissed by Voldemort, remains attached and protected by Harry, Lord Voldemort cannot die. Harry seemed to be watching the two men from one end of a long tunnel. They were so far away from him, their voices echoing strangely in his ears. So the boy must die, asked Snape quite calmly. And Voldemort himself must do it, Severus. That is essential. Another long silence, then Snape said, I thought, all those years, that we were protecting him for her, for Lily. We have protected him because it has been essential to teach him, to raise him, to let him try to find strength, said Dumbledore, his eyes still tight shut. Meanwhile, the connection between them grows ever stronger, a parasitic growth. Sometimes I have thought he suspects it himself. If I know him, he will have arranged matters so that when he does set out to meet his death, it will truly mean the end of Voldemort. Dumbledore opened his eyes. Snape looked horrified. You have kept him alive so that he can die at the right moment. Don't be shocked, Severus. How many men and women have you watched die? Lately, only those who I could not save, said Snape. He stood up. You have used me. Meaning? I have spied for you and lied for you, put myself in mortal danger for you. Everything was supposed to be to keep Lily Potter's son safe. Now you tell me you've been raising him like a pig for slaughter. But this is touching, Severus, said Dumbledore seriously. Have you grown to care for the boy, after all? For him? Shouted Snape. Expecto Patronum. From the tip of his wand burst the silver doe. She landed on the office floor, bounded once again across the office, and soared out of the window. Dumbledore watched her fly away, and as her silvery glow faded, he turned back to Snape, and his eyes were full of tears. "After all this time?" "Always," said Snape. And the scene shifted. Now Harry saw Snape talking to the portrait of Dumbledore behind his desk. "You will have to give Voldemort the correct date of Harry's departure from his aunt and uncles," said Dumbledore. "Not to do so will raise suspicion when Voldemort believes you so well informed. However, you must plant the idea of decoys. That, I think, ought to ensure Harry's safety. Try confunding Mundungus Fletcher, and Severus, if you are forced to take part in the chase, be sure to act your part convincingly. I am counting upon you to remain in Lord Voldemort's good books as long as possible, or Hogwarts will be left to the mercy of the Carrows." Now Snape was head-to-head with Mundungus in an unfamiliar tavern. Mundungus's face looking curiously blank, Snape frowning in concentration. "You will suggest to the Order of the Phoenix," Snape murmured, "that they use decoys, polyjuice potion, identical potters. It's the only thing that might work. You will forget that I have suggested this. You will present it as your own idea. You understand?" "I understand," murmured Mundungus, his eyes unfocused. Now Harry was flying alongside Snape on a broomstick through a clear dark night. He was accompanied by other hooded Death Eaters, and ahead were Lupin and a Harry who was really George. A Death Eater moved ahead of Snape and raised his wand, pointing it directly at Lupin's back. "Sectum Sempra," shouted Snape, but the spell intended for the Death Eater's wand missed and hit George instead. And next, Snape was kneeling in Sirius's old bedroom. Tears were dripping from the end of his hooked nose as he read the old letter from Lily. The second page carried only a few words. "Could ever have been friends with Gerald Grindelwald. I think your mind's going, personally. Lots of love, Lily." Snape took the page bearing Lily's signature and her love, and tucked it inside his robes. Then he ripped in two the photograph he was also holding, so that he kept the part from which Lily laughed, throwing the portion showing James and Harry back onto the floor, under the chest of drawers. And now Snape stood again in the headmaster's study as Venus Nigellus came hurrying into his portrait. "Headmaster, they are camping in the Forest of Dean. The mudblood, do not use that word." "The Granger girl, then, mentioned the place as she opened her bag, and I heard her." "Good, very good," cried the portrait of Dumbledore, now behind the headmaster's chair. "Now Severus, the sword, do not forget that it must be taken under conditions of need and valor, and he must not know that you gave it. If Voldemort should read Harry's mind and see you acting for him—" "I know," said Snape curtly. He approached the portrait of Dumbledore and pulled at its side. It swung forward, revealing a hidden cavity behind it, from which he took the sword of Gryffindor. "And you still aren't going to tell me why it's so important to give Potter the sword," said Snape as he swung a traveling cloak over his robes. "No, I don't think so," said Dumbledore's portrait. "He will know what to do with it, and Severus, be very careful. They may not take kindly to your appearance after George Weasley's mishap." Snape turned at the door. "Don't worry, Dumbledore," he said coolly. "I have a plan." And Snape left the room. Harry rose up out of a pensive, and moments later, he lay on the carpeted floor in exactly the same rooms Snape might have just closed the door. Chapter 34 to 36 and the Epilogue. Having learned the truth, Harry resigns to his fate and goes to see Voldemort in the forest. On his way, the only person he talks to is Neville, to whom he tells that he should kill Voldemort's snake if he has the chance. After being struck down by Voldemort, Harry wakes up at King's Cross Station, where he meets Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster explains to him that he's not quite dead yet, as Voldemort's curse didn't kill him. It killed the fragment of soul in him that belonged to the Dark Lord. They also talk about how Dumbledore's plan to leave the Elder Wand to Snape backfired in a most unexpected way. Harry returns to reality, but pretends to be dead. He is carried out of the forest by Hagrid, who's now Voldemort's prisoner. The Death Eaters are confronting the protectors of Hogwarts, and Neville attacks Voldemort. Just when Harry decides that the pretending is over, Neville manages to draw Gryffindor's sword stolen by Griphook from Harry out of the Sorting Hat and kills Nagini with it. Voldemort has no more Horcruxes now. The battle renews, but shortly Voldemort finds himself alone, with his followers defeated or killed. He faces Harry, who tells him that Snape had been working against him all this time, as well as the fact that the Elder Wand won from Dumbledore by Draco Malfoy now most likely serves Harry, as he took Malfoy's own wand weeks ago. The Dark Lord, not believing the boy, casts the killing curse which rebounds and kills him, as the Elder Wand will not harm its true master. The war is over. 19 years later, an adult Harry Potter sends his second son, Albus Severus Potter, partially named after Severus Snape, to Hogwarts.
And when you get the chance, check out our Game of Thrones inspired Choose Your Own Adventure game here on YouTube by clicking the video link on the screen right now.